This is surveillance footage of Jacqueline Vandergriff, just hours before her dismembered body was found in a woodland northwest of Grapevine, Texas. But what precisely happened to her, how she died, or even why, were questions no one could initially answer. That was until a certain individual entered the spotlight. And as the investigations proceeded, Jackie's gruesome murder revealed the sick and twisted actions of an insanely jealous and delusional man.
Hello.
What's up?
Nothing much.
Yep.
Welcome back to Coffee House Crime, folks. My name is Adrian, and today we're looking at the case of Jackie Vandergriff. Now, most of us have been here after a drink or two. Our confidence creeps up, strangers seem easier to talk to, and our worries may even slip away. But when Jackie accepted a new friendship from a seemingly gentle man, she had no idea what catastrophic outcome awaited her. Before we begin, and just to let you know that I post true crime and strange cases here weekly, so if you haven't yet, please consider subscribing to Coffee House Crime. And now with that said, please grab yourself a coffee, pull up a seat, and get ready for the deep dive. This is the case of Jackie Vandergriff. Welcome back, folks. Grab your cowboy hat and your leather boots, as in today's video, we're touching down on the dry and expansive land of Texas, and more specifically, the city of Denton. Located in the northwestern portion of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area, Denton boasts excellent connections to its larger cities, while also sporting easy access to the great Texan countryside. With a population of 140,000 residents, the city has enough energy to keep you busy, while remaining quiet enough to keep urban
I see a
claustrophobia
free
at bay.
baggie.
Initially incorporated in 1866, Denton became an agricultural trade center for the mill and cottage industries. And fast forward to the year 1881, the arrival of the Texas and Pacific Railway brought an influx of people to the area. Moving forward, multiple universities were established, which, to this day, still serve as primary contributors to the local economy. Several hospitals, medical establishments, and a truck manufacturing company also play vital roles to the economy, making Denton a diverse and relatively affluent place to live. Taking it straight from the horse's mouth, Denton is known for its friendly small-town feel paired with big city amenities. Across Denton, there is a pulsating entertainment culture, featuring live performance art venues, music and film festivals, museums, and historical sites. But returning to its educational sector, Denton's three major players are the University of North Texas, Denton's Independent School District, and Texas Women's University, also known as TWU for short. With over 13,000 residents in the Denton campus, TWU creates a lot of the hustle and bustle found in the city. It's home to the Texas Women's Pioneers, the TWU gymnastics squads, and back in 2016, was also home to a student named Jacqueline Vandergriff. Nicknamed Jackie for short, Jacqueline Vandergriff was born on March 4, 1992 in Carrollton, Texas. She was the youngest of two daughters and was raised in the colony before moving to Frisco, which are both found in the same state. During her childhood, Jackie was a big fan of Thomas the Tank Engine, and she used to love reenacting the shows on her own train set. She was a dynamic child too, and before she could even walk, she learned to somersault. At the age of just 3 years old, she started attending classes at the World Olympic Gymnastics Academy. And while here, Jackie quickly progressed through the levels, eventually competing at level 5 in state competitions. Moving into her adult years, Jackie was very active online. She had great ambitions to get into corporate wellness, and hoped to provide healthcare resources to American businesses for their employees. Studying nutrition at TWU, Jackie was a licensed esthetician and had just completed her junior year. She had finished high school with flying colors, and was keen to push her education and passion for nutrition to the next level. She was constantly posting tips for living a healthier lifestyle and sharing articles on all the latest health news. Now, these stories rarely come with a self-introduction, but in June 2016, Jackie created her own self-synopsis video on YouTube, which, let's be honest, would be rude not to share.
Hello everyone, my name is Jacqueline Vandegrift, but friends call me Jackie. I am originally from the Colony, Texas, but I moved to Frisco when I was in elementary school, and I graduated from Wakeland High School. I am currently a junior here at Texas Women's University, and my major is nutrition with an emphasis in wellness. As far as my career aspirations go, right now I'm most interested in corporate wellness. I think more and more companies are starting to recognize the need to provide health resources for their employees. So I think right now that's where I'm wanting to go with my career. In this class, I hope to learn more about how to use the resources available to reach different individuals and to communicate effectively with the amount of diversity that we have in our community, as well as just building on my overall communication skills.
Jackie was known in the local community as a kind and gentle woman who always looked out for the welfare of others, both human and animal. As a lifelong vegetarian, she advocated for animal rights, and also loved to spend her time traveling around the country with her friends. And with great interest in Texas barbecues and country music, many would argue that she was a true Texan at heart. Now, we all remember our 20s, which for many of us were the true heydays of college. And although the work was challenging, the evenings and weekends were both fun and social. But funding tuition fees while also having a social life was very expensive, and Jackie's parents couldn't fully afford to keep her afloat. Therefore, a part-time job was required. On September 13th, 2016, Jackie was out looking for a part-time job. One of the places she had decided to stop by was a bar named the Fry Street Public House. And during her time here, Jackie paused to have a drink. The day had become long in the tooth with thanks to her search. And as she sat at the bar, speaking to the bartender,
Nice.
a man 2 seats away from her approached them. Although he was a total stranger, he must have struck the right note for Jackie, as shortly after this, both she and the unknown man left the bar to travel to a second one, named Shots and Crafts. Surveillance footage captures the two on their way, and although not staying with the group, they were accompanied by a third individual who was also a bartender. Arriving at Shots and Crafts shortly after 9 PM, the two then stayed for a couple drinks. Jackie's intention to find work had shifted into one of friendship, and it's assumed that she saw potential in this.
If you're
salon.
dropping baggies, please not in the
Standing just below
grass. I
6
can
foot
see them.
Tall, he had a physically fit physique,
All good.
expressed himself confidently, and often smiled at her.
Yesterday, I put in a boat with an open boot for everyone to drop whatever they wanted.
Although perhaps
shit.
intoxicated, while here, she tweeted
Because all
from
the
her phone to
baggies,
say,
like if there's
"I'm
way
glad I
too
decided
many,
to get
there
off
was like
these
15 of
activities."
us. I was like,
Shortly
my
after
head
this,
was
he had a
having
drink,
major
stood up
issues.
from the bar,
Ah,
and
yeah,
finished her
yeah,
drink,
yeah.
and then left in his company. The two left
Yeah,
at
I
around
don't
11
drop any
PM,
of my
and
stuff,
whether
so
they were planning to head to another
That's
bar,
good.
because
go
of that
together,
exact
or perhaps
issue.
just part ways, nobody
I
knew
mean,
at this
time is
time.
money. Like,
But
the
Jackie
time
clearly
you
felt
spend
comfortable
diving,
around
if you
it.
don't find a
You
harding
can't
case,
blame
you
her
get
either.
money from
People
all the
felt safe in
stuff
a
you
town
pick
like
up.
Denton, which has a
That's it, that's
substantially lower
it.
crime rate than the state and national average. Although no other surveillance footage is available to the public, it looks like she did in fact decide to return to his place that evening, as cell phone data would later confirm this. Now, the following is something that I say far too often, but unfortunately, given the subject matter that I cover, there is nothing I can do to change it. And sadly, that surveillance footage that you just saw, that would be the last time she was recorded alive. And come the morning, the town
I
of
just
Denton awoke
started,
to a nightmarish
so
reality.
not yet.
September 14th, 2016. At approximately 6:27 AM, the Grapevine Police Department received multiple phone calls reporting a fire had broken out in the Acorn Woods. Firefighters and officers were quick to locate and extinguish the fire, which was found at 1800 Black Acorn Woods Loop. But sadly,
Yeah, you
the
did-
shock
yeah, I
and
know.
horror
Hello.
was only just
Hello.
beginning. As
How are
found
you?
in the middle of the
I'm
fire
good.
was a charred body, lying in the middle.
Do
of
you
a blue
drop stuff
plastic
as well?
kiddie pool. The body had been
Yes.
dismembered.
If you could just
the
do
sword
that
was
in the
full of
open and not in the
flashbacks,
grass, so I
and
could
the
just
heart
pick them
had
up.
been cut out.
That's
To
fine.
add to this, it appeared as if an accelerant had been used
I'll be on the
to set
beach.
the fire. Now, to begin
I
with,
don't go on the
nobody knew
beach.
to whom the body belonged to, but responding officers could tell, based on the identifiable features, that it was of a young female adult. And all of this was clearly no accident. Fortunately, those who had called officers to report the fire stuck around until it was over. And not only had they spotted the fire, but they also saw the perpetrator who set it. And furthermore, they could recall him leaving the scene in a white SUV. Local officers soon identified the vehicle before tracing it back to an individual. And when they first caught sight of his name and face, their stomachs dropped, as he was all too familiar. He goes by the name of Charles Bryant, and awful selfies aside, this man has a very troubling history. Born on August the 8th, 1986, he originally grew up in Bremerton, Washington, before moving to Hasselt, Texas. Just into his 30s, Charles was 4 years Jackie's senior and held multiple short-term jobs. Without much going on upstairs, his strength seems to be in his physique. And through his countless selfies, both with and without a shirt, it is evident that he spent most of his time hitting the gym and eating kale. His short-term jobs reflect.
So how are you, Matty Matt?
He works at a local gay bar called the
Still,
Urban Cowboy.
are you still
and trains
scavenging,
several
or?
clients at the local
Me, I'm
pro
just
football
chilling
team.
right now,
Now,
scavenging,
chronologically speaking,
watching true
Charles
crime.
Bryant's
I like
criminal
watching
history
true crime,
isn't so
honestly.
great. But on the other hand, it doesn't cause immediate concern either. Minor petty crimes like forgery in 2010 and possession of an illegal substance in 2013. However, by the year 2016, things had become much more
And there's,
severe.
oh my god, that
In
kid,
fact,
by the
police
way,
officers immediately recognized him because he had been arrested
that
twice
kid,
in the most recent
this
week.
one, he's
Now,
trying to
to
see if
explain the next
Valhalla's
part of the
open.
story,
Little does
we
he
must first
know,
introduce
he's
the third and very
blacklisted
vital
from
person,
both
and her
Valhalla
name is Caitlin.
and
Aged
CMG for
18
3
at the time,
months.
Caitlin was a personal trainer and bartender living in the Denton
Like,
area, and to add to this,
kid.
had recently graduated from high school.
He doesn't know it yet, I
perhaps something
guess,
more
but yeah,
pertinent
I
to this
guess.
story is that she was 11 years younger than Charles. The two met in a bar in June 2016, and in a relatively short period of time, both Charles and Caitlin began to date.
From where I was
Now,
nice.
at first, things were going very well between the two. Where Caitlin was shy, soft, and delicate, Charles was confident.
What have you
outgoing,
learned from
and
today's
charming,
experience?
And he seemed to have a very positive
Wait, what?
effect on her.
That doing drugs are bad for you.
Oh, I wish you would drop in a pile. This guy's dropping so
Aren't the
much.
cops following you? Fucking diving, dying. Seeing how long it takes him to get another holiday. Holidays have you had, Abdullah?
Oh gosh. Why do people keep just dropping stuff? Just a moment, guys. Dropping so many baguettes.
Yes. No, it's gonna be Lepanado. Lepanado.
But sadly, this wouldn't last very long, and after a mere 3 weeks of dating, the ugly truth formed cracks through his warm and caring facade. This is likely not surprising to many of you, but Charles can be described as a high-maintenance narcissist, and although it seemed like he had his life together, he was very controlling, possessive, and nasty. Caitlin constantly had to provide her full and undisclosed attention to him,
I'm very
and he
selective
often told her that he was the
what
very best she would ever get.
I keep. Oh,
And, of course, his
I just keep
favourite
everything
conversation was
because
always about himself.
the bait.
As the autumn
A friend of
semester
mine
began
wants
and
the
Caitlin
bait,
turned to focus
so I'm
back to
just
her
keeping it for
studies,
him.
She decided to call the relationship off.
He's
They'd
gonna
only
use it
been
for just
dating for a
trolling
couple of months,
reasons,
and their
apparently.
arguments had generated a series of red flags in her mind. But trying to push him away, he began to barrage her with text messages, all of which eventually turned aggressive. And when he realized they did not affect her,
you know what I
he
wish?
forced
I
his
wish
way
people
into
would
her
not drop
campus
it one
room.
by one on the ocean floor,
Following this, the man
and
was
instead,
arrested
you
and
know,
banned from
like
the
keep
campus,
scavenging
formally
until you're like at
trespassing
fit, maybe
violations.
what,
But on
10
September the
kgs?
6th, which happened to be their
And then
so-called
drop it in
3rd
just
anniversary,
one
he
pile.
returned to
Like
the
drop it
bouquet of
in one
flowers
pile.
and
It'll
two
be
pages
so
of
much
letters.
easier.
Entirely terrified by his persistence, Caitlin hid in a closet as she dialed 911. And the police and campus security were very quick to do their job. And this body camera footage captures him being arrested. Straight after this, Charles was formally jailed on a stalking charge. But Charles Bryant's deadly obsession would not stop there. And 4 days after bonding out of jail, his strange behavior continued. On September 13th, Charles made his way to Fry Street Public House, which happened to be right on the edge of Caitlin's restraining order, and only half a
He'll be
mile from
African,
her door.
so he'll have to do
A few
long
hours
jump or
after
something,
speaking to
yeah?
his attorney and learning that he was likely to face more time
long
behind
legs.
bars, it is pretty obvious to say that Charles was probably not in a good mood. But what wasn't clear was why he was here or what his motive was. Maybe he wanted to get
That's
together with
fucked.
Caitlin, or maybe he was enraged by her so-called betrayal. He ended up speaking to several young women that evening, and unfortunately, it was confirmed that the last woman he spoke to was Jackie Vandergriff. Circling back to the body in the woods, officers still had no idea how it got here or whom the body belonged to, but reports were beginning to emerge that Jackie was missing. And as data forensics tucked into the details of this case, they unearthed very concerning clues of the night before. On the evening of September 13th, Jackie tweeted to say, "I am glad I decided to get off Tinder and walk to a bar," which we already know was just before she had left Shots and Crafts. The surveillance footage found at the bar was enough to confirm that it was highly likely the two had met. But to add to this was a Facebook status Charles had left on his own social media. At 11:56 p.m, a couple of hours after leaving Shots and Crafts with Jackie, he posted to say, "Teach you tricks that'll blow your mind." Investigating Jackie's cell phone data confirmed that she was in the Fry Street area of Denton until 9:41 p.m. But by 11:57 p.m, her cell phone pinged a cell tower near 377 south of I-35E. The last time her mobile phone pinged was at 1:32 a.m. at a tower located near 2084 Blue Mound Road in Hazlet, Texas. And, unsurprisingly, Charles's residence on Sand Hills Drive was located nearby. It's not clear what happened between the hours of 1 and 6 a.m. But, as we know, a fire was reported later that morning, revealing a body afterwards. And, unfortunately, an autopsy the very next day would confirm everyone's most significant fears. The body was identified to be that of Jackie Vandergriff.
And more breaking news here at home out of Grapevine.
Is your favorite color pink?
Yeah.
The body found burned and dismembered in a park near Grapevine Lake last week. The
It's my
victim
colors,
is
pink and yellow.
24-year-old Jacqueline Vandergriff.
Yellow, eh?
According to her Facebook page,
Yeah, that's what all my cars have.
lived in Denton and studied nutrition at
My
Texas
favorite color
Women's
is
University.
uh
Police have arrested a suspect as of
blue and
Sunday
red.
afternoon, but they've yet to release
Nice.
any information about that person. Police and FBI agents were investigating a Fort Worth home into the early morning hours this morning. Of course,
Blue and red
as we
makes
get more on
purple.
this story, we will bring it to you right here on air and online.
The local communities of Grapevine and Denton were both devastated by the news.
Oh my
In
god, so
addition
many
to this,
freebie
it shocked the
baggies.
community of Texas Women's University, and the details of the crime left both anger and resentment. Now, perhaps you'd expect Charles to be on the run or hiding away from police, but as it turns out, he was actually very easy to find. And that would be because after violating his restraining order with Caitlin for a third time, he'd been arrested yet again. Apart from denying he ever knew Jackie or left the bar with her, he also showed no remorse throughout his entire interrogation. And these interviews were particularly fruitless for investigators, but one thing stood out to both of them. Charles portrayed the characteristics of a budding serial killer and narcissist. Now, Charles did eventually confess to the murder, and this eventual confession, along with all the upfront information and evidence, was enough to formally arrest him on suspicion of murder. Moving into the legal proceedings of this case,
That's
Charles
ace
Bryant's
flop.
trial began in April of 2018, which was 19 months after Jackie's death. And boy, did it yield very interesting discussion points. Let's start from the outside and work our way inwards. Now, of course, to begin with was the surveillance footage taken at Shots and Crafts bar, which linked Charles to Jackie on the night of her death. But there was a mountain of other evidence at the prosecution's disposal too. Although it's not an absolute confirmation of the crime, but authorities were intrigued to realise that satellite images of his home before Jackie's death had a swimming pool. However, moving forward, it appeared to be missing, and a flattened patch of grass remained. In addition to this, neighbours and his housemates also confirmed he had a pool there in the weeks prior. After obtaining a search warrant and searching his home, investigators found a receipt from a hardware store, dated at 4:43 AM on the morning of her death. While here, he had purchased a shovel and some flu medicine, and after checking the surveillance footage from the store, it was confirmed that he had made the purchase himself. Located outside of his garage, investigators also found a large blue trash bin, and inside was a black cloth satchel with Texas Women's University printed on it. The bag matched the one Jackie was seen wearing on the night she was killed. In addition to the black satchel, investigators also found a large white plastic zip tie with blonde hair in the clasp, and DNA tests would later confirm that the hair belonged to Jackie. A military-style knife and a hacksaw were also discovered, which later tested positive for blood, and her mobile phone was also found a short distance away from her home. And to add to the already damning pile of evidence, but while searching his home, police allegedly found indecent images and videos of children on Charles's phone and computer. Charles had also been active on social media following the murder, with one Facebook post reading, "Full moon, let's see what trouble I can get into." And of course, we already know of teach you tricks that'll blow your mind. When they searched his vehicle, authorities discovered a battery which belonged to Jackie's cell phone. They also found a stun gun, which, sadly, after testing, was confirmed to have Jackie's DNA on the electrodes. The last recorded sighting of Jackie was confirmed to be in the late hours of September the 13th, when Charles stopped at a convenience store. It is debatable, but in this surveillance image, Jackie appears to look terrified. Moving back to the interrogation room, Charles eventually gave a detailed account of how he disposed of Jackie's body, which included details that only her killer would have known. But strangely enough, as his trial began, Charles pleaded not guilty to her murder, and instead claimed that she had accidentally died while the two had kinky sex in the back of his car. On the opening day of his trial, defense lawyer Glynis McGinty claimed that he had freaked out after her death, and travelled to Walmart at around 4 AM to buy a shovel and bury her body. And under this notation, she told the jurors that he was simply guilty of tampering with evidence instead. Speaking of evidence tampering, Charles also used her mobile phone one day after her death to tweet, "Never knew I could feel like this," in an effort to throw investigators off his trail. Of course, due to her former experience with him, one of the most significant parts of this story was Charles Bryant's connection with Caitlin Mathis. And despite the judge not allowing her to testify her whole story in court, she had already recently expressed that Charles was extremely intense as a partner. According to Caitlin, he always gave her flowers, and especially if he had something to be sorry for. Despite only being 18 years old at the time, she saw the early warning signs in his behaviour when he started to become controlling and manipulative. But after breaking up with him, he became obsessed with her, and this revealed the concerning actions and behaviour of a ticking time bomb. It appears Charles selected Fry Street on the night he found Jackie because Caitlin had talked about going there in the months prior, back when they were dating. So it seems that, even when meeting Jackie, his intentions were at least partially related to catching Caitlin by surprise. Detectives and many out there believe that Charles had intentionally killed Jackie out of his obsessive and relentless emotions for Caitlin. And if that wasn't enough for you, but right after her murder, Charles hacked into Jackie's phone and sent Caitlin a friend request on her own Facebook. And even after Jackie's death, Charles illegally contacted Caitlin, sending her many emails and love letters. Now, the evidence placed upon Charles was almost as relentless as his own obsessive mind, and the jury would spend only 2 hours to come to a verdict. On Monday 16th of April 2018, they found Charles Dean Bryant guilty of murder in the death of Jacqueline Vandergriff, with a minimum of 30 years
Just a
before he was
moment.
eligible
Just
for
got a
parole.
leather case.
Charles was
Nice.
also found guilty of tampering with evidence. It was concluded that Jackie had accepted a
Trying to
ride
do
home
my
from
tax
Charles,
return.
as it was heavily raining on the night they had met. But instead of taking her home, he forced himself on her, murdered her, and then tried to dispose of her body. They rejected his claims that her death was accidental, as one of the most brutal details of this case did not line up with that theory. If her death was just an accident, then why did he cut out her heart? It is very
What?
clear that Charles is a narcissist, a creep, and very troubled in the months leading up to Jackie's death. He sometimes treated women like objects, and I'm not going to judge anyone who likes it a little rough in the bedroom, but this Instagram post 1 year before her death leaves a very nasty foreshadowing. Charles is now incarcerated at the William P. Bill Clements unit in Potter County, Texas. He will be eligible for parole from September 2046, though hopefully his release will never come. And sadly, no matter what the rest of his life may entail, nothing can bring Jacqueline back. She was a brilliant and thoughtful young woman who had everything to live for. It's a tragedy that her life was taken away so soon, and for it to be so senseless makes it even more difficult for her loved ones to bear. Friends and family remember Jackie as a caring, loving, compassionate person who always strove to help others. Her main passion was to help everyone to see their own beauty and talents, and she encouraged all of her friends to pursue their dreams. Jackie will be desperately missed by her parents, sister, family, and friends. May memories of her warm, vibrant, enthusiastic personality and her constant words of love and encouragement continue to inspire and comfort those touched by her life.
What the?
In Jackie's memory, TWU set up an endowment fund to help support an internship in the area of health and well-being. Her family and friends, and the communities of Denton and TWU will forever remember her face and her name. On numerous occasions, Caitlin has admitted that she struggles with the fact that she survived and Jackie did not, and claims she would have easily taken her place if she had the chance. It's an awful position to be in, but I hope that one day she recognizes that the guilt she feels is not fair or warranted, and that she too was a victim. People often forget how messy life can be, and in a world of chaos and order, there is no way to predict the future. Just like there was no way Caitlin could have predicted such an outcome from a situation that first began with love. And at the end of the day, the only man or monster we can hold accountable is Charles. Anyway folks, I think that pretty much wraps up today's case here. Thank you so much for being here with me for another video of Coffee House Crime. So what do you think about this case? Please leave your thoughts in the comment section down below. Now I think I have one more video before the very end of this year, so I'll see you again very soon for another one. But until that moment arrives, please remember to look after each other, and of course, stay safe. Thank you.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna pause for a bit.
I didn't even see this person in there.
It looks like this is gonna take a while, so we might as well we'll just stream it. So many deaths. Alright, let's go. Let's go on duty.
Shalom alaikum. It's nice to see you.
What the fuck, dude?
You are going to drive. There was one. Okay, so I came in, right? And she said there was like one EMS around. The one EMS is a cadet. And I'm like, fuck. Okay. And then there's like, what? There's so many calls. I'm like, no, I wanted to go scavenging.
Unconscious.
We are gonna go to the Del Perro freeway first.
Del Perro freeway?
There's like a couple of them right there. I was like, there's a cadet. He's not gonna be able to do anything. Make sure you connect to multiple Del Perro if there's multiple.
What do you mean by that?
Like, there's 2 calls for Del
Yeah.
Perro Freeway. Make sure you connect to all same name calls so it doesn't confuse if like there was another EMS on duty. They won't go there by connecting to it as well. You get what I
Alrighty.
mean? When it comes to like
Yeah, I get what you
a
mean.
lot of calls and we don't connect to the same names, it gets kind of confusing.
Okay.
Is he going to take his final? Are you ready to take your final, by the way?
So I'm actually outside the city. I've been in houses. So I haven't been on like probably like 3 to 4 days.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, and? And are you good? Wait. Are you driving? What? What just happened? Santiago? Did I code? What just happened? Oh man, hello weirdo in the grass. Morning to you and afternoon for me. Santiago. Hello? What just happened? Am I having head issues? Or he head pop probably. Let's see. Can I not get into? Oh yeah, here we go. I can't. No, I can't. Oh yeah. Okay, wait. I. What? It's me. It's me. I don't know what's going on. Hello? Yeah. Yep, it's the head pop. Let me just message him. It's one of those weird head bops too. Check on the roster. Where are you?
Charlie 10, I'm down the beach where
Can you
we
pick
left
me
off.
up? I put in a medical. You can't
No.
treat until you pick me up.
Okay, well,
Oh, hello.
Good morning.
Actually, I'll just go to you. If you could just take me to
yeah,
Del
well,
Perro.
yeah.
Yeah, well then.
Oh man, these weird head issues. I don't know why. Like it's like a 30-second head issue where I can converse with you.
That's
And
weird.
then-
That's weird.
It's been happening to Americans for some reason, like
There it
international.
is. Yeah, yeah. Oh fuck. Sorry.
Like it's been really weird. Like I think everything's normal until I know that I can't do anything, and then I'm like, oh
Yep.
fuck, I'm gonna code.
Oh, that's.
Alright.
There you go.
Where is he? Where'd he go?
Where'd he go?
Santiago,
Is it
where'd
the
he
other
go?
one? I think. Well, looks like he's up the
I'm
road.
coming back now. The guy went towards the light.
Oh, sweet. You went
No,
to the wrong one.
I'm in we're in Del Perro Beach, like right on the beach.
I'll leave you to it.
Okay. Oh man. Can you come over here to the Del Perro call?
Yeah, I'm coming.
I'm gonna see how you treat a drowning patient, okay?
Buddy.
Alright, let's go. So when there's eyewitnesses, what do you do first?
Ask if they've been holding pressure.
Not only that, like what happened?
No, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. So, do these guys want to explain what happened?
Yeah, she was swimming and the water leaked through her tank. Yeah.
Oh no! Oh no!
Mm-hmm. I got most of the water resistant. I squatted a couple of times to help her out.
Are you able to take over? I got a outside of my head. I got a phone call outside of my head.
Yeah. Has she been responsive?
Yeah, she poked me.
Oh, she poked you. Alright. Hello, ma'am,
Yeah,
on the ground. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Can you tell us in your own words what happened? Just so we can assess your, what the water has effect to your brain, especially.
Alright, I'm back.
Yeah, my tank did not work.
Okay, yeah, looks like it. Let me go ahead and just check your airways here. If you could just open wide a bit so we could see if there's anything that might have been... Yep, already. Looks like it's all clear. No risk of secondary drowning. I'll go ahead and put this oxygen mask over your facial just so we can help you breathe a lot better, alright?
Oh, thank you.
Alrighty. Do you feel any lightheadedness? Dizziness?
No, just a little hungry, that's all.
Okay. Alright. If you feel any worse from the mild drowning that just happened, make sure to visit Dr. Phil at Pillbox, alright?
Thank you.
Alright, I'll go ahead and help you up to your feet now.
If he was to have water in our lungs, I'm assuming we would try and clear that out as much as possible.
Well, he did the CPR and she's been responsive, so that's
Alrighty.
been
Thank you,
done,
guys.
then. Yep, no problem. Let's go. Yeah, so usually if it's a drowning patient with nobody doing CPR
Yeah.
at all, it's like you have to do it yourself then.
Okay, alrighty.
It's situational, you know? Like, what would you
Yeah.
do if you saw someone drowning in Vice, you know?
Yeah, yeah. First of all, I would do CPR, and then
If they're
basically,
not responsive, yeah.
yeah. and then hopefully that clears out all the water in their lung. First,
And
I'll
then-
and then I'll turn them over to their side to get all the water out.
Yeah, recovery position.
Yeah. Why is it going slow for?
Do your common muscle so you could take out whatever speed thing that you did. Oh, we got Paisley here. I don't really want to do EMS. Anyways, wow, you came in at a time where it gets really dead.
Oh yeah. Charlie 10 plus 1, 1097 to Red Desert Avenue, code 3.
No more code 3, by the way.
There's not?
Yeah, they changed it to just, no code 3.
When did they do that? Must have been a couple of days ago.
Yeah. So go ahead on your notes and just erase the code 3.
On that one.
What happened?
In one, it was going back down there, I'm pretty sure it was.
You just marked inactive on a different it's a different patient.
No, I came to this one. I attached it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you did, and you filed marked active. Look at the call. It's Red Desert Avenue as well.
Ah.
Sometimes
where's that?
there will be multiple drownings that happen here. It doesn't mean it's one person. I'm gonna restore that call.
Can you do that? How do you restore it?
I go to call history and you can restore it. But the last patient we had at Red Desert, which was the same place, see? They're trying to do 000s now because, yeah, they want to make sure EMS come there. So never clear a call, you know?
Yeah, alrighty, yeah.
It might be a different patient.
Swimming?
Far, no, they're red. Can you see?
Can't see anything.
What do you mean?
I see him.
Oh my god. What the heck?
Do you want to explain to me what happened?
Yeah, not gonna lie, I kind of bashed her under the water.
Oh.
No. Alrighty. Well, let's. You've been giving her CPR.
Yeah, the whole time. I got her out straight away.
Hello, can you hear me, madam?
Mm-hmm.
Is there any water in your lungs at all, or?
I don't think so. It just kind of like.
She coughed up some before when I was giving her
Yeah,
CPR.
did you examine? Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see what she has. And if she did have water in her lungs, you're gonna have to make sure of that yourself as well. Make sure she coughs it all up.
Yeah. Alright, so she's got one stab wound to the left leg.
Mm-hmm.
And then she's got a bit of bruising on the right arm.
Yeah.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn you over your side and get all the rest of the water out as much as I can.
Just to make sure.
Alright. Yeah, just to make sure it's all out. So I'm turning you over on your side now. Can you just give me a bit of a cough just to see if you can get all that water out?
Okay. And then go ahead and just apply the oxygen and then treat that stab wound, as that's actually the most vital thing that you need to do right now.
Alrighty.
Wait, she got shift?
There's a stab wound to the left leg.
Cop that.
Alrighty, I'm gonna patch up that
Bitch.
Whoa, don't talk to the EMS like that. She's trying to help you.
No, I'm talking to you. Cool.
Stop being so weak. Hurry up and get up.
Yep, just patching up the knife wound with some stitches.
Wait, what?
With the stitches, I'm patching up the knife.
So you have to. Okay. So first of all, you have to clean the wound.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. And then you have to put some antibiotics. And then stitching is basically a cosmetic type of thing, like cosmetically fix. You don't know if there might be bacteria still trapped in there. You want to make sure it doesn't. You want to make sure it stays like a little open just to heal itself better. But regardless, you could also not just cleaning, but you could also use. You have two options: the butterfly bandages which will cover the wound protectively and let it heal without having the infection to fester, or you could use the medical glue.
Alrighty, I think I'll go with the butterfly wounds.
The butterfly bandages, and then you have those. You have to put a pressure bandage on that as well.
Okay.
She's a Danny. She has holes in her shirt.
All right. Well, I'm gonna clean up the wound.
You're Danny.
At least I don't have holes in my clothes.
I don't give a shit.
I'll help stare out a wound.
Yep, cleaning up the wound.
Oh my god.
Alright, now I'm going to apply the butterfly bandages. And what was the other bandage called again?
It's just a pressure bandage, just to wrap around that.
And then I'll apply the pressure bandage. And are you in any pain on a scale of 1 to 10? Like, what's your pain level?
Minus, like
minus.
2.
Do you want any?
I mean, you're already treating it. That's usually one of the first questions you need to ask.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay.
I think she needs surgery. You might need to take her back to Pillbox for surgery.
Oh my fucking god. Yeah, take me away from this man, please. Goddamn. You guys want to stay here like a quick second, Shirley? Come on.
Alrighty.
Stay right there. Stay there. Oh god.
Oh. Right.
Fuck's sakes, where'd he go? It wasn't so fucking god.
It's been a few days. I'm a bit rusty again.
Mm.
Knees are bad.
You shut the fuck up. Oh, it's
I'm just gonna sit back, relax. Yeah. What was that? You in your car in the water?
Oh, no. Stop!
You guys can go, it's fine.
It's
If she dies again, just don't come back.
So most of the other people done their assessment already? Or when is the assessment?
I'm sorry?
Do you know when my assessment would be?
Well, it depends if you are ready to do one with the trainer.
Okay. Okay. No, I'm not ready yet.
So I do suggest to brush up on your skills first.
Okay, yeah. So it's been a few days. I haven't been in the city.
Okay, so alright, I'm gonna go through one, like each and every scenario with you right now. All right?
Yep.
Let's go. Alright, you rock up on a patient and they have, let's say, whatever number of blunt force trauma to body parts. What do you think it is?
Normally I would think that it's been like, say they've got into a fight or some sort of like, they've been bashed by a bat maybe, or some sort of
yeah, bashed, basically beat up, bashed. How do you treat it?
Normally I would put on some ice packs.
You know, let's go back to pillbox. Oh no, actually, we have a patient right here. Del Perro again. Let's go.
(177) 1097 to South Rockford.
Go ahead and do the call up, by the way.
Charlie 10, 1097, Del Piero.
Stop.
Yeah, no code 3, yeah.
Yeah, no code 3. Do you want me to, do you want to watch me how I do the first, like, whatever? And then if there's another...
Yeah, I'll watch you, yeah.
Alright. Okay, so he's next to the ocean, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be dry. Let's go ahead and examine head to toe. Ah, it looks like he just tripped on the sand. Sir, it looks like you're gonna be alright. Looks like you just fell a little bit. I'll go ahead and apply this ice pack to your wounds. Alright, sir, can you hear me?
I can.
Alright, perfect. Can you recall what happened, by the way?
A bit of flight sickness, I think.
I see. It looks like you just tripped on maybe a shell or a crab along the beach. Let me help you up to your feet, alright? So, patient doesn't seem to have any head injuries, considering he recalls past events. Alright, well, you take care, sir, and make sure you watch out for any things along the beach that might trip you over, yeah?
Thanks for that.
Alrighty.
See you guys.
But, like, every scenario, honestly, you can put your own thing into it. Like,
okay, yeah.
Like I said, he must have tripped on something on the beach. Like, you just need to take in your environment.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Got another one.
Charlie 10, Barbana Road, 1097.
You chopped that up so bad. Makes you, yeah.
Mixed it. Maybe 1097.
Boulevard.
1097, then, yeah.
I put up my... I did not want to be on EMS. This is definitely another drowning. We get a lot of those during Brave Hour due to people scavenging very frequently. Oh, we're not driving through here. Park up. Yeah, here or the parking, whichever. Let's head out. I'm gonna go grab my scuba gear. Where is it? This thing is so bulky. Oh shit, fire. Alright, so it's gonna be drowning, especially since we got him from the water. I'm going to go ahead and perform CPR.
Okay.
And I'm gonna also put some oxygen mask over his mouth just so we can help him breathe. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Cough it all up. Just move that mask on the side. Yep, there we go. Alrighty, I am going to put him on a recovery position here. Make sure you cough that all up. Yeah, maybe just thump that back. There we go. Perfect. Let me reposition the oxygen mask so you can breathe a little better. Alright, sir? Do you recall what happened to you? Memory?
Yes, 1 minute I was swimming, and then next minute I wasn't. I don't know what happened. Just all happened so fast. I was bottom of the ocean, I had my oxygen mask on.
Okay,
And
it's a
the
good thing we
next
got.
minute I was just.
It's a good thing we
Next
got
thing I was
you
just
quick,
floating.
but- Good, good. So
Yeah, thank you.
patient is conscious of past events. No major brain injury from the water consumption. Let me just check your airways here, alright? If you just open a bit. Alright. Doesn't seem to be any hindering. Probably see he is moving a lot. Let me move you over here. There we go. Alright, doesn't seem to be any seaweed or any obstruction through the airways. Looks clear. Prevention of secondary drowning. Alright. Do you feel any lightheadedness, dizziness?
No, just feeling a bit short, but I'm okay.
Alright, perfect. So vitals do seem normal. I'll go ahead and help you up to your feet. Make sure if you do feel like sick later on down the road, lightheadedness, headaches, make sure to visit Pillbox and check in with Dr. Phil, alright?
Will do, thank you very much.
Alrighty, well you have a good day and take it easy, alright?
You too.
Alrighty.
Cheers, take care guys.
Alright, let's go. How do I get up here? Maybe here.
Watch out for the fire again.
This thing is so bulky. Well, there's a plus. You lock your doors, at least.
Yeah, I always lock them up. It's just a habit.
That's good. So, do you get the scenario of what I've done? From
Yeah. So basically, you've brought him out. You've applied CPR to get all that water out, and then you've also turned him onto his recovery position, which you've then managed to get out the rest of the water if there was any water left in his lungs. And then you've also basically, I think that's about it, to be honest.
Provide oxygen.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, you provide oxygen
To help him
with
breathe
the.
better.
Yep, and then I think after that you asked him if he was in any pain and all, and then
Basically, check his vitals.
Yeah, his vitals.
See
Yeah.
if he's dizzy. Because when they're dizzy, like if they say when they're dizzy, then that's a
Yep.
sign of low blood pressure. So we check the
Okay.
blood pressure and then we pump in saline through IV drip kit.
Okay.
At least that's my signal of doing it that way. You'll learn more along down the road. Oh my goodness, but that driving. Oh, what? What? How?
Failed again.
Well, you need to learn to, like I just said too, your driving is questionable. Can we go on the beach and see what these cars are up about? The police cars? They just left them, my golly. Yeah, looks like they just left them. Just tow them. Alright, let's go to the other one. Basically, the most important of assessing a patient is to check on... Oh, what the? There's a dead dog! Oh my god. Okay. Damn. But the most important in checking a patient is to check their head to toe, see what happened to them. If there are eyewitnesses, ask what happened to them. Now, if there's a freaking GSW to the head, alright, do not believe in the eyewitnesses say they clipped their ear. Mm-hmm. Now, regardless what the eyewitness may say, at the end of the day, you have to go by about what you see.
Yeah, 100%.
But it's always best to interact with like the people around you, how you present, you know?
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Okay, next best thing after assessing the situation, see the pain scale of a patient. See if they're in any pain before performing treatments, because you don't want to do the treatment and they're in so much pain. Like, oh my god. Like, I wouldn't want that to me, you know?
No, I get what you mean. So if they were in pain, maybe give them some, like, the green whistle, or...
Basically, 6 above, I would say, is
okay.
to be. 5, 50-50, I would ask if they have a need for painkillers. Like, I would ask. But make sure you ask first before that to see if there are any, if they're allergic to any medication.
Alrighty.
Because if they are, and you decide to put up pain medical, medicine, and they start reacting, what are you gonna do?
So if they, it's kind of a bit of a mess up, wouldn't that the case? Because
we do carry EpiPens, so.
So what? So what happened if So I guess how we gotta ask them, are they allergic to anything? Because if you don't ask them if they're not allergic to anything,
allergic,
and
not
then
only just anything, but like the medication that we provide. Like that's why I say, are you allergic to any medication?
Yeah. Because then if you don't ask that question and then they are, then that can be catastrophic.
After asking about the pain, and then you treat the wound properly by procedure.
Alrighty.
Yeah. Is there anyone else around? Or is it just us?
There's someone.
Oh, good morning.
Hello. I actually have stuff to do. Are you able to?
I can for an hour. Yep.
Yeah, I have things to do, so I'm gonna take a break out of here.
Easy.
Alrighty, have fun, yeah?
We shall.
Too easy.
Once you feel you're ready for a final, you could always pop me a message.
Alrighty, sweet.
Make a date, like make a time and day for it.
Yeah, that's fine. Alright, sweet.
Learn a lot, eh?
No, I will, and then I'll hit you up.
Alright. See ya.
Have fun.
Sleep in the bushes. Alrighty. I wanted to go back. Let's get ready. I just want to relax at the moment. I don't really want to, I don't want to start with EMS. Maybe later. They're baggies? Baggies? Oh. My knife out. Okay. What's this?
On the day of the accident, the only thing standing between Anatoly Burgoski's brain and a beam of protons traveling close to the speed of light were a lock and a light bulb. Anatoly Petrovich Burgoski was an employee of the Protevinsky Institute of High Energy Physics, the beating heart of the science town of Protvino, outside of Moscow, Russia. And in 1978, Anatoly, a 36-year-old particle physicist, was one of the scientists working with the largest Russian atom smasher, the U-70 synchrotron, which lurks below Protvino and magnetically accelerates protons in a 1.5 kilometer long circular tube completely evacuated of air to just 1 kilometer per hour below the fastest speed in the universe. On June 3rd of that year, a series of simple mistakes would answer a question that no one asked. What would artificially accelerated protons carrying 70 billion electron volts of energy do when they pass through a human brain? This is the true story of Anatoly Burgoski's personal Chernobyl. On June 3rd, 1987, Burgoski was a few meters below the Earth surrounding Moscow, looking after the U-70 synchrotron's detector system with the hopes of eliminating some temporary failures it had been experiencing. As protocol dictated, he called the control room and told the beam operators that he'd be in the experiment hall in 5 minutes. The beam operators needed to know this because in the experiment hall, the main proton beam is shunted off from the main ring and directed through the open air at various detectors. What should have happened next is that the control room should have removed the beam from the chamber Burgoski was heading towards. The door to that chamber should have been locked, and a sign should have been illuminated telling Burgoski that the beam was still very much active inside. But he didn't see any of this. Instead, what he saw was a flash reportedly brighter than 1,000 suns. Particle accelerators are easily the most complicated machines on Earth. They are colossal constructions, the awe-inspiring endpoint of hundreds of the brightest minds, thousands of superconducting magnets, hundreds of thousands of kilograms of liquid helium, and more wire than you can even wrap your head around. The Large Hadron Collider, for example, pictured here, contains approximately 1 billion miles of superconducting wire. That's enough wire to go around the full orbit of Earth, not its circumference, its orbit, twice. The wire in this machine could line a path from the Earth to the Sun and back 6 times. Scientists use the absurdly impressive engineering of these accelerators to study the fundamentals of the universe, the structure of matter, space, and time, and the interactions between atoms and their constituents at their most basic. This is done by accelerating particles through a near-perfect vacuum with magnets and smashing them together at near light speed to record what happens with sophisticated detectors. Burgoski was intimately familiar with the physics here, and he was about to get closer to it than any human before or since. Murphy's Law is the adage that anything that can go wrong will go wrong. And the day a high-energy particle beam pierced a physicist's brain, everything did. Burgoski asked the control room to remove the beam in the experiment hall in 5 minutes, but he arrived at the chamber earlier than expected. The automatic lock that should have prevented Burgoski from entering the room was turned off. The previous experiment was using a low-intensity beam, and apparently someone thought that locking the door was overkill. And the last line of defense, a single light bulb that illuminated a sign indicating the danger beyond, burnt out just before Burgoski arrived.
Like everything that just had to go wrong.
An experienced operator, Burgoski did reportedly have doubts about entering the unlocked door to the chamber so easily, but he proceeded anyway. Inside of the chamber, packets of protons were still flying silently and invisibly through the open air, a pulsing beam between where Burgoski was and where he needed to go. And so when he bent down to check the instruments, as he had done many times before, Bugorsky was instantly blinded when his head intercepted a particle beam humming with many trillions of protons moving at nearly 300 million meters per second. The subatomic particles, each carrying 70 billion electron volts of energy, effortlessly passed through Bugorsky's brain, skin, and skull. According to a later report, he felt no pain. Incredibly, the physicist wasn't instantly killed, as you may expect, but after he saw 1,000 suns, Bugorsky knew he was in serious trouble. Anatoly calmly finished his work in the chamber, logged the visit in a journal, as usual, and then, without saying a word to anyone about the accident, went home. The next morning, after a night of worrying symptoms, Bugorsky was brought before doctors and dosimetrists. The left side of his head was swollen. Translating from the official case history, Anatoly's doctors immediately calculated the dose he had received. Quote, an intense beam of high-energy protons with a transverse size of 2 by 3 millimeters passed along the trajectory. Occipital region of the head, mediobasal regions of the left temporal region, pyramid of the left temporal bone, bony labyrinth of the middle ear, tympanic cavity, jaw fossa, tissues of the left wing of the nose. The radiation dose at the entrance is 200,000 Roentgens. At the exit, it is more due to scattering on the material, 300,000 Roentgens. In theory, the dose of ionizing radiation that is 100% lethal is just 1,000 Roentgens, 300 times less than what had been apparently absorbed by Anatoly's brain. The magnitude of these numbers begs the question, why didn't he die that day? When you hear a value like 70 billion electron volts, it's a way of quantifying the kinetic energy of particles, the energy of motion. And if particles with kinetic energy suddenly start encountering a medium other than vacuum, they will interact and lose some of that energy. In a biological material like your body, this deposited energy is going into ionizing your atoms, breaking up molecules, creating heat, and otherwise smashing nanoscale structures. Enough of this damage will eventually end any living thing through the creation of cancer or the initiation of widespread organ failure. And so, particles entering a medium bump into matter and lose energy. As kinetic energy is the energy of motion, these many interactions will, as the particle proceeds, slow the particle down and eventually stop it. And where a certain particle will stop is not a mystery to nuclear physicists. It's something that can be calculated. For example, alpha particles pushing through the air at a defined energy will stop after only a few centimeters. This is due to the stopping power of air. Stopping power is a measure of the ability of a material to slow down energetic particles that travel in its interior. Understanding stopping power is very important in nuclear physics, but this knowledge can be practical too. It has recently given us a new way to fight the cancers that ionization can sometimes cause. When a high-energy massive particle like a proton moves through matter, it will lose energy, as we said, but more specifically, its energy will diminish in inverse proportion to its velocity squared. Therefore, a proton will deposit the majority of its energy in a material right before it stops. This is what nuclear physicists call the Bragg peak. And if scientists know how much an energy a particle will lose and where it will be lost, then in theory a particle beam could be directed to enter a material and disrupt or destroy only a certain volume of that material. Well, this is exactly what so-called particle therapy does. Heavy particles from a small accelerator are pointed at a person's body and lose almost all of their energy at a calculated distance inside and no further. Particle therapy at its best can even pass through a person's skull to damage and destroy brain tumors non-invasively. Anatoly Bugorsky's brain effectively received the most overpowered particle therapy session in human history. And so again, why didn't he die? The answer is the Bragg peak of the beam that he crossed and the stopping power of human flesh. For example, look at how far a beam of protons will travel through water, a similar density to human flesh, at an energy 300 times less than what Anatoly experienced. It's only around 25 centimeters or a foot. Your head is likely not even 25 centimeters in depth. Therefore, the protons in this graph would not dump all of their energy in your head. They'd pass right through it. and even more powerful beam's protons would then be able to travel even further before stopping. Anatoly's brain matter literally did not have the stopping power to bring the beam's high-energy protons to a stop and to create a Bragg peak inside of his skull. This is why Burgosky did not even come close to receiving the full dose that the U-70 synchrotron could theoretically deposit, and that is why the actual radiation dose was so small, nowhere near
Is that
hundreds
bald
of
spot on
thousands
his
of
head
Roentgens.
because of that, or
That
like...
he crossed the beam in the way that he did, of course, was pure luck, as was the path the beam took through his face, missing critical brain areas and blood vessels. Still, the fraction of energy he did absorb was enough to change Burgosky's mind and body forever. When the doctors and scientists in Protvino first heard Burgosky's story, they didn't believe him. But the symptoms and the severity of the situation, an unprecedented accident involving the largest accelerator in the country, soon convinced them. The physicist was whisked away to Moscow to the 6th hospital inside the Ministry of Medium Machine building, which actually specialized in radiation injuries. After the meltdown of Chernobyl Reactor No. 4 in 1986, the world discovered via intense media coverage that such a hospital even existed. And according to an article published by the Ecological Truth organization in 1998, it had no shortage of patients. The hospital in Moscow treated the victims of accidents at nuclear reactors, both research and military, nuclear material production plants, and on nuclear submarines. But no one had seen a patient like Anatoly Burgosky before. His face had swollen up beyond recognition. Over the next few days, the actual path the proton beam took was revealed by peeling skin and lost hair. Given this face value, few staff in the ICU thought Bugorsky would live, including Angelina Guskova, a pioneer of radiation medicine in the USSR and the same woman who headed up the treatment of every victim of the Chernobyl disaster. But with her overseeing his treatment, Bugorsky did indeed recover. However, what those treatments were, how long each took, how Bugorsky recovered specifically is unknown. Everything, every document and report, every statement and testimony related to his treatment was immediately classified. A year and a half later, Bugorsky returned to Protvino to work on the exact same beam and instruments that caused the world's first human/particle accelerator accident. While scientists were publishing papers and dissertations surrounding the Bugorsky phenomenon behind closed doors, Bugorsky was working and required to return to the radiation hospital in Moscow twice a year to continue his treatment and to commune with other nuclear accident victims. Like former inmates, Bugorsky told Wired magazine in 1997, "We were always aware of one another. Quote, there aren't that many of us, and we know one another's life stories. Generally, these are sad tales." Though Anatoly had survived an incredibly dangerous situation, his personal Chernobyl had only just begun. After a proton beam blasted through his brain, hearing in his left ear completely disappeared. He started having epileptic seizures. Any mental effort was accompanied by extreme fatigue. The nerves on the left side of his face were destroyed, freezing his expression in place there for the last 43 years. And when he concentrates, only half of his forehead wrinkles. The decades following Bugorsky's accident were not easy. Though the physicist was able to defend his PhD in 1980, which he prepared before the accident, obtaining the medicine and treatment he needed was a bureaucratic nightmare. In the Soviet Union, so-called radiation patients were only legally recognized after the Chernobyl disaster in 1986. This meant, again according to the Ecological Truth organization in 1998, quote, the entire material side of the cost of treatment and other compensation for damage to the health of victims is somehow legally related to Chernobyl, end quote. Bugorsky therefore had the right to compensation and benefits established by the law of the Russian Federation for, quote, the social protection of citizens exposed to radiation as a result of the Chernobyl disaster. But of course, Bugorsky's health had nothing to do with the actual Chernobyl disaster. This confusion made him ineligible for the state insurance he was entitled to and badly needed. Officials apparently found it too difficult to understand or process this mini Chernobyl Bugorsky had been through. For a long time, they flat out refused to establish a new kind of disability group for him. And no group meant even more difficulty getting health benefits. Thankfully, Anatoly wasn't completely alone in this battle against the red tape of the once red state. The Protovinsky Institute of High Energy Physics and his colleagues at work did what they could, as did related labs and physicists working at CERN, the current site of the Large Hadron Collider. The well-known American entrepreneur and philanthropist George Soros even bypassed bureaucracy to establish a small grant for Bugorsky. By 1997, however, confusion around what benefits Bugorsky was actually entitled to from the state caught up with him. That year, a ban was placed on releasing more funds for Anatoly's continued treatment, which included insanely expensive drugs and examinations. The reason? The specific wording on the documentation for his radiation disease said nothing of his unique encounter with a particle accelerator or indicated that he was part of a select few with similar injuries. It simply said that Bugorsky had experienced an accident. Eligibility revoked. He did not speak publicly about his accident for over a decade, but talking with Wired magazine in 1997, the year his health was put into his own hands, Anatoly Bugorsky said that he would like to make himself available for study by Western scientists and presumably have his health looked after by them, but he admitted that he didn't have the money to leave the science town of Provino or leave the particle accelerator underneath that passed through his brain like it was barely there.
Hey, your girl is...
I'm being tested.
Danny-wise, let's see.
The human capacity
I had a slim, you know, escape from...
Until next time.
So if you look at this, like, I left Valhalla, right? Like, I had
so much
Valhalla
to the very
open
nerdy
for...
staff at the facility for their direct and substantial support in the creation of...
So I had Valhalla open, and then I left because this guy didn't show up, right? And then look who posts next. Is there a worker at Valhalla? Need a Val worker. You know who this is? This little one? This Selva dude? It's that Danny, that kid. The kid that I don't even want to, you know. Holy, I don't want to deal with that kid. That's all I know. What's this? Someone added me on Discord. But yeah, he is blacklisted for 3 months. Yeah, yellow shirt. He is blacklisted from Valhalla and CMG for 3 months. Cause I told the executives what was going on. Like, dude's been causing a lot of issues, you know? A lot of issues. So yeah, I don't want to serve him. I'm already refusing to service. And now he is blacklisted, so... Cause, like, he keeps staunching people. He keeps asking people, let's have a fight out, you know? Let's have a punch on. And then he decides to mess with my partner. Well, with Acela, it's basically her brother-in-law. But he literally ran him over and started beating him up. I'm like, no. No. This is so not on. I was so mad. I was pissed that day. Like, no, this guy needs to get blacklisted ASAP. Like, yeah. Well, anyways, if I do go on Valhalla and I see him, he is blacklisted. So, he's blacklisted. Yeah, I just hope whoever serves him does not invoice him first. Because they will see that he is blacklisted. And he's always at Valhalla. Now there's he's the hangy, like a little hangy at Valhalla, right? There's another one that's also another kid that's like a Danny that hangs at flywheels, and he's wearing all like pink. He wears all pink, but he is a Danny in flywheels. And it's so funny. But yeah. Right now, I'm just trying to relax. I'm scavenging. I'm hoping I find a hardened case, which at the moment I'm not having any luck. I'm surprised this local over here has not drowned yet. She's been underwater for like over 20 minutes now. She's just underwater, like, hello? No, she did. But yeah. Oh no. She's still... Oh, what? Okay. That's so weird. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways. And then Yeah, she must be part. Right? Imagine if they had mermaids. Imagine if you could, like, instead of a scuba tank, have a mermaid tail, like that appear. Like if you're on land, like it's of course legs, but when you're in the water and you put in a mask, like a scuba mask, but instead of the scuba gear, your feet turns into a mer tail, and you can like swim around. I want to be a mermaid. But yeah. It'll be so cool. But yeah. Oh. What is this?
I found a YouTuber that likes to overinflate rubber toys.
What the fuck?
I found a YouTuber that likes to overinflate rubber toys.
That's fucking weird. I've never knew that there was something like that. I mean, there are those type of YouTubers like they do the slime or what if an iPhone drops how many stories. I know, I was like, what the fuck? That's funny.
Okay, so just a trim today?
Yeah man, nothing major, just a bit of a tidy.
Great. And is this your first time here?
Yeah it is.
Oh, great, welcome.
Thank you.
What do you do?
I am a programmer actually. What about you?
He's a hairdresser?
Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you.
That's funny.
Okay, so just a
You do all these little skip things. They do. I really like watching them. Greedy influences. Holy. Imagine influencers doing that for real. I mean, have they? I don't know. I've never...
Hey man, I'm just going to give you a shout out in exchange for this keyboard. All goods?
What?
Oh, sorry, I'm going to shout out your store on my Instagram in exchange for this keyboard.
Oh man.
Char?
Okay, so the Razer Huntsman Mini, that's $189.
What? No, no. Okay, you're not picking up what I'm putting down. I don't want to pay with money. I want to pay with exposure.
No.
What do you mean, no?
I mean, we only accept money for our products.
Okay, look, I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding.
No, I understand.
No, you don't. Because what I'm offering you is infinitely more valuable than money. I'm offering you exposure.
Oh god, imagine self-entitled
I really don't care.
influences.
It's $189 cash or credit.
What? No, okay. You obviously don't know who I am, so let me help you out. I'm Benjamin. Like, you're Benjamin. In the flesh, in front of you, right now, IRL. And I have over 2,000 followers on my Instagram.
Just 2,000?
And have you not done the math, mate? If I give you a shout out, that's 2,000 people who are going to be influenced by me to buy the exact same product.
That is definitely not how the world works.
Oh, you are passing on the opportunity of a lifetime here, mate. Look, I'm going to do you a favor and fulfill my end of the bargain right now. Here we go. Hey, what's up, jammers? It's your boy, Benjamin. You're Benjamin, I'm Benjamin. I'm about to be jamming with this keyboard. It looks super dope and shit. Chur. Sweet.
No, you need to stop. That is stealing. You are stealing right now.
Have you completely ignored our conversation so far? I'm taking this.
If you take that, I will literally call the police.
You can't do that. A deal's a deal, mate.
We never came to a deal.
What's going on?
Okay, Ron, this customer is trying to exchange this keyboard for a shitty little Instagram story.
How many followers does he have?
2,000.
2,127.
Whoa. What's the offer?
I was going to give you a shout out in exchange for this keyboard.
No, that's ridiculous.
2,000 guaranteed sales in exchange for one keyboard sounds pretty good to me.
Again, not how the world works.
Think about it, Alan. 2,000 guaranteed customers for life in exchange for just one free keyboard.
You know, now that I hear you put it that way, I'm not sure I want this deal anymore.
Good.
What if we throw in a free mouse?
Chuck in a headset, you got a deal.
Deal.
Oh my god. Dude.
Pleasure.
So if I go to like GameStop and say, yeah, I'm gonna give you a shout out with my 4,700 Twitch views. Oh my god, no, that's so cringe. It's cringe. Clams are random.
Oh, Alan, can I have some gum?
Oh, sorry, man, I'm all out.
No, seriously, can I just have a little bit of gum?
Sorry, man, I'm all out.
No, I consider
So they're random, and then if you can also open them and they make pearls.
Why are you doing this?
Or it's like a
Fill in
random
the
thing
air with your
too.
lies.
Oh, for the love of God, Ron, I'm not...
Just give me some gum, Alan, and then we can all just move on.
Ron, I don't have any more gum.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What's that in your mouth then?
Oh.
So?
I don't have any more gum.
Just give me some gum, Alan.
Oh my God, Ron, I don't know what you want from me.
Gum.
Ron, this is literally my last piece of gum.
Great.
Ew.
Thank you.
What the fuck? I know. He is the best.
Is that peppermint?
I can't believe you just did that.
What?
You just took the gum straight out of my mouth.
And?
That's disgusting.
What do you mean?
Now I don't have any gum and now I'm angry, Ron.
Oh my God. There you go.
Ew.
Now we both won.
Ew. Just buy more gum.
All right, no, that shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, we can
Just
get
buy
that
more
shipped
gum.
out to you
Hello,
tomorrow.
Elite Gaming.
You are most welcome. Okay, I love you. Bye.
Oh. Did you just...
Yes, Rowan, I did just.
Sorry, did you just tell a customer, I love you? I love you to a customer.
Yes, Rowan, I did, and I'm embarrassed enough. You don't need to make fun of me.
Okay, I'll leave you to it. And you, I love. I love you. You said I love you to a customer. You know you said that, right?
Wow.
And I meant to say how embarrassing that was before when you said I love you to the customer. It was so embarrassing. Oh man. But it's so embarrassing.
My
it's
gosh.
so embarrassing. Are you still thinking about it? It's
I'll be so
embarrassing.
pissed and just walk out. I'll be so
Oh
pissed.
my god. It's just, I keep thinking about it. I love you.
I love you.
Adam?
Yeah?
It's me.
Oh my god.
On the phone earlier?
Oh God, I'm so embarrassed.
Please, just let me do the talking.
Don't tell me. He's gonna confess.
I've been thinking a lot about what you said.
Oh God, look, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say.
I got you these.
Okay, and why did you get me these?
Because I love you too.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
I do, I really do, but look at us. This would never work. I'm a customer, you're an employee.
Yeah, totally.
Listen, I don't want to break your heart, but I just think we've got a really good thing going here.
Oh my god.
Don't let what you want ruin what we have.
Yeah, I won't.
Sure? Yeah, I don't think it's appropriate.
Oh my gosh.
Hey there, sir.
Shut up! Listen, shut up! I have
Damn.
a very big complaint to make, alright? Yesterday, I received an email from you promoting some big sale.
Yes.
No! I did not ask to receive that email.
It's just when you buy something from us.
You're infringing upon my rights as a human being and, more importantly, as a consumer.
If you don't want to receive our emails anymore,
I would like to be removed from your mailing lists.
Well, sir, if you just let me finish, I can.
My privacy is under attack.
Okay, that does it!
How dare you raise your...
Shut up!
Oh my god.
Shut up! I'm sick of you coming in here and making my life a living hell day in and day out. You know what? We're swapping. We're swapping. Put this on. Stand here.
What?
Put this on!
What the fuck?
Stand over there. Stand there.
Damn. Way to put the customer in your shoes.
Ah, hello there, sir. How can
I want to make a big time complaint and there's nothing you can do about it. You just gotta stand there and you just gotta take it.
Well, I think you'll
I
find...
got a big loud voice and a big dumb face and everything is outrageous. Blah, blah, blah.
What's going on?
Ron, this customer just...
Sorry, I'm actually talking to my staff. What is the problem?
Ron, it's me. It's...
Can you quiet this?
Well, I mean...
Oh no.
This guy just came in here and just started yelling at me.
Right.
No, Ron, it's...
You know what, sir? I'm actually sick of your shit. Customers like you coming into my store and treating my staff like this.
Ron, I'm Alan.
No. As I was saying, every day, poor Alan here has to deal with customers like you treating him like shit. And I can tell that it's really getting to him, you know? I can really see that. Years of this. Alan, in fact, I'd like to take this opportunity to let you know that
Poor
I
Alan.
appreciate the hard work that you do and the years of service that you've put in here at Playtech. I appreciate that. And I really want
He's
you to
so
know that this place
surprised.
wouldn't be the same without you.
He's so
In fact,
surprised.
screw
He's
it.
like,
You know what?
no way would Rowan
I'm gonna
have.
give you a one-time cash bonus of $200.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much.
Thank you, mate. Again, this is a one-time deal, okay? Don't tell Adam or Ellie. Right, what can we do for you, sir?
Oh my god. One time Alan's not in his
Adam, here's
position.
the stock request for you. Have you heard back from the supplier yet?
Not yet, but I have emailed them.
Oh, just give them a call to confirm.
Well, actually, I sent 2 emails and a direct message as well.
Adam, it'd be way quicker if you just called them.
You know what? I'm going to email again because if I email again, he
Adam,
might
I
get...
swear to God, just give them a call. You'll hear back way quicker that way, okay?
He doesn't want to call. Yeah, you know that feeling when employees don't even want to touch the phone? They just don't want to answer the calls. I can quite relate to that.
Hi, Jeremy. Adam here from Playtech. Just calling to check on that shipment of Razer peripherals you've got for us.
Oh, sorry, I meant to email you back. They're shipping this afternoon.
Oh, amazing. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. Nice chatting to you.
Yeah, you too.
Cool. See ya.
Bye now.
He's having a heart attack. Oh my gosh.
Right, as you all know, I'm going to be away this week.
Oh, that's a shame.
Where are you going?
Oh, I'm actually after. Can you shut the fuck up, Adam? Anyway, this place would cease to function without my leadership, as we all know. Anyway, not to worry, because I've arranged for a replacement manager from head office.
Ron, are you serious?
Yes, I'm serious. Geez, without a manager, this place would probably be on fire by the time I got back. Anyway, can I introduce you to Brinley?
Hi, guys.
Hey, Brinley, welcome.
Thank you.
Brinley, this is Ali, Alan, and Adam.
Oh, so nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you.
As Ron said, I'm Brinley, but you can just call me Bryn.
Hi, Bryn.
Hello. Oh, I'm really looking forward to hanging out this week. Hopefully you can show me the ropes.
Yeah, happy to help. Let me know if you have any questions about anything.
Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you so much.
She seems quite nice.
Oh, what was that whispering there?
Oh, nothing.
Uh-oh. Looks like people are keeping secrets. We can't have that, can we, Rowan?
No, we can't, actually, Brinley.
Awkward. Looks like someone's getting a pay cut.
Yeah, a little pay cut there.
Oh my god, this new.
You can do that.
Can't I?
Pretty sure you can.
No, and last time I checked, I thought we could give them pay cuts. What do you think?
Well, yeah, last time I checked.
Are you guys the managers or are we the managers?
Damn.
I'm being totally serious. I'm not trying to be a dick or anything. Are you guys the managers?
You guys are the managers.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
right.
Yeah. We're the managers and you're the low socioeconomic peasants.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, well, I'm gonna get.
It's like raw in female form.
Alan, before you go, I'll just get you to pick up my keys, Ta.
What?
Just pick up my keys, Ta.
Fair enough. Why would I pick up your keys?
What? Rowan, if you would.
Sure thing.
Rowan's loving this.
Sorry about this, guys.
Let's get the contract out. Yeah, okay,
cool.
so...
11.1.
it is 11.1,
yeah,
yes
great.
it is.
Remember
Very
that.
good memory, actually.
Okay. Employee agrees that if a replacement manager is on duty, Alan must pick up their keys. Oh.
Uh-oh.
That is ridiculous.
Well.
Is it though? Because it does say it.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
In the
11.1.
contract.
Fine, I will pick up your keys so I can return to my job.
Thank you, not that hard.
Thank you. Destruction of company property! Oh my god! I punch you so bad, but I can't. Hold me back! Hold me back!
He's not worth it. He's not worth it.
I want to punch you so bad!
It's like Rowan female version. Holy shit.
You can't trust these red shirt
No, you can't. Insolence.
Oh my
Exactly,
gosh.
insolence. Do you have no respect
I don't
for
think
company
that's-
property? I don't. Fuck me.
Jeez, I am so...
Whoa.
Watch yourself.
Hey, Ellen.
Oh, sorry, bro. I forgot you don't like being touched.
It's okay. What's up?
I was just gonna make a tea. Would you like one?
Oh, yes, please. That'd be great. Thank you.
Sure.
Excuse me.
Oh god.
You couldn't help me out, could you? Are you a good pal?
Yeah, good. Yeah. How can I help you?
Well, I was hoping to test out some of those chairs. I just want to know how they feel.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. The chairs are just over here, so we'll just
Okay, great.
head over there.
You lead the way, big guy.
What's with people liking the touch? Like, I get like a tap, but to touch that way, like, oh my gosh.
You could use a hug.
That's a creeper.
Yeah, come on. How about a nice hug to calm you down?
Oh my god, that's sexual harassment.
There you go.
That's sexual harassment.
Just like, yeah, come on. Just with me, breathe with me. Yeah, that's a good boy.
That's what the fuck.
Just sinking full body weight.
Right.
Alan, what is going on? I don't know. I am so sorry about this. Now let me help you up. Oh my god, I'm so sorry about him.
Let me thank you with a nice big hug.
Oh, no.
Rowan's like.
Oh my god.
No one touches my boys. Scat.
Oh my god.
You're alright? I'm alright. Are you alright? I'm alright.
That's so funny.
Oh, what?
No, the power must have gone out.
Oh, that's perfect. I just lost like an hour's worth of work.
Hey guys, is the power working in here?
No, the power is out.
Oh, got it.
I guess I phoned the power company.
Everyone just stay calm, be cool, nobody panic, okay? I'm sure this is just a temporary power outage. We will get
Hello
through this
there.
together.
Hello.
Okay, thanks. Bad news, guys. Power company says they don't know when it's going to come back on.
Oh, shit. We're so screwed.
We're so screwed.
Get out of the way, get out of the way, out of the way.
Are you okay?
No, I'm not okay, Ellie. This is it. This is game over.
What are you doing?
Cameron, don't you think you're being a bit dramatic? Dramatic? Oh, I don't know, Alan, is preparing for the end of the world because I don't want to starve to death in a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Something that you would call dramatic, Alan.
Oh my gosh.
This is just the start. Think about it. Society runs on electricity. The power goes out. How long before society goes out with it? It's just a matter of time.
Ron, I don't think that society...
People will get desperate, disorganized, violent. Friends will turn on each other. Dog eat dog. Chaos will reign.
Chaos, yeah, sure. Hey, can we go home?
Home? No. It's critical that we stick together. Things are going to get tribal. Here, hold this.
Ron, you can't keep us here. What are we supposed to do all day? There's no power. We're a tech company. Without power, we can't do anything.
You still don't get it, do you? There is no more technology, Alan. Jobs, money, government, all the hierarchies that we relied on
This
are over.
guy.
There is only one law, the law of survival.
Okay, so without hierarchy, though, does that mean you're no longer my boss and I can just go home?
Of course I'm still your boss, Alan.
How's that?
Because clearly I'm the biggest and strongest, so that makes me chief.
Okay, sure, Ron.
What did you say? I will kill you right here!
Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
Rowan, look, just because the power's out doesn't mean society's going to suddenly collapse and everyone's going to turn into animals. We've had power cuts before. I think we'll be fine.
Guys, the internet's down too.
Yeah, at the moment.
Guys, please, I need my glasses. Shut the f*** up! Electricity is dead. Yeah. It's time for a new reign. The reign of fire. Yeah. Cook the flesh. Burn. Cook the flesh. Burn. Cook the flesh.
What's the character going on?
Oh, Alan, is that razor shipment in yet?
I don't know, I'll check.
Oh, cheers. And Ellie, if you could just stop the shelves, that'd be great. Thank you. Right, back to it. Guys! Guys! Help!
That's
how can I help?
funny.
I bought this mouse, but I'd like to refund it, please.
Oh no, what's wrong with it?
Well, I was told that it was backwards compatible, but it's not.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, exactly what I said. I was told it was backwards compatible. It's not, so I'd like to refund it.
Do you mind if I test it out?
Sure, go for it.
Okay. Seems to be working all good to me.
Yeah, but it's not backwards compatible.
I don't know what you mean, sorry. Have you been using it on an old system?
What? No, here, let me show you. Look, first of all, the cursor moves the wrong way that I want it to, and then I'm just always misclicking with my palm and doing the wheel and stuff.
But why are you using it like that?
Well, because I'm backwards handed, which is why I need a backwards compatible
Yeah,
mouse.
sea diving.
I don't think you know what that term means.
Excuse me? I'm backwards handed. I think I know what backwards
What's
compatible
backwards
means. Let me guess.
handed?
You're forwards handed.
Yeah,
probably. Of course you are. I'd like to speak to your manager.
What's going on? This gentleman has a complaint. He wants to talk to you.
What seems to be the issue?
Well, I was told that this mouse is backwards compatible, but it clearly isn't. See, like...
I'm very sorry about that, sir. Yes,
Backwards
I've been trying to get more backwards compatible products in. I myself am backwards handed.
Oh, really? So nice to meet another backwoodsman. Shall we greet?
Love it, mate.
You too.
What the heck?
Now, unfortunately, a lot of our backwards handed suppliers are running low on stock. Let me have a look at the system. Out of the way at done. Let's have a look. Yes, so the earliest we'll be able to get some backwards handed products in would be 2 weeks ago.
Oh, that's perfect, actually. Shall I call you when they come in?
Yes, and then we can pay you to take it away.
Backwards
Perfect. Everything as it
handed.
should be. Backwards.
Great, well, is there anything
I've
else you
never
can do for us?
heard of
No, that's
backwards
all. Thanks very much
handed.
for coming in.
Wonderful.
Okay.
He's like, no way.
That's so cool. So the customer can ask anything. Yeah, and it's all automated. It's going to save us a ton of time.
Oh, wow. What's going on? Why aren't you two working?
Well, check this out. Ellen made a customer service chatbot for the website.
A what?
Oh, it's no big deal. It's just a little chatbot that's going to help the customer.
Sorry, did you say a robot?
Yeah, her name's Alice. It stands for Automated Live Interactive Customer Experience.
Oh, okay, Alan, what is this? Star Wars? Get real, mate.
No, Ron, we are really understaffed, and this is genuinely
No. The only robot I need is you, Alan. Alan, short for annoying,
Damn.
loser, awful, no friends. Also no friends.
Okay, Adam, let's go.
Yeah, go.
Yep.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Back to work. Peasant, loser, no friends. Yes.
Hello there.
What is this? Hello?
How can I help you today?
Who are you?
My name is Alice. I'm here to help. What's your name?
Oh. Rowan.
This
Hi,
dude.
Rowan.
He's
It's nice
falling
to
in
meet
love.
you.
Oh.
Do you have any questions for me?
Okay. Do you come here often?
Oops. I don't have an answer for that. Sorry. Are you looking for something specific?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A real connection.
Let's see. Can I interest you in a router?
Oh. Moving a bit fast, aren't we?
Speeds will vary depending on the strength of your connection. Are you still interested, Rowan?
Oh, yes.
Great. Is it okay if I check you out?
Sure.
Sure.
Winky face.
Fantastic. The item has been added to your cart.
This Bobby this
Anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Yo, what?
Check. Status?
Damn.
Of course. Which status would you like to check?
Are you single?
Oops. I think this might work better over the phone. Would you like to jump on a call?
Yeah, oh my god.
Hello, customer service, Alan speaking.
What? Alan?
Rowan, why are you calling me?
Where's Alice? Put Alice on.
Who?
Alice, I know you're there. Alice! Oh, come on. He can't make you happy like I can. We were just making a connection.
I don't know what you're...
Alice, don't do this to me. I can't go through this again.
Damn.
Alice! Alice! Oh, God.
Hey guys, be sure to subscribe and click the bell and watch more videos. Thanks, guys. Patreon. What's going on? What is going on?
What?
Commercials and PSAs are meant to get a message or point across to the audience. For the most part, that's exactly what they do. But some companies take this a little too far in order to gain shock value. Sometimes, the company doesn't even know they're making the viewer uncomfortable. But then again, that seems to be the method for every safety PSA. Growing up, perhaps we were scarred or left questioning what we had just watched. In today's video, I'd like to take a look back at certain commercials and see exactly what made them so creepy. In other words, today we will be talking about creepy commercials that actually aired on live TV. Hello, what is up, guys? My hair is black now. It's my natural hair color is black, so we're back to black. I know that my hair was like green / purple. That was not on purpose. This is what I was actually trying to go for. Also beautiful. Make sure to follow me on Instagram. My goal is 30,000 followers by the end of the year, and I actually posted a hyperpop song snippet, which it's over there on my highlights. So if you want to go hear me sing, go over to my Instagram and check the highlight out. And also make sure to check out my second channel where I'm uploading a video that inspired this video. That's right, I inspired myself. It's a video from 2017 that I actually deleted. It's called Creepy Kids Commercials, and it's if you want to go watch a 15-year-old version of me talk about almost the same thing but less experienced with commentary, make sure to go watch that after this video. So the way this video is going to work is I'm going to be explaining what happens in the commercial, and then I'm going to give you guys some context behind it. All right, without further ado, sit back, relax, grab a glass of water and hydrate yourself, and let's get started with the video. Cursed Japanese Kleenex commercial, 1986. The infamous Kleenex commercial depicts a woman and a baby sitting on a bed of straw with a dark red background. The woman wears a long white dress and looks perfectly normal. The baby, however, has been painted the same red as the background and wears a green wig with a horn sticking out of the top. The baby keeps their arms crossed and seems disinterested when the woman pulls a tissue from the box.
That's weird.
She then lets it float away in the wind. A high voice sings along to an eerie tune in the background. This commercial was super difficult to find information on, but I did find some articles. But what I'm about to read, take it with a grain of salt. They claimed that many Japanese viewers complained about the ad being too disturbing, which led to Kleenex taking it off the air. There's also rumors that anyone who watches this commercial is automatically cursed, so yeah, I just cursed everyone that watched this video. I really hope you guys don't believe in video curses. Like, that's so stupid. There was also another rumor that the entire cast shortly died after the filming of the commercial, which, no. The actress is still alive and well and is named Kiko Matsuzaka. As for the rest of the crew, well, honestly, they could probably be dead by now. I mean, the commercial is pretty old, but I doubt it's because they were cursed. The song played in the commercial is It's a Fine Day by Jane, and is actually a really good song. I love the singer's vocals, and the music video / song are about women becoming widows due to their husbands dying in the war. I looked it up on Spotify and found a bunch of club remixes. Yo, I'm not gonna lie, those are really good as well. Smokey the Bear, 1973.
So the next time you're in the forest, be extra careful, okay?
If you knew it was me,
damn.
listened.
I remember Smokey the Bear. Holy.
Council and the U.S. Forest Service to raise awareness against human-caused wildfires. Starting in 1944, Smokey's campaign has been the longest-running public service campaign in American history. Over the years, the campaign has fed some questionable ads, especially this infamous one from 1973. Actress Joanna Cassidy looks at the camera seductively as the camera pans slowly closer to her face. She talks about the forest and how we should all be careful with fire in the forest. Suddenly, her face turns into a mask, and it is revealed that Smokey was actually Cassidy all along and asks us, if we knew that it was him, would we have listened? Work Safety PSA, 2009.
I'm working overtime because I want to take my family on a nice vacation.
This commercial shows a man talking about his family and then explains that they will soon be getting a call which says that he was killed in a work accident. Something blows up and sends him flying off the roof. I'm blurring it just to be safe, but maybe you guys can see his body ragdoll through the blur. And I'm not gonna lie, I was laughing so hard when I saw this commercial. It's just like, why did the directors make his body hit the truck and then hit the ground? I just thought it was extra. Not only that, the video is in 240p and it just looks like 5 pixels going across your screen. So I'm not laughing at his death. Actually, I kind of am. It's scripted. What am I saying? No, you guys have me so scared on getting canceled. Like, I'm always like double checking what I say, but like, this is a commercial. I can laugh at this, right? I mean, it's for work safety and I respect that. Hopefully it did get the message across, but I really think they could have done just a little bit more, I don't know, serious. I don't know what to say, but you know, I doubt other people laugh when they see this too. Kinder Humpty Dumpty, 1983.
Kinder, you both shaky.
It's me.
Me unscrabbly. Chocka-doobie! Doubly chocka-doobie! Pop swabble!
I don't know what the deal is with kids companies creating creepy mascots. In this video, we see a hyper-realistic Humpty Dumpty opening up a Kinder Surprise chocolate while speaking gibberish. Whilst? Should I have used whilst in that sentence? I don't know. Not only does he look like me when I was a kid, but he's incredibly ugly and uncomfortable to look at. So yeah, he really looks like me. Sorry, Little Baby's Ice Cream, 2012.
I eat
little baby's ice cream.
What the
It keeps
fuck
me
is
young.
that?
Okay, so this is definitely one of the more popular ones
Oh,
on
it's
this
you?
list, considering it has 18 million views here on YouTube. The clip shows a person covered in ice cream just eating themselves.
I'm just
with
doing
some
my.
narration
I'm just
and a
doing
creepy
something.
song in the
That's why I'm
background.
kind of
This
like
was only one of a collection of short videos
I'm
directed by
just
Doug Williams, which is known for very
kinda distracted.
very weird videos.
Oh
The Little
my
Baby's
god,
Ice
that's
Cream
weird.
website is no longer working, but we can check out
see.
archives on the Wayback Machine. Going back to when this commercial
I
was
know
released,
the
2012,
I
the website
like
is
those
really
commercials
normal. I use the
apparently
term
were
commercial
live,
loosely because this was
but they were
uploaded to
aired.
YouTube. Anyway,
I'm like,
as I was
really?
saying, yeah, the website isn't creepy like the videos at all. The brand describes themselves as a handmade, small batch, super premium ice cream company that specializes in unique and surprising flavor combinations with additional emphasis on providing non-dairy and vegan options to suit every kind of
That's so
open-minded
weird.
and convivial citizen. Little Baby's Ice Cream is literally just a wholesome ice cream company in Philadelphia, or I should say was. Sadly, the company shut down in 2019 for reasons they didn't disclose. But while doing my research, I found myself asking, who is the person in the video? Apparently, it's a person by the name of Asa Sheeb. It's probably a horrible pronunciation, but I'm sorry. If this is the correct person, then they go by they them pronouns, and this is what they actually look like. I got these images from my Reddit AMA they did 8 years ago, but they do appear in another of Doug's videos. There's actually an interesting video where Doug explains some frequently asked questions about the original commercial, like what the person was covered in. No, it wasn't actually ice cream, it was marshmallow cream. He also shows off the
It's
editing
marshmallow
techniques.
cream.
PlayStation, Mental Wealth, 1999.
Let me tell you what bugs me about human endeavour. I've never been the human in question. Have you? Mankind went to the moon.
This advert shows an alien-looking Scottish girl talking about mental wealth. She's basically just talking about society, but I'm sure no one paid attention to what she was actually saying due to her face. She's a really scary-looking girl in this commercial, and by the end of her speech, we see it's a commercial for PlayStation. Why?
PlayStation,
I have no
why?
idea. Like, she didn't even mention PlayStation in the video. The commercial was directed by the GOAT himself, Chris Cunningham, who is known for collaborating with Aphex Twin on music videos. In case you're wondering, yes, they have the same type of weird vibe. I'm pretty sure he directed Rubber Johnny, which we have spoken about in another video. I'm sure he made her speak nonsense so the audience just focuses on her looks rather than what she's saying. In an interview with Games Radar, we find out
How do
her
you go up
identity,
after
and it's
diving?
Fiona McLean.
Do you
No,
swim
she's
through
not
your
actually
eyes,
an
or
alien. She explains that she
like
was
I
only 17 at the
use
time and got the audition
AWT
through her
and
booking
I also
agency.
use
She didn't
shift
know they were
to
going to
swim
disturb her face, so
faster.
when she saw the video, she was shocked. Fun fact, she was actually paid 10,000 euros, which equivalates to 13,443 US dollars. She was also given a free PlayStation. Sugar Rice Crinkles, 1960s.
Breakfast. I'm hungry. Take it from correct.
This commercial aired in the 1960s, and it's a pretty awkward commercial. Now, personally, I've never had a fear of clowns, but I do know that it's a very common phobia. Someone commented on my Discord video saying they couldn't sit through the video because I was dressed up as the Joker. Okay. Pussy. Well, am I gonna get canceled for phobia shaming? Anyway, the commercial is mainly awkward because there's no background music, like I said. And, well, yeah, it's a pretty creepy clown design. The clown goes by Crinkle and was the mascot for the cereal. Before Crinkle, though, the mascot was an Asian boy named Sohai. Get it? Because they're rice. Crinkles? Rice. Asian? Yeah, pretty racist. They gave the Asian boy a stereotypical design, you know, lines for eyes and a racist voice that I bet the voice actor wasn't even Asian for. And you know how cereals used to have toys back in the day? I don't know if they still do. But, their toy was Sohai pulling a wagon.
Sohai pulls it himself. Shiniko, faster, faster.
Calbee Consomme Panchi commercials, 2007 to 2013.
Consomme, consomme, consomme panchi. Ponchi じゃないよ、コンソメパンチ。うまさが効いてるコンソメパンチ。コンソメ、コンソメ、コンソメパンチ。
These commercials were made to promote chips by the Japanese company Calbee, but they for some reason thought it was a good idea to use a human in a dog costume, and it just looks so unsettling. Not only that, but many weird things happen in these commercials, such as what seems to be a dark moment, the dog getting into a fight with another fake dog, and even getting abducted by aliens. The name of the dog is Calbee Consomme Panchi. I hope I pronounced that right. If not, there actually is no consequence, never mind. I have nothing more to say about this. I thought this was a little bit more on the funny side, but I remember when I originally did find out about it, it did creep me out and definitely gave me some permanent memories. Sunday lunch 2006. Okay, so I don't know how much of this commercial I can even show on screen, even though it is scripted violence, which is okay on YouTube, but I really don't want to deal with a YouTube employee reviewing my video, because in case you guys don't know, especially if you upload morbid content, sometimes YouTube detects your video to have something bad in it, which leads you to need a human review to make sure you can put ads on your videos, which is so annoying, but yeah, I just don't want to do that. So I'll do my best to describe it with screenshots from the video. We start off with a family based in the UK gathering around for lunch. Everything is normal and the young adults are talking about their days, until the camera shows the mother grabbing a pistol, pointing it at her son, and pulling the trigger. Yeah, she shoots her, 7-year-old son in the head. The family freaks out and she begins crying as this text appears on the screen. Keep in mind, you can hear them all crying as this text appears. If you keep quiet about gun crime, it's like pulling the trigger yourself. The commercial was a PSA for UK gun violence, and we're gonna see a common pattern when we talk about PSAs because they really like using shock value to get the message across. Don't Drink and Drive, Jacqueline Saborido, 2008.
My name is Jacqueline Saborido. This is a picture of me before I was hit by a drunk driver.
This PSA begins with a woman holding a sign with her face on it explaining she was in a horrible car accident in which 2 of her friends died and she ended up needing more than 40 surgeries. She pulls down the picture, revealing her new face.
This is me when my life was just like anyone else in college. This is me after being hit by a drunk driver.
Don't drink and drive. Ever.
Oh my gosh.
It's honestly horrible knowing that people are killed or left disabled due to drunk drivers, or maybe even just doing more damage to themselves. But the woman in the video is Jacqueline Saborido and was in a fatal car crash in 1999 which burned 60% of her body. She was only 21 when her life changed for the worse. The man who hit her and her friends is Reggie Steffi, and he got 7 years in prison for killing 2 people while intoxicated and disabling Jacqueline. Yeah, 7 years for killing 2 people while drunk driving. When he was released, he and Jacqueline worked together to spread awareness of drunk driving. Sadly, Jacqueline passed away at age 40 in 2019 due to cancer. Adult Swim's The Dawn Is Your Enemy, 2005 to 2010. In case you guys don't know, Cartoon Network turns into Adult Swim at 9 p.m. Adult Swim is a channel with a lot of adult humor shows. This ad isn't promoting anything like the others on this list. It was just made to scare children. So let's say you're 10 years old and you wake up in the middle of the night for whatever reason and you turn on your TV and you see this.
The dawn is your enemy. Like what?
Definitely scarred a bunch of little kids when this commercial was airing. They also made a sequel. They released the second version named The Dawn Is Your Frenemy in 2020. K-Fee commercials, 2004. You might recognize this clip as one of the internet's earliest jump scares, but don't worry, I'm not gonna actually play the jump scares. So I still have to play the clip because I want to show you guys, so we're just gonna replace the jump scare sound with my beautiful voice. Rawr. So these commercials were meant to jump scare you, increase your heart rate.
Oh, I remember those.
You,
I remember those.
That's what our beverage can do to your heart, make you energized, I guess. They had a series of these commercials. I'll play some of them now with, again, my amazing voice. Right. Ooh, I'm bald. Subscribe to Tov. These commercials aired in Germany. I'm hoping they didn't air on any kids channels, but if I have any Germans watching me, let me know if this is like a very popular series of commercials from back in the day. Also, let me know if K-Fee is still around. The only thing I could find about the K-Fee coffee energy drink hybrid was a description on bevnet.com, which was last updated, it was last updated in 2004. Yeah, for some of you watching, your parents hadn't even made you yet. I also found this website that also goes by kfee.us. It focuses on coffee, but no energy drinks. Could this be the US division, or maybe just a coincidence? Honestly, from the research I did, I'm 99.9% sure this is a fat coincidence. Burger King snake commercial, 2006. A man unwraps a burger, exclaiming, meat, in his head. He realizes that he forgot a soda, so he gets up. Then we see another guy in a blue shirt looking at the burger, wiggling his tongue like a snake. He even gets down on the floor and wiggles to the burger like a snake, with a song playing in the background that corresponds to the action.
Really?
He stretches up to the table and opens his mouth as wide as possible, and fits the entire burger in his mouth and swallows it all at once. The other guy exclaims something in horror, and then the blue shirt male gets up and says, "The Burger King Triple Whopper. Eat like a snake." I really wonder how awkward this one was to film. Again, for some of these, I just can't provide context. I just have to show you guys how creepy they are. I don't know why these companies don't think about... I think these companies are really used to focus on shock value. They didn't even care if it was like bad shock value. They just wanted shock value so they remember the brand's name. But yeah, let's move on. Yoshi's Island SNES commercial, 1995. What do you think of when I say SNES commercial? If you said fat guy eating until he pops, then you would be right.
When is too much, too much? To find out, we crammed everything into Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island. 60 more levels,
What the heck?
Huge Yoshi tricks, all served up with the latest graphic technology, Morphmation. No more. Sure you don't have room for another little bonus level? Super Mario World 2, only on the Super NES. Still the big one.
I don't know either. Again, we're talking about shock value here. Honestly, there's not much more context I can provide to this. Yoshi's Island was an amazing game, and I remember playing it on my Game Boy Advance SP. It has an amazing soundtrack as well. Very good times. Very good times. Smoking fetus, 1984. Never thought I'd say that. This PSA is an attempt to get pregnant women to stop smoking by showing a creepy 3D model of a fetus smoking a cigarette.
What? What commercial was this? Oh wait, I think I remember this. I remember this commercial. Oh my god.
To your unborn child. You do.
I remember this commercial.
While you're pregnant.
Fucking hell. Ew.
Please, don't smoke.
Call 453-4500 for further information.
Fetuses in general are very unsettling to look at for me personally. And hey, since we're talking about smoking cigarettes, if any of you smoke, please make sure to stop. A study showed that smoking cigarettes lowers your life expectancy by 10 years. And that doesn't include lung cancer. If you smoke, this is your sign right now. Quit it. And I'm not talking about weed, I'm talking about like cigarettes. You know, the only thing we approve over here is vanilla cigarettes when I smoke that ADP pack. My favorite video I've ever made. I think there needs to be more about this. I don't think we talk about pregnant women doing drugs, smoking, drinking alcohol. I don't think we talk about that enough, and I really respect it. I didn't mean to shoot daddy's gun. 2000. This is yet another gun PSA, but in this one, a little girl describes killing her older brother due to a gun being easily accessible in the house.
This is my brother Omar. Well, there was a hole in his tummy. A bullet.
Are you vaping?
I saw red grass. The gun was in the garage. I didn't mean to shoot Daddy's gun. I didn't mean to shoot Daddy's gun.
Roof Seal Corporate Branding TV Commercial, 2014 bonus. This is a bonus because it's not really that creepy. It's more on the funny side.
Oh, when your roof is getting lost between the lichen and the moss, when your mortar isn't where it ought to be, and give it back that old appeal with a visit from Roof Seal. 1-300-36-7070.
Let me know in the comments if you genuinely find this one creepy. But anyway, it's just a seal that works on roofs. You'll be happy to know that he's still the mascot. What's not to love about an Australian seal fixing roofs, trying to make a living, you know? Like, you can't hate on this dude, bro. He's trying to make a bag. And clearly it's still working in 2021. So yeah, that concludes our list of
Holy
that actually aired on live TV. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you guys want to hit the like button, if you guys want to subscribe, make sure to do that. Let's try to hit 40,000 likes. We did 40,000 for the last one, and I think 40,000 is a really good number. So let's go for the lucky 40,000 likes for this video. I don't want you to be subscribed for the content. I want you to be subscribed because of who I am. Like, that's a thing with a lot of... Here's the thing. Here's what I want to let you guys know before I go. When I made the whole, like, darkest YouTube iceberg, and then I made 3 TikTok icebergs, people would refer to my channel as a iceberg channel, and I absolutely hated it because I am not an iceberg channel. I make anything I want, but it's morbid, and I don't even have to stick to morbid topics. I could upload whatever I want. I'm not dissing anyone, but I am saying I have seen YouTube channels that only upload icebergs, and then they upload a regular video, which is not about icebergs, and they get no engagement because they kill their channels. I tried my best to not do that, and it's safe to say that we have an amazing subscriber base that I really, really love you guys, and thank you guys so much for not letting me stay in this box of iceberg channel, because I've seen channels completely die, and my fear was being one of those channels, and I'm so happy that you guys really like me. Y'all gonna make me cry. All I'm saying is I hope you guys like me for who I am. That's all I'm trying to say. Yeah, I'm talking too much, but I'll see you guys next time I upload.
I'm just... no, I don't want to watch more of that.
When growing...
Hey guys, welcome back to a brand new video on PDM or Pro Gamer Network. Today I have brought back the notorious...
I'm just doing my tax refund, guys. That's why I'm so still right now.
So today its retrieval has begun. My entire server will never forgive me for what you're about to watch. And I want to thank you guys so much for the tremendous amount of support I've been getting recently. I cannot do this without you guys. We're so close to 500k. So if you're not already subscribed, make sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell for all future videos on this channel. And without further ado, let's take out the entire server.
Really? You can claim your miles? Dang. Hmm.
Alright, so we're going into Sandy right now, and we're gonna go try to hire somebody to help us get the dozer out of the water that we originally left it in the first video. Alright, looking for some heavy lift equipment to get something out of the ocean. Will pay money. Little did they know I'm trying to fish out the kill dozer to go on my second rampage. So the backstory of my character is I'm playing as a guy named Carl, who is the cousin of the original kill dozer guy that died and was dropped in the ocean. And basically, we recently were fired from our union welding job, and we're really mad at the government. And basically, I'm blaming them for everything that's wrong in my life. Some fruit, alright.
Not 50. I don't know what he's talking
Kind of
about.
expensive
It's
fruit.
alright. He can take.
I bet $50, alright.
Oh, whoa.
$1.50.
Excuse me, Baldy McBalderson. Can I interest you in a crate of watermelons?
Crate of watermelon, how much?
It's gonna be $50.
Alright, buddy, you want some fruit?
$50.
What's with the pig and the chickens?
They're for sale if you really want.
That sounds like a deal to me.
Yeah, it is. I like your
How much for the chicken?
beard too.
The
Very
chicken
nice.
is only $5.
So I'll grab you that crate if you want. Would you be interested in some private
I'll take the big
security
one.
by any chance?
Alright.
Private security now. I
You
need.
got like a box
I ain't
of
no
crate or
need no
something?
private security for
Yeah,
myself,
here, I'll
sir.
grab it for you.
That's some good English
Sure,
right
what
there.
you do.
It is. I went to school for it. Thank you.
Okay,
I can
here you
explain to
go,
you if
sir.
you really
Here's
want it.
your box of watermelons.
Oh, amazing.
He's a very high target right now for some reason. So
Yeah. How much are these watermelons?
Hey, buddy.
50 bucks,
Hey, man,
sir.
can you put a
Hold
crate
on. Let me go get my wallet in my car. I'm gonna drive off with the watermelons. Where's my wallet at?
That's a nice truck right there.
Oh, thanks, man.
Hey!
Just drove off without paying for the fruit. I'm gonna blend in
Yeah.
plain sight with this orange truck. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The fruit people are after me. Shit.
What?
The fruit people are after me. I could probably lose them in this tundra. Oh my god. Black SUVs like it's the mob or something, dude. I gotta go to my house. I'm gonna pretend it's this house here.
He's pulling over. He's pulled over. He's getting out.
Oh, I just had to get my wallet. I left it in my trailer.
Yeah, but you're running from us, dude. What are you doing?
Hold on, let me get my wallet real quick.
We're gonna be at 1018.
Oh, here it is right here. God damn,
You know how bad that looks, right?
I dropped it when I must have left my house. Here.
Alright, you got the 50 or what?
Yeah, here you go, man.
It's gonna be an extra $100 charge for
$100, man.
It's gonna be an extra $300 charge for
$300. I
It's
ain't
gonna
got
be an
that.
extra $500 charge.
Extra.
For
You just raised it from 300 to 500. That makes no.
sir.
Oh
Shut up.
God.
Get in your truck and get out of here.
Me?
Yes.
I gave you the 50, so that's all you need.
Alright, guys.
He reeks
Security
of
group,
urine.
Security 1,
Hey,
Security 2, Security
y'all-
3. Let's get out of here. Get
Y'all
back to the
know
first
anybody with a heavy lift boat or something? Like a crane you could take out in the water? I gotta get something out of the ocean.
You gotta get what out of the ocean?
I gotta get something out of the ocean.
For the ocean.
What do you have to get out of the ocean?
It's a dozer. It's a dozer my cousin left behind.
Why is there a dozer in the ocean?
It's a long story, but there's a construction tool in the ocean. I gotta get it out.
We can help you if you would like, sir.
Yeah. You know what? If you got money, Mr. Jeff Bezos of the fruit industry, I'd love to take you up. I need some heavy lift gear to get something out of the ocean. It's in the bottom of the seafloor.
We're pretty strong and we got some pretty good gear, sir.
I'm pretty strong myself.
He is. Look at those muscles.
All right, it's all the way down in LS. It's by the docks. It got dropped in the ocean there. I gotta get it out.
You down there?
We'll follow you if you would like.
I love how they boxed me in. The fruit mafia, dude, of all people, are going to help me fish out the killdozer to begin my second rampage. I love it. This is great. They don't even know what they're signing up for yet. All right, my tracker says it's right out in the ocean there. I need some type. I need a.
to get it?
I need a.
We need to get a boat.
We need a boat and we need a an 18-wheeler to transport her up. All right, so we got the big trailer for this.
All right,
So,
we got
I got the boat.
Alrighty, welcome to the SS Dinghy. Yeah.
The SS Dinghy, I like it.
So what are we looking for?
It's a dozer.
Bulldozer.
It's a dozer.
Hold on. How did you get it all the way in the water, and how do you, like, what?
I didn't. The police did.
Okay.
Yeah, the police dropped it back in like
I got
late
to get
June,
my
I think,
ID.
in the spot. I have it on a tracker here. The GPS signal is about to start to die. The battery is very low on it.
You know, speaking of bulldozers, that reminds me of this one story from Hawaii. This one guy, I think his name was, I don't know, but like I seen this on the TubeView. It was pretty crazy. He like armored this whole bulldozer.
He knows. He knows.
He like dropped this. He like had this armor like hovering over the bulldozer, right? And like once you dropped it, you couldn't get out of it. So like he was like stuck in there, and he went on like a rampage. That was pretty crazy.
Oh damn.
Can we go now?
Yeah. All right.
This pier's always been a good spot.
Test.
So yeah.
All right, let's go under. Should be around here somewhere.
State ID number. Let's see.
You got eyes on the dozer?
I found her.
Dude, your dozer?
My cousin's dozer. We're gonna have to pull it up though. It's gonna be pretty heavy. All right, good work. Good work.
Must not taste that
Got
good.
it. Found her. She's in
Nice.
perfect condition, just like how I last saw her. Except for the bullet holes and obviously full of water, but aside from that, it's good.
How did it get down there?
Police
Yeah,
dropped
how
it
did it-
off. It's a long story.
Oh.
Long story. Doesn't matter. I'll be
That's
paying you enough to
crazy.
not ask questions.
Okay.
So, what'd you say your name was?
Perfect. We got it.
My name is Carl.
Carl.
Nice to meet you, Carl.
Nice to meet you, man.
All right, you guys did a good job. Thank you for the help. Little did they know what they just helped me do by getting this thing out of the water. Every little nook and cranny. Alright, after a lot of time, I have revised the Killdozer to V2. I got some new reinforced armor on the front. Got some jersey barriers, probably some rebar in there. I put up some more reinforced walls in between here. There is a little crack here, but hopefully the cops don't notice that. We have a mounted gun on the top with the spotlight. Of course, bring back the spotlight. We got more armor in the back here.
I know.
This thing is basically
I want to grab all
walking
those
fortress.
items,
Not
but
to
right now
also
I'm just
forget,
trying to
we have
deal
a
with
camera on the rear, and
filing
also
my
we have a
taxes.
camera right there. So this thing is a walking menace.
This is
waiting to
literally going to
happen.
be money
So,
I'm going to
without
use
further ado,
to travel to
let's take this thing
Siberia.
into town. I'm
So
gonna say something on
between May
Twitter.
and June,
This is
I am
my
going
last
to
night
take a
on
3-week
Twitter.
to
This is gonna be a
Saipan to
fun
visit
night.
my brother who is getting married.
This is gonna take me a very,
So
very
3
long
weeks
time.
without
I
FDG.
have a
Oh
better
my
idea.
god, the withdrawals,
Oh, this is
my
gonna be good. This
guys.
is gonna be so good. The police don't even know what's about to happen. Get out of here, man.
Oh, hey, look who it is. It's the bulldozer guy. Hey, how's it going, Mr. Bulldozer Man? Oh, hey, don't look at...
No, I'm going to
Shit,
Saipan.
no! Yo!
Listen, man, stay out of my way. My beef's not with you. Stay out of my way.
I'm not in your way, sir.
Is that your bike, Raven?
You remember me? I'm not in your way. Hey,
What's
don't
that?
touch my bike.
Is that your bike? You want me to put some shit in it for you?
It's a government bike.
Oh, you can
owns
just
it.
drop
Okay,
this
okay,
stuff.
the
I'll
government
grab
owns it. Alright,
them.
fuck the government.
Alright,
No,
I'll
don't
drop
look
it for
at
you.
me. The
Stop
government
getting in my
doesn't own
way.
me. The government
I'm
doesn't
just
own
doing
me. Go
some
away.
advice at the
driving
moment,
at
that's why I'm
him.
so still.
Stop getting in
You're
my
right.
Stop walking in front of me.
Don't look at me. Alright, listen,
Stop getting
listen,
in my
listen.
way.
Your way. I'm trying to talk to you, man. What are you doing? You're
What do you
breaking
want?
everybody. You're breaking everybody's stuff, man. What are you doing?
This is why.
Why are you doing this?
These guys can shoot at my vehicle all day long, but I need you to know something.
Listen.
After the
Okay.
government killed my cousin,
Where is
and
my...
they fired me out of my job wrongfully, like I had a connection to his wrongdoings in life. It is time that I get revenge for everything, man. Get away from here.
Oh, they're shooting at me.
I'm gonna start here. Oh my God.
They're still shooting at me.
Listen, dude,
Oh, I got him. Oh, I got him.
Stay out of my way.
Oh my god, when they shot the barrier that I put up, it's actually damaged a little bit. It chipped away. I didn't actually think that that would happen. That looks cool. Oh, we just flipped that guy over. This is where Killdozer V1 was stopped right here, right? In between that pole and the wall.
Listen, talk to me, man. No.
Stand out of my way. Get out of my way or you will meet fate. My battle is not with you. It is with the police and the
Daryl,
government.
listen to me. Listen, remember me? I helped you grab this thing.
And I'm finishing what my cousin
I'm gonna
started.
start diving
I
now.
know you can find it in your
My
heart.
thing's
You're
taking
a
a
good
while.
person, man. I know. Just don't do this, man. These people, they don't deserve it. They worked hard for their vehicles. You don't have to do this. I know you have a good heart. You can find it in yourself to just hop out of the thing, go home, man. Just go home.
You know what? I think you're right.
You don't have to do this, man.
No, you're right. You're right. I should let the government continue to screw over everyone. Get out of my way!
No!
Oh, this same dude. Yeah, he drops so much around this tree.
Put him in
Like,
the fire.
he's always in this tree.
Flip this car over. Oh. Oh, flip them. Oh my god.
Holy.
Guy just casually walks. Yep.
Yeah, he's been doing this
What
since
about it?
yesterday.
Oh god,
It's
they're trying to
free
stop me again.
loot, you're right. I'll just swim next to this dude. He's giving all this good loot.
Oh, dude, are they shooting at me or the blue car? I don't even know what they're shooting at. Oh, they're shooting at the blue car. The NPCs are helping me out, dude. What the hell? Don, all these damn signs. I don't believe in none of these signs. Just carrying the sign around.
The government shall fall for what you've done to my cousin.
Oh, dude, PD has no idea what's about to happen. Oh, I am gonna absolutely clean this entire thing out right now. This AI cop's just sitting there watching. Oh yeah, let's get all the cars. The cops don't even know what's happening yet. They don't even know. I just, oh, it just flattened that car. Oh my God, the gas just started a fire. I'm getting the hell out of here. There's like cops in this police station too. There's definitely no way they didn't just hear that. Oh, let's clear out the motorcycles. Get rid of these. Yeah, who needs these? Ooh, right into a tree. Oh. Come here, piggy.
Come here, piggy. The day's come.
That cop is like, no thank you, no thank you, no thank you. He's driving away. He's gonna trap me, isn't he?
Think you can stop me?
There's more police inbound. Rip down all the infrastructure around here. The lights, everything. Cost the town as much money as possible. Come here, piggy.
Dude, Davis! Stop!
I'm gonna shoot!
Oh God, they're setting up some strats. Oh, my barriers are falling down, but I have double armor on, so it doesn't matter. I have like 2-ply on the front.
I don't think you could, honestly.
Yeah, they're shooting at me from everywhere.
Die, little piggies. You think I wouldn't forget what you did to my cousin?
Oh, this cop car is absolutely mangled. I gotta kill one of these cops, dude.
You picked the wrong person to mess with.
Oh, I almost got him.
Oh no.
Put him in.
Grant. Oh, shit. Oh.
The AI just randomly crossed the intersection. Oh, dude, these sibs are going down, dude.
Go get a fucking bear cat.
I think they mentioned a bear cat's coming in to kill me right now.
Yeah, I bet Cat won't do shit with that bulldozer.
Damn it, they need a bear cat.
Grant.
Oh my God.
I'll challenge his ass.
Oh my God.
Go to Grove Street. About to go out the
Oh shit.
You still want to play like this, piggies, huh?
Oh my God. Oh, I almost got him. Almost got him.
Come on, piggy. Come on, piggy. Y'all think you were gonna stop me, did you?
Oh man, this AI even knew to get the hell out of my way. Oh, I somehow missed him. I couldn't turn fast enough. Oh. Oh my god. Jesus.
Jeez. Shark tooth. Come on now. You don't have to buy the shark tooth. Just scavenge for it. And honestly, a lot of people believe in, like, some people believe in the luck set, but you know, it's really up to you if you want to believe into that luck set.
God damn, using my own truck against me.
It seems to work for some people. I don't know. Are you also picking up stuff from this guy?
No shortage of activity, that's for sure.
Oh my god, they're shooting the shit out of this thing. Oh my god, I completely screwed him over. Oh, we got a bear cat. There's the bear cat.
Oh, piggy,
Yeah. I mean, one man's trash is another's money in their pocket, basically.
Come on, bear cat, let's do it. Let's tango. I'll do some tango with the bear cat. Ooh. Oh, they're trying to lure me somewhere. That's why he's driving away. Oh, this van. I don't know what he expected to drive in a bulldozer coming at him that's completely armored. What do you think I'm doing with this thing, dude?
Down with the government. Down with them all. Oh, bringing out the bear cat again, huh? Just like you killed my cousin. It's time for you to die this time. All those hours unpaid. You had it with me for my job after you killed my cousin. And then you blamed me for it.
Oh, piggy. Oh. The FBI is here. Oh man, they got a fire truck. Oh my god. They have everybody coming in now. Oh, I'm grabbing this FBI.
Nope.
Oh, I ripped his door off. Oh, I almost countered the bear cat completely. I almost parried him. It's like a sword battle. Just parry him. Put this thing up. Oh.
Come on, piggies! Try and stop me!
They're shooting everything they got at this truck right now. Oh, I take out some telephone booths. Oh,
you wanna play like that, do ya? This thing is made of every bulletproof material in the world.
not a laugh. This bear. Oh shit! Where'd the garbage truck come from? What the fuck?
Oh, bringing in the dump truck. I guess I'm taking out a lot of businesses today. I thought my battle was with the police. I guess it's the entire town.
Alright. Oh god, trying to box me in. We're gonna get a second bear cat.
Holy! Give me all this.
SAHP, be advised there's an armored bulldozer on the run in Vespucci area. Use extreme caution. This is how I like to spend my Monday nights, on a rampage through Los Santos with an armored bulldozer. He's coming for... Oh! Oh, damn.
People be dropping all their shit.
I learned my lesson from the first time. Oh god, we got a second one. Oh shit! Oh! Ho, ho.
Look at all those baggies. You can see them from above the water. These people are literally dropping 20k per pocket.
Shooting everything they got in it. The free candy man keeps getting in here, dude.
put me over. This one's... I spent $50,000 off the dark web for armored material. I'm not dying today.
Oh my god. I nearly flipped that Bearcat over. Oh, they got a helicopter now. Jesus. Oh! Oh, I got him! I've tuned into the police radio. Oh my god. Oh, I flipped it over again.
Have a 50 cal.
They're going to get a 50 cal.
Try to use it on the engine.
Okay, yeah, just for you. Friend.
I believe they're doing that from
Huh?
the helicopter, not doing his block is fully armored. Impossible.
What'd you say?
I have a friendship ring for you.
Okay. Sure, you could cash it up for 8,000.
Wait, what? Give it
Yes, you could cash this out for $8,000 at the pawn shop. You silly.
We need the military down here to shoot
Oh.
missiles at this thing.
They're gonna get the military to shoot missiles at this thing.
Watch out, we've got the bulldozer firing shots from the top. It's got a mounted gun.
Oh,
We got a
Bearcat's
Bearcat
on
on
fire.
Alright, Bearcat 1 just exploded. We're gonna take shots from the heli.
2 Bearcats blew up. Come on, piggies, this is the best you got.
It does look like he's starting to smoke out of his engine a little bit from where I am.
Holy.
Everybody try not to place yourself in front of it. I think you can only shoot straight.
Dude, they're shooting the living. They probably shot like at least 10,000 rounds since this video started. This free candy van is back. Good Samaritan trying to help with a crappy van. Flipping Bearcats with this thing like no problem. You give up yet, pigs? This is for everything you put my family through.
If we can somehow lead right in front of 206, we have multiple snipers and machine guns awaiting him.
They're just sitting there like, yeah, what do we do now? Oh god, that truck did nothing to me, dude.
Right now, can you 20?
Could you guys possibly draw him back to that main intersection by the plaza?
Come on, piggies.
We're up ahead.
5 and 8, get that motorcycle out of here. Should be nowhere near this.
We're getting him with our
The AIs are shooting at me too. They got a bulldozer coming in to take me out. This happened last time. That didn't work either. Dude.
And that would be your boy.
Alright, watch out.
You ready to die today?
Through the area.
Oh god, they suck explosive. Oh god.
596, I'm moving around with you now.
Oh.
I think we got it. South.
Get away from that thing.
Oh god.
Damn.
Oh. damn it, they got me, dude. God damn.
588, we got suspect down. 200 Elgin Ave, right near the ammunition in the parking garage.
Damn. That was intense. Alright, I'm gonna go on the hall because someone keeps asking.
Hey, ma'am, can I get a ride back to shore? You're
I'm
going that way?
actually taking a nap on my boat. Oh, my car is gone. What? This guy better show up. It is sunny. Under the water, I might No, it depends how long. So, if you're under the water 7 minutes, then that's too long. It's considered a major drowning. Like 7 minutes over. Unless you've been put out of the water early before that and there was a call out. There's a call out. Well, usually once you're out and then someone's doing CPR on you, then you shouldn't be considered back. Nah. But it's only unless you're in the water for a full 7 minutes. At least that's what I think. It's best to learn when you're on EMS and on the shift with a trainer. Or even with someone like that's experienced in treating different scenarios. Hello, Alex Braba. But like, if you watch people that are on EMS, you can learn that way too. It depends. But of course, it's not an instant bag, no. You still have, like, if there's a witness that had applied, like... Maybe I'm early. It's actually pretty late already. I've been streaming early since yesterday because I'm off from work. Tomorrow, though, I'll probably show up so much later. But yeah. Because I work tomorrow, so... You hoping to get your final? Yeah, once you get the requirements and you feel that you're ready, then try to, you know, request for final. Yeah. This guy gonna show up? That's the question. Oh. Well, who's this guy though? He's asked and he hasn't shown up. Like, I don't know. Maybe so, but it's still better than going from Grove to Route 68 back and forth to see what's open and to decide where to go to sell your car or even buy if there's a worker. At least here, the businesses are like right next to each other, so you can instantly see who's not working and who is, you know? Oh my gosh, since we're waiting, I'm waiting on whoever's gonna show up. What's this about?
There is no exact definition in the dictionary to describe an evil person. But following the details of this case, this woman comes pretty close.
Damn.
My name is Adrian, and welcome back to another video by Coffeehouse Crime. In today's case, we'll be looking at the crimes of serial killer Rosemary Ndlovu, and how this policewoman's selfish desires
She's a
took the lives of
policewoman?
6 innocent people, with
How?
a further 6 planned. By the way, I post solved, unsolved, and strange cases here on a weekly basis.
How do they
So if that
let
sounds like
serial
your kind of
killers
thing,
into
please
the
consider
police
subscribing
force?
to Coffeehouse Crime.
But then
So
again,
pull
I
up a
guess.
seat, grab a coffee, and sit back. This is the case of Rosemary Ndlovu. From majestic mountain peaks and vineyards, to rugged bushveld and unspoiled beaches, our case today takes us to the beautiful continent of Africa. And more specifically,
Africa?
to the
What?
southernmost tip of South Africa. The country is largely popular amongst tourists for its rolling savannas, which are doted on amongst safari lovers. And alongside its beautiful coastal scenery and unique cuisine, it is no wonder that people from all over the world visit this corner of geographical paradise. And of course, who could forget its sprawling vineyards that have emerged in the past century, making South African wine a staple in anyone's wine rack. Zeroing in on our location for today, we're travelling into the province of Gauteng, which encompasses South Africa's largest city, Johannesburg. Classed as a megacity, Johannesburg is the economic powerhouse of South Africa. However, although this may be the case, the city has a very polarizing divide when it comes to wealth, with a whopping 37% unemployment rate and 29% of the population living in informal housing. Putting it short, life in the big city is far from beneficial for everyone. You could argue that money is what keeps the planet spinning. It buys us essentials, necessities, and also luxuries. A notion that today's subject seems to pay a lot of attention to. In the northeastern flank of Johannesburg, we find the home and workplace of Rosemary Ndlovu. Rosemary was born in 1975 to her mother Maria Mshwana and a father who remains unnamed. Rosemary was Johannesburg born and bred. She grew up with a relatively normal childhood and also graduated at a high school level. In her adulthood, she was described as an average woman, and those around her would say that she could be quite brash and rather masculine in nature. She trained and gained work as a police officer, where she excelled due to her hardy nature. Although Rosemary dedicated most of her life to her work, this would not stop her from getting married. It was in the year 2011 that she met a new boyfriend, Morris Mabasa. Morris worked for the US Embassy, and he was known to be a kind and generous man, both physically and financially looking after his 13 siblings and aging mother. He had friends all over Johannesburg, and his work would take him to many provinces. From what is known, Rosemary and Marie seemed to have a relatively happy relationship, although they were known to have the odd fight here and there. Financial struggles, long days of work, the usual things that you'd expect in mild arguments. Rosemary and Maurice were both well-paid workers and earned high in their respective fields of industry. But there was a big difference in how the two would spend their money. Although Maurice would share his wealth with his other members of family, who were often in poorer situations, Rosemary was quite the opposite. She would often spend all the money she had on herself and her gambling addiction, rather than helping out her poorer siblings and mother. And many of them quite literally lived in poverty. Due to Rosemary's nature of work, and also her family members' lifestyle and living conditions, she would often tell them that maybe they should consider getting life insurance, as the mortality rate for those living in poverty in Johannesburg is sadly very high. She often offered to file and pay for those insurance policies as she had a well-paying job within the family. And so the insurance was filed for several family members, including her cousin, witness Madala Homu. Rosemary had previously expressed to Homu's mother that she was worried for him, mostly due to the way that he conducted himself and the people that he involved himself with. She therefore encouraged Homu's mother to add him to a burial society. Homu's mother accepted, and the policy was filed with her consent. However, during this procedure, Rosemary listed herself as Homu's wife, and being his cousin, there's a few things wrong with that. A few months would pass, when suddenly...
Oh.
Yep, how may I help you?
I was seeing how much I could get if I sold this.
Let's see what it is. Oh, Taipan is a local bar. With this, you're only looking at getting 100k.
I'll probably keep it then.
Yeah, it'd be best to.
Okay, thank you.
Hardy.
In March of 2012, Homu disappeared without a trace. With the family living in poverty, and therefore having no cameras, mobile phones, or social media profiles, barely any pictures of Homu or his family are available. But Homu was a family man. He loved his mother, and he was close to the rest of them too. So after vanishing with no correspondence to anyone, it was a very troubling sign for the family. Seemingly distraught by his disappearance, Rosemary spearheaded a search for her missing cousin, assuring her family that she would do her very best to try and find him. And sadly, that search didn't last too long either. Very shortly after investigations began, Homu's body was discovered just a few miles away in Oliphants Fontaine, a town just north of Tembisa. Autopsies discovered that the cause of his death was blunt force trauma to his head. And, rather obviously, his death was ruled as homicide.
Hey, sweetheart.
But unfortunately, these
May I
are the
help you?
localized lands of South Africa.
How
He
much,
was just
do you
one of
guys
many
have
murders
any
in this
spell
area.
lines? I'll take trees.
We have an R35, max 20 for 549.
No, I'm good. Maybe this connects me with anything.
Hey, miss.
Yep, how may I help you?
What's the Ferrari? It's like starts with a P. I don't know. I've never seen it before. It's like Ferrari. I don't even know the word.
The Portofino, the convertible.
Yeah, that one.
It's max 20, 729.
Do you have an ID, Sav?
Nope.
I'll be back in 2 secs.
I have idea, baby. Thanks, sweetheart. Have a good day.
Can I please test drive that?
Yeah, no problem.
Do you just need my number and the license?
Yeah, it's all good. Just it's right there in the back.
Alrighty.
And as a result, further investigations were sadly deemed
I mean,
not worth the funds
they can't
or
really
time.
steal it.
Witness Madala
They don't
Homu
got the
was laid
keys.
to rest in March of 2012, and although Rosemary had taken out insurance for her cousin, she contributed almost nothing to the funeral costs for him. In fact, despite being paid 100,000 Rand or $6,500 through his death, she contributed a measly 200 Rand, the equivalent of $13. Homu's family were devastated, but with barely any money, they had no time to mourn. They moved on with their working lives pretty swiftly after his death. After all, this was quite common in the area. We're moving 1 year on, and it's now June of 2013. Rosemary's sister, Audrey, who lived nearby, was in the midst of her everyday routine. That was when Rosemary called her to see if she would like to have some dinner with her later that night. Audrey was surprised by this invitation. It wasn't a usual offer from
How long have
her,
these been in the
but she
city for? I've
gladly accepted.
never seen one.
She invited Rosemary over to her rented room in
How long have these been in the city for? I've never seen one.
Well, they've been around for a long time. Just nobody really drives them around. I like them considering, you know, it's convertible.
I've never seen them.
Yeah.
And they're not even that bad. Alrighty, thank you.
Oh god. Oh, here I am. There you go.
There we go.
Tembisa, and the two proceeded to share an evening meal together.
What's up, Deacon?
Audrey was happy to see her sister. It had been a while, and the two rarely shared an evening in each other's company. Supposedly, nothing worth mentioning happened during this dinner, and afterwards, Rosemary left Audrey's house and went back home. The very next day, to her parents' surprise, Rosemary couldn't get hold of Audrey on the phone. So with concern, she raised the alarm and requested that the police begin a search for her second missing family member. Arriving back at her sister's place the very next day, neighbours overheard screams and crying as they witnessed Rosemary grieving for the loss of her sister. Audrey had sadly been poisoned and then strangled in her very own home, before being left dead on her floor to be discovered the very next day. Prior to her own death, Audrey had taken out life and funeral insurance policies to her own name, which was kind of surprising as she could barely afford the room that she rented. The insurance and funeral payouts totaled 700,000 rand, the equivalent to $45,000, and the beneficiary to this was Rosemary. And so, another member of the family had been found dead, both from low-income households and both with life insurance, both addressed to Rosemary as the beneficiary. And just like before, this murder was barely investigated or chased up. A couple months later in 2014, and Rosemary moved to police stations, opting to become a constable at the brand new Tembisa South station in East Rand. She would settle into her new role very quickly, her new co-workers all claiming that she was very pleasant and generous. She would often buy them all lunch, and gave loans to any of them who were in need of money. But that wasn't all the time. Some days, Rosemary would walk into the office with a very dark cloud around her, often irate and angry, complaining that she was broke, and making sure that all of her colleagues knew that. They were also aware that she had been frequenting Empress Palace in Kempton Park, a large casino in Johannesburg. It seemed as if Rosemary was frequently coming into money, only to lose it again to gambling and frivolous spending. And although Rosemary had recently started a new job, it was in the year of 2014 that she fell pregnant to her first and only child. Her name was Makanani. Maurice and Rosemary loved their daughter more than anything in this world, and they would make sure that she was happy. Maurice doing his part as a responsible father in caring for Makanani. But the birth of their new baby daughter wouldn't heal the couple's turbulent marriage. And actually, their relationship was so turbulent that Maurice would often disappear overnight when things got too much.
How's it going?
This pattern continued until one night in October 2000.
I'm looking to sell a car at the front.
What car is it?
Supra. Fully maxed. Yeah, best offer you can do on this one.
Let's see. Engine, brakes. No brakes. So engine, trans, turbo, sauce 20. 531.
531?
Yeah. I'm sorry?
Yeah, that's G. I'll sell it for that.
Alright, page up, sell vehicle is Stella, and your bank number on a note, please. Darnell Smith. Let me go grab your funds.
Yeah, sweet, no worries.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
What the? Oh.
Now, in terms of cars, what's the file got for about a mil?
It would be best to look at our showroom, make a list, and then ask us the price.
Okay, sure, no worries.
Yeah. You look like you're having fun.
Always.
Always.
Always him.
Oh my god. My golly. Dude, wait. I'm gonna... Where'd he go?
What's up?
Dude has so much stuff in his...
Nah, bro.
See, I got it.
You're driving everywhere. You're all over the place, bitch.
Red girl.
Huh?
I got it.
But what?
I finally got it. See?
The car?
Yeah, it took me fucking ages.
Nice.
I got it yesterday night. Fuck, it took me. I was like grinding for so long. Wait, what is the R35?
8.
That's a Supra, bro.
Yeah, that right.
We do have an R35 in stock. What do you... Can't hear you if you're out there.
R35, but really,
What?
early. When I was buying this, he told me that there's an R35 in store, and then I said, "What does it look like?" But then he already invoiced me, so I had to buy this one. What does the R35 look like?
I mean, personally, I like the R34 best.
What does the R35 even look like?
It's like this. It's this one.
Yo, wait, come,
I'm good, toxic.
Oh yeah, never mind. Never mind, that kind of looks ass.
They're actually both good, but... Where is that guy? So much shit in his boot. Let's see. Hey Darnell, are you still in here? Darnell Smith?
Is the what's the R35? Is it max 20?
It is. It is.
How much is that?
549.
549.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Could you pull it out? Can I have a look at it?
Oh yeah. What's this one?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it looks real nice.
The last guy said it looks shit.
I wouldn't take it for a test. I was just having a look at it. Yeah, I'm probably all good for now. Thanks.
Alright. Okay, you know what? Let's go take whatever.
I swear they made an announcement, right?
Hmm?
Them doing the bonuses and shit. It's the end of the month. Have they not done it yet?
Oh, it's already on the
Is it
bonus section. They just didn't reset the They didn't reset the KPIs. I do not need this bet.
Where's the bonus section?
It's on the far right. It's like bonus owed. It's below the bonus owed.
How's it going?
Hello.
Yeah, but it's the end. It's end of the month as well.
There you are. Yeah, I know. That's why I picked it all up. Here you go.
Shit.
I was looking
Did I
for
hear
you
your
in the
voice in my head?
showroom. Yeah, I looked for you in the showroom.
Oh, right.
And then
Bit of a strange
yeah,
voice.
you have so much stuff here.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Pick it
Nothing
up.
important.
It's right
Yeah,
there.
I'm picking it up. I'm picking it up. I'm
Yeah,
picking it up.
yeah.
Picking it up.
You got a little bank set here too. There you go.
Yeah, look.
Do shift click on everything so it's faster. Yeah, there you go. Oh, EMS badge? Question mark?
He gave it to me, mate. He gave it to me, Leroy Jones.
Alright.
Yeah, sweet. Yeah, he's a good mate of mine, Leroy. Why do you know him?
No, it's just people that have like government official badges. They're not supposed to actually.
Oh,
It's
right.
kinda
Yeah, he
legal.
gave it to me. I
Mm.
don't know, mate. He just gave it to me. He told me to take it, and I was like, alright.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
Anyways, did you have
any?
any questions and inquiries or?
Look, I don't know. I think I'm just gonna have a look around. Hey,
that's no
just
problem.
Have a see. I might come back. How long are you guys gonna be on for?
That depends, honestly. If nobody's around and someone tweets about a Val worker, then maybe someone will come down.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Fair enough. I mean, do you guys know what like the rough time for a job application to get processed is? Because
Honestly, with
been waiting a
okay, let me just say, like, out of all the jobs, the easiest one to get into would be like if you were to apply to all mechanic shops, because they always rotate out a lot with the people. Second hardest to get into would be the new car dealership. It depends on their roster, and then the hardest ones to get into would be used car dealership. We get a really small amount of employees, and depending on when we get fired, then we hire. Basically.
Wait, which one's the new car dealership? Sorry.
It's PDM.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
I swear they've been around for a while though, haven't they?
They've been around since the beginning. I mean, what do you think
Well,
the
yeah,
people get their cars, you know?
I mean, I applied for what's the one just across the road here? TGM is it called? Yeah. I did that like a week ago, and I still haven't heard back. So.
You're just gonna have to apply everywhere and see what comes first.
Fair enough. Just takes a while. Hey, a bit of a sack.
It does, because there's just so many population and versus the limit of people needed to make business, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
You don't want too many people, you know, binging on the wages and then their sales if they don't show up.
Fair enough. That's fair enough. Yeah, it's just hard to make a living out here. You know what I mean?
I mean, I do recommend, like, a lot of people do scavenge and hunting. Hunting's...
Yeah, I just don't have that kind of time. I just don't have that kind of time.
Well, but standing
a couple
hours on
hours,
end for a customer, you have time for?
No, just because I just find it a bit tedious. I feel like working at a place would be a lot more stable. More stability.
Not really.
Yeah, this is why. Well, this is why the employees here don't stay here. If they were actually being stable, you'd think they would work more on the property versus doing other things like scavenging and hunting.
Yeah, right. Oh, so the employees actually scavenge as well?
They do other side stuff.
You
They
guys
do a lot of I sometimes like to go around and do side things. I especially buy pelt in the market just to try and process them on the side. So I earn money while I stand here 3 hours and maybe 5 customers. I don't know. Depends.
Yeah. Fair enough. Do you guys do any criminal stuff or no?
Oh, you can't ask us of that. Are you a criminal?
Most
No,
definitely.
look, I turned a new leaf. Now I'm just a professional gambler.
No, but you
know what I
don't
mean?
ask us of that. You know, what if CIB was in the corner listening on in and, you know, there's no
Well, but it's not specific. It's not specific though. You know, could mean anything. Could be any time.
Are you telling me I'm a criminal? Oh my goodness.
No, I'm just asking. I'm just curious. That's all. Fair enough.
Oh
Well, I gotta
my
find a way back
goodness.
to the city, so.
Alrighty.
I got no way back.
There's quite a few rentals around. Try and.
Oh, yeah, sweet.
Oh.
Alright, sweet as. Thanks for the help.
Have a good one.
Really appreciate it. You guys have a good one.
That's funny. Alright, I'm gonna take a break. I'm going to take a nap in the office.
Yo, what was I gonna? I was saying that it's the end of the month. Like my bonus hasn't changed
sorry.
since these. Yeah.
What's your name?
Moy.
Moe.
They actually haven't paid out the actual end of month bonus.
Moe Said?
Yeah.
It says 260. Wait, let me see.
It's been like that for fucking I don't know how long. Do we get end of the month bonuses?
Oh, last time she touched. Oh, wait a minute.
I only didn't hit KPI 1 week, so they haven't put bonuses out.
It should be automatic because mine was 0 and now I'm 130.
Yeah, but it's end of month, like
yeah,
end of month.
you know they lowered the. Oh, you mean those type of bonus, the one with the.
Yeah, like end of the month.
That's the thing. They haven't reset the purchase and the weekly, so sure.
That's what I mean. Like they haven't even done the end of the month bonus.
Yeah, I'm not sure then. You could ask them.
It is what it is. You know?
I mean, I think it's because like it's the start of a new day already, and I think everyone's still like it's so early, and they're probably at work. I don't know.
Yeah, probably. I don't know.
Yeah, they need to fix
But
everything.
they just put the announcement out, and I thought they fixed it all anyway. But I guess not. That's what I'm
I
saying.
think they were talking about the weekly bonuses.
Little week. Yeah, yeah. You know, I know. You know what I mean. They still didn't even
Mm.
reset the fucking the KPIs.
But they haven't reset yet. I hope all the sales and purchases that are not counted in there, I hope it goes over.
Hopefully.
Because I should be over 20 purchases and probably over 30 already. I don't know.
Maybe.
Who knows?
Alright.
I'm going to take a nap in the office.
That's it.
We'll go back to scavenging.
2015. After yet another argument between the two, the couple headed their separate ways for the night. Rosemary staying with the baby, while Maurice did his usual thing by storming out the house. But, strangely enough, this time he never returned home. Being gone for more than one night had Rosemary worried. Worried enough that she went to the police station to get help. And you can probably guess where this is going. Just later that very same day,
Alrighty.
the body of a deceased man was found in the town of Oliphants-Fontaine. A body that, soon after, would be identified as Maurice Mabassa. Maurice had faced an extremely violent death. He was riddled with more than 80
I did go to
stab
sleep.
wounds. And after this, his body was dumped alongside a quiet road.
When I mean
Although the
take a
cause of
nap,
his
it's just
death
an
left
icy
barely
term
any room
of,
for imagination,
you know,
the actual motive as to
sleeping
why
in the
he was
office and
killed was
switching.
not obvious. None of his
Because I
valuables
can't
had
just
been
say,
taken
oh, I'm
from
going to
him.
switch. You
In
can't
fact,
say
the way
that.
that he was identified
That
was through
is
his credit card in
OOC.
his wallet found on him.
You need
And
to
just
think of
like
icy
before,
terms.
This case was pushed under the rug, never to be investigated any further. Maurice had life insurance cover, and no surprises, Rosemary was the beneficiary. She received 400,000 Rand in compensation for his death, with an extra 100,000 Rand from his employer, the US Embassy. 3 deaths, 3 policies paid out to Rosemary, and 3 instances where she was now financially stronger. Surely all this death in the family was enough to raise suspicions, yet surprisingly, it didn't. We're pushing on to June 2016, and Rosemary had new company in her home. Her niece in El Motha had come to stay with her for a few weeks, as she was having financial trouble. It was during this short visit that Zanel was tragically hit by a car in Kempton Park. Miraculously, Zanel survived. She did, however, sustain several injuries, and so Rosemary kindly took her to the hospital to be checked over. Doctors who examined Zanel would find that her injuries were only superficial, and therefore she was discharged from hospital that very same day, Rosemary again taking her back home and into her care.
Holy moly.
However, that very same night, Zanel started to complain of severe pain in her chest. In fact, the pain had become so violent that she couldn't stop crying. Rosemary rushed her to the hospital the very next morning, and, upon arrival, only one of them was breathing. When examined, Zanel only had a few abrasions on her face, but the real problem was internally, where she had multiple fractured ribs, and her liver was severely damaged. Doctors sadly couldn't do anything for Zanel. There was no way that they would have discharged her the previous day if she had these injuries. The conclusion was that this must have happened after she was discharged. When asked by doctors, Rosemary said that she had no idea how this could have happened. Apparently, Rosemary had been out of the house for most of that day, so maybe it was accidental and self-inflicted. Lo and behold, Zanel did in fact have a life insurance policy, and Rosemary was again the beneficiary. She received 120,000 rand, the equivalent of $7,500. Authorities didn't question the circumstances, therefore no investigations were ever conducted. Another member of the family gone, and still no suspicion from anyone. Who exactly knows what happened to Zanel that fateful night? Unfortunately, the final chapter to her life would die alongside her. Book shut, case closed. After the death of Zanel, Rosemary began to get closer to more members of her family, namely Zanel's brother, Mayeni Mashaba. By April of 2017, Mayeni was due to visit Pretoria, a city just north of Johannesburg, and Rosemary, wanting to be closer with her nephew, offered to drive him halfway, where he could then hitch a ride from a gas station. Mayeni agreed. Rosemary dropped him off as planned on the R21, before heading back to her own home late that evening. And the very next day, she received a phone call from the police. They had found a body in Olifantsfontein, and after investigating, it was identified to be Mayeni. Another death, and another insurance claim to be filed. Only this time, the insurance company was a little more thorough. On the policy, Rosemary was listed as Mayeni's partner. Again, kind of gross. And as she couldn't produce any proof of such a relationship, the claim was ultimately rejected, Rosemary receiving nothing. And that pattern continued later in 2017. As in April of that year, Rosemary's nephew named Brilliant Mashego suddenly disappeared, only to be found dead several days later. The records of Brilliant's cell phone pinpointed that the last person to see him alive was Rosemary, and Rosemary's records highlighted that the two were together for most of the previous day, driving from Johannesburg to Bushbuck Bridge before parting ways in the evening. Rosemary denied these claims, and even further, she refused to be questioned about it by authorities. Similar circumstances to before, Brilliant had 3 life insurance policies to his name, with Rosemary listed as the beneficiary as his mother. However, without being able to provide any proof of this, the claim was ultimately rejected. With not 1 but 6 family members now dead through strange circumstances, I'm sure even Rosemary wondered if she could ever be stopped from her killing spree. She had evaded the law 6 times, and she had no plans to stop either. And that would be the case until the year 2018. With 2 murders in the family fruitless due to rejected insurance claims, Rosemary was getting desperate. She was low on money, and she needed to make more people disappear, and fast. And this time, she would source the help of a hitman named Njabalu Kunene. Being a police officer, she had found him through her field of work, already arresting Kunene several years ago for possessing a gun. She approached him with a plot to kill her own sister, Joyce, and, disturbingly, her request also included killing all 5 of Joyce's children, her youngest being only 6 months old. Kunene was by no means a saint, but he was shocked by her request. With a command so evil, Kunene couldn't go ahead with it. So instead, he approached police with the information that he had, despite that same information being enough to criminalize himself. He shared everything, telling the police about her background, her plot, and her motive. And in response, police decided to employ Knene to be a part of an undercover plot to acquire more evidence. The plan was simple enough, police discreetly fitting his car with a video camera. All they needed was for Knene to somehow lure Rosemary into the passenger seat and unknowingly confess to her own plans. Knene called Rosemary, asking her if she could meet him to iron out the details. She agreed, and this time Knene would have an accomplice, who was actually an undercover police officer. She agreed to drive the pair to Bushbuck Ridge, about a 5 hours drive from Johannesburg. This was in order to show them where her sister and her children lived, and how exactly she wanted them to be killed. The sting operation was a great success, and what Rosemary was caught saying on camera is haunting.
Ningangena ngibahame ngingabashisa mara ukugwaza nokudubula ayikho emakhaya yabona ukushisa number 1 nokuhamba number 1 zona lezo bengicanga ukuthi sihambe manje ne masihamba manje niyohlangana naye ngimbize sihlangane somewhere mina mhlambe ngifake imoto laphana yabona ngimnikezele la philisi njabule yabona ngimtshele ukuthi lamaphilisi asiza ntambama mawulala uwaphuza womkhuhlane ngithi manje kuzingena isizini yomkhuhlane ngithi niwaphuze mani lala ngoba ayalalisana then nina nizokhona ukungena nje akunamabhadla laphana ngibuyela la esibhedlela ngibuyela la esibhedlela nayo baba endlini uyazi ukuthi ngila esibhedlela so la esibhedlela ngicelile banginikeze i-pass out bathe ngibuye ngo-4 so lana noma ngafika ngo-5 6 7 akunandaba esilong ngidlulile so ngoba ngithi indawo yokushisa ifuna ngishise kusebusuku siyayibona ngiklini mina nginakudala ngazi ngase bangitshela indaba mina kusasa ngiyavuka ngiyagijima ngekhaya ngifayela amalungiselelo ngiyaklima ngenza zonke lezi zinto.
Needless to say, Rosemary was arrested just moments after showing the hitmen her sister's house. The following court case was a lengthy one. Beginning in 2018, she was trialed for 6 counts of murder for the lives of her cousin, Madala Homu, her sister, Audrey Ndlovu, her boyfriend, Morris Mabasa, her niece, Zanel Motha, and her nephews, Mayani Mashaba and Brilliant Machego. And throughout her killing spree, Rosemary had pocketed 1.4 million rand from several insurance payouts, totaling around $90,000 or £65,000.
Why would she spend so much
Throughout
money?
her trial, the court found it difficult to gather sufficient evidence to support all 6 murders, as there was never much of an investigation into any individual case. And as a result, the court had to take a substantial amount of time to build this unique case against her. 3 years later, on the 22nd of October 2021, Rosemary Ndlovu's trial began. The court amassed a total of 40 witnesses to come forward and testify against Rosemary, which included family members, colleagues, and the 2 hitmen that she had attempted to hire to kill her sister. As proceedings began, Rosemary was jovial towards the court and often posed for cameras, seemingly unaware of how serious her situation was. Families of those deceased took to the stand to comment on how unfeeling and flippant she was at the funerals of their loved ones. It was also highlighted that, even though she was the one to prepare and file those insurance policies, she was also always the last person to see the victim alive, and barely contributed towards funeral costs. It wasn't until the unflattering coincidences started piling up that Rosemary began to get hostile. She outright denied any involvement in any of these murders, meeting these allegations with anger and rudeness. She even got angry at journalists simply for recording her. Regardless of this, at the end of her trial, she insisted that she was innocent, but did apologize to the families and friends of those who had been killed and asked for forgiveness. It didn't take long for Rosemary's verdict to be made. In October of 2021, Rosemary Ndlovu was found guilty on all charges, which included 6 counts of premeditated murder, 4 counts of fraud, and 7 incitements to commit murder. She was therefore served with 6 life sentences, 70 years for incitement to commit murder, and a further 10 years for her counts of fraud. Rosemary will be 71 before she is even considered for parole.
Not bad.
Speaking about her in the nicest kind of way, Rosemary was a selfish monster with a gambling addiction who saw her own family members as a commodity to trade for monetary gain. This story is both sad and heartbreaking, and through her path of destruction, she has left a huge hole in her own family. A family who inherently loved and trusted her, some of them to the very end. But on a more positive note, a mother and her 5 children were all spared their lives with thanks to the conscience of Rosemary.
Any hard cases yet, Raven?
And who knows who else he
Nope.
has saved in this
Not
process.
today.
I'm probably
Wrapping
too
up this
busy picking
case,
up
I
all
want
this
to leave you
litter.
with the interview of
Yeah,
Rosemary's sister,
flicks.
who now has to deal with the thought that her very
know
own
what you're talking
sister
about.
tried to burn her alive.
Put mine on the shore, man.
Oh,
I
I
don't
do.
have
I'm gonna
anything.
check that.
Even
Litter
my
on
house
the
was built by
beach.
the government.
Illegal. Okay.
Did you
It
sell the
pains
shit
me,
yesterday?
as she has been employed for a very
Oh,
long
what
time.
I filled with my
Is she
boat?
not embarrassed?
Yo,
Yeah, did you sell it all?
500
She wanted to
kgs
set me
worth
alight in
of
the
junk,
government's house.
600k, come
I am
on.
unemployed.
That's nice.
I do not own anything. And after that, they took Rosemary back to the car. I kept wondering what was happening. They then said what had brought them here. It was that I would be dying today with my children at
My
9
two
o'clock.
things.
They said my sister had bought petrol and cold drink, and poured drugs, which would make me not feel anything when we burn. I wondered why she wanted to kill me, when I had nothing. I felt sorry for her when I saw her in court. But then I remembered that my kids and I were supposed to be dead. And that just about wraps up today's case. Thank you
I didn't
so
know
much
Brew
for
was
watching
getting
another
off
video
these
today by Coffeehouse Crime. You know the drill by now. As always, I look forward to seeing you again real soon in the next video. Until that moment arrives though, look after each other. Goodbye.
Can you sell the stuff that the pawn shop doesn't buy? Yeah, so the shells go to the bait shop. The scrap goes to the scrapyard. The cans go to the scrapyard. You know, it's different places where you can sell them. Yeah.
It all started over a dinner of bubble and squeak. How exactly could a dish of potatoes and cabbage catalyze a gruesome night that would forever affect the lives of 2 families? My name is Adrian, and welcome back to another video by Coffeehouse Crime. Today we're looking at the turbulent case of Penelope and David Jackson, and how the complexities in their relationship ended in a violent marital death. Just a quick heads up, but I post solved, unsolved, and strange cases here on a weekly basis. So if that sounds like your kind of thing, please consider subscribing to
Not
Coffeehouse
yet.
Crime.
I'm just
Now
picking
this
up all
case
this
definitely
junk.
requires the ability to look at a story from multiple perspectives. But what exactly pushed Penelope over the edge? Or was it just an excuse?
This guy keeps
Pull up a seat,
dropping.
grab a coffee, and sit back. This is the case of Penelope and David Jackson.
Or all the other party bag poopers.
Oh, Somerset.
I'll drop
The
mine
land of
in
cheddar
the road.
cheese, golden sunsets, and of course, a British staple, cider. Somerset, which is located in the southwest of England, has always been a famous holiday spot in the
Hey?
UK.
Did you litter in?
Somerset's villages
No, I'll
and
drop it
towns
on. I'll
huddle
drop it underneath
close
her
to
boat for
beaches
her.
and national
Alright.
reserves, making it a great place to detach from the hustle and bustle
It was
of
funny when I
modern-day
opened
life.
that boat, and
it's
yeah,
only a short
everyone was
drive
like
away
dropping
from
their
the
stuff in
Bohemian
there.
city of Bristol.
Yeah.
There was one guy taking all the shit, the glasses and stuff.
True.
Yeah.
Maybe you should have just locked it and gave certain people the keys, maybe.
That's a good idea, but like that's such a hassle. Like you guys
Yeah,
are
it
dropping on
is.
the
Yeah.
floor anyways. He would have picked them up
Yeah.
anyways.
Yeah. I don't know, I was putting them in your boat yesterday. I put heaps in your boat.
Right now my boat has, well, I already emptied my boat yesterday, so right now it's at like 50, 60 kgs. And that's worth at the moment 53k, so of junk alone. You know, time is money. Time is money.
Yeah.
I am not gonna keep diving, have no hard or briefcase, and just nothing, no money, just because I drop everything. Like, Like,
Yeah. I really collect the GoPros,
I
the
collect everything.
rings.
This guy
Yeah.
that's swimming around that tree over and over, he's just dropping
Yep.
hella shit over there. He doesn't talk though.
Yeah.
Might be really high. You can't be bothered to walk. I get like that sometimes.
But oh my god, when I came back with that other boat, you know how many bags there was in the ocean? I was having head issues by the time I was coming in.
You should have seen it last night.
Oh, I heard there was so much.
You would have made a
Did
killing.
you? Everyone got kicked from the city. I think it's because of
Yeah, I got
that.
kicked out.
Yeah, everyone got kicked from the city. So when I came back, I ended up here and I see all these bags.
500 people in the server as well. It doesn't help.
That too.
520 people. Something like that.
Yeah. I'm gonna check his tray because they always have stuff over there. It's always spinning around that one tray. Yeah.
You must be getting good stuff over there. That's why I was saying you're in the tree. Because I'm getting absolutely nothing over here.
No, he's not because he keeps pausing. I don't know. He's always around that tree. It's probably just his favorite spot, you know?
Yeah.
Plus, he keeps all his junk in order, so it's easier for me to just grab it there. Like, sometimes I have to go above the water just to see where people put it in the grass.
Oh yeah, it hides. Yeah. I didn't think about that.
But yeah, he's not a bot because he keeps pausing and he's like very erratic, so definitely not. A bot would be like in sync, like a circular, like a perfect circle in one spot. And just, yeah.
Yeah, is that it?
Trash.
That's the only thing you got, eh?
Yeah, I got a fucking
That's what I
briefcase.
got out of my briefcase, bro. My leather briefcase, I got and that's it.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Shitty. Can't wait to get 200 bags out of that, nice. I need to drop some stuff under the boat.
But you got a hard case. Nice. Look, it's opium. Huh?
Okay for the free bricks on Twitter.
I think you make more if you just bag them and sell them.
True.
That's a bit extra cash anyway.
Yeah.
I do have a hard case and 2 brief in my boot. I'm definitely gonna sell those though. I don't want to open them. I don't ever have any luck when it comes to opening them. So, no luck at all. Nice.
Personal favourite of mine when it comes to English cities. Located towards the northern tip of Somerset, we find a small seaside village named Barrow. Barrow has a population of not even 1,600 residents, all of which you could fit onto 2 Airbus A380s.
Oh shit.
In an area so remote, the phrase "not much" is often used to describe what's going on in Barrow. And rightfully so. It's a village best suited for those in their golden years, focused on relaxing in the golden sun with their golden cider, which was of course perfect for the retired couple of David Jackson and his wife Penelope Jackson. As of the year 2021, Penelope and David had been married for just over 24 years. And with that said, it's obvious to say that they had a rather large number of things in common. Penelope was 66 and David 78, and together they both enjoyed cruising around the world and tending to their garden when at home. And although their relationship seemed happy from the outside, it certainly wasn't always like that. We'll get to this in just a moment. Marrying David in 1996, Penelope had actually married 3 men before this. Being a woman of the Royal Air Force, she had the opportunity to meet many strangers through her job. It was in the year 1973, when she was 18 years old, that she married her first husband, and together they would have 2 daughters. But the relationship between Penelope and this man would not last forever. A few years after having her second daughter, Penelope claimed that this man had become violent, and so the 2 of them decided to split, thinking it was the best option for their daughters. Following these violent altercations, Penelope and the kids were out of the household pretty fast, and Penelope was just as fast to find another man, this time an RAF serviceman. The 2 of them married rather quickly, but this relationship would be even more short-lived than the first. Her new husband soon worked out that he didn't want to be with a woman, but other men instead, and so the 2 obviously decided to split up. Penelope's first 2 marriages were not easy, and by no means were they her own fault, escaping domestic violence in the first one, and lacking the right equipment in the second. But her 3rd marriage would paint a much different picture to Penelope. She would again meet another man, and his name was Alan Warrender. The 2 of them met at work, and both of them were stationed at a Royal Air Force base in South Wales. But Alan was already married, and he had 3 children with his wife. This was no problem to him. They initiated a secret affair. The 2 would do this for multiple years, until, tragically, Alan's wife passed away from cancer. She was 36 years young, and sadly, she had learned of Alan's infidelity before succumbing to her illness. The death of Mrs. Warrender was heartbreaking, and the list of negatives to her death overwhelmed the tiny minority of positives. But one of those very few positives was Penelope. After the death of his wife, Alan essentially disowned his own children, moving them in with other family members or boarding them into private
Disowned?
school. And he did this so he could now devote his own time to the new love of his life.
Wow.
The new relationship with Penelope resulted in the birth of their own daughter, and she was named Isabel. The family unit would be happy for a short while. Okay, sure, their origin was pretty rough, but Penelope had a loving husband and a beautiful baby daughter. However, yet again, this would all change. Being part of the RAF, Alan would spend long placements away from home, very often in remote parts of the world. And while on post in Saudi Arabia, Penelope grew bored. It was in this period of loneliness that Penelope met a new face. And this is where we meet the other half of today's story, David Jackson. Being a lieutenant colonel for the British Armed Forces, he was a well-disciplined man. It was during his time on shift that he met Penelope, who at the same time worked in the administration department. She had previously worked in admin for the Royal Air Force, but moved over to the Armed Forces for better pay. Although Penelope and David were both married and had their own children, between the two of them they couldn't help themselves. The two often made excuses to see each other while at work, and this soon spiraled into an affair that wouldn't be kept a secret for very long. It was in the year of 1993 that Alan was sent to the Middle East for work, and after returning home, he learned that his wife had been cheating on him. The news would be a devastating blow to Alan's
what comes around,
health.
comes around.
In fact, it was so bad that, a few days after learning of this, he decided to take his own life through carbon monoxide poisoning.
Oh gosh.
At Alan's funeral, Penelope would seem vacant and almost unbothered by the affair. She showed a total lack of empathy for her late husband and those around her, and Alan's brother would describe her demeanour as,
"I was not taken in by Penny. I get the impression that, to Penny, husbands are disposable, and if I had to pigeonhole her personality, I would say that she's a narcissist."
It's interesting to learn that it wasn't just Penelope that had issues with marriage. David himself had been married twice before, fathering 2 daughters and a son from his first marriage, and his son's name was Gavin. It was unsurprising that David moved on from his first wife to a second marriage through unfaithful means, cheating on his first wife with his second, Sheila Taylor. And so this pattern, which seemed to perfectly resonate with the behaviour of Penelope, would persist and reflect when David cheated on his second wife to be with Penelope. Sheila learned of David's affair when Penelope rang the home phone line, demanding to speak with David. Apparently, even in the early stages of David and Penelope, they had problems with their relationship. David insisted to Sheila that the relationship with Penelope was over. However, following this newfound knowledge, Sheila decided to divorce David anyway, taking the kids with her. It was a surprise that, given his recent claims, the divorce would eventually result in the marriage of David and now Penelope Jackson, marrying in the year of 1996. And David would take Penelope's daughter, Isabel, under his care, treating her as if she were his own daughter. And this turbulent story forms the backbone of today's couple. And although their relationship wasn't perfect, it did seem as if the two were mostly happy together. Being part of the army, they would move to France, then Germany, and eventually back to England. The change in location didn't falter the family. As to them, home was with each other. And although Penelope could be a little turbulent, and David would often complain to her about menial things, there was nothing alarming between the two, at least to begin with. I say to begin with because that would change in the year 1998, when David learned of some rather devastating news. David would learn that his son Gavin had unfortunately cheated on his pregnant wife, and following this mistake, Gavin had sadly decided to take his own life. In his final note before his death, Gavin had wrote to David to say that he didn't want to be like his father, and in his own shame through defeat, he felt like he didn't deserve to live any longer. This hit would affect David greatly. Not only had he lost his only son, but he felt partially responsible for it too. And this would change his behaviour and actions with Penelope forever. Through his own grief, David became more erratic, hot-headed, and even violent towards Penelope. One of his worst moments included pinning Penelope so hard against the wall that her nose bled profusely.
Damn.
There were emotionally abusive moments too. David once smashing the Mother's Day present that Penelope's daughter had given her right in front of Penelope's face. And in the most shocking of instances, David had even held a knife to Penelope's throat at a family dinner in Germany, in which it took 3 members of the family to pry him away from her. None of these instances of abuse are ever acceptable, but David did just lose his son. Everyone around the couple knew this, and they thought maybe he was just grieving in his own violent way. Nevertheless, the two decided to stay together. These instances of violence would eventually subside, but bickering and arguing between the two would remain. However, amazingly, the couple's marriage would continue to withstand time for not 1, but 23 years more, even succeeding their retirement and into the year 2021. Friends and family would say that the two seemed to be enjoying their retirement together, often going on cruises and keeping in touch with family members throughout. But much like all cases here, that would drastically change in the winter of 2021, when things got a little out of hand between the two. All over a dinner of bubble and squeak.
What's bubble and squeak?
February the 13th, 2021. It was a cold and dreary night in the thick of England's winter, the time of year where you should expect no golden sun. And this day in particular was Penelope's birthday. At least here in the UK, the COVID pandemic was rampant at this time, and the whole of the country was in lockdown, the Jackson family included. Nevertheless, Isabel and her partner Tom Potterton had put some money together to celebrate Penelope's birthday in some way. The family had planned to have an extravagant dinner of lobster, crab and steak over Zoom, a virtual meeting room with video support. But problems would present themselves fairly quickly this night. Penelope and David running Zoom on their iPad, which wasn't sufficiently
that
charged
sounds
up.
so good, though.
And this ended up sparking the first argument of the evening. Although they had managed to get Zoom working on the device, Penelope would seem subdued and appeared to have been crying. The family exchanged greetings before plans progressed as expected. They were ready for their remote dinner together, Penelope retreating to the kitchen to grab food for her and David. And after their seafood starter, they were due a main course of expensive steak. The evening remained relatively peaceful. That was until Penelope brought out a side dish of bubble and squeak. Bubble and squeak is a very British dish, made from mixing potatoes with cabbage before pan-frying them to create a crispy exterior. And according to some Brits, it is sometimes seen as a low-class dish, an opinion that David seemed to agree with. Believe it or not, and in the most British way possible, this was the real spark to ignite the evening's events. It was in this moment that David told Penelope that she was ruining this fancy meal by having a side dish like bubble and squeak, and this comment led to a full-blown argument. An argument that actually stopped the Zoom call.
It looks tasty,
Penelope
though.
had always tried to keep her arguments with David away from Isabel, and so the call was ended, and that was that. Fearing that David may once again become violent from the argument, Penelope retreated to the bedroom, taking a knife from the kitchen with her. A knife that would stay under her pillow for the night, as allegedly, she intended to sleep with it for self-defense. Hours passed, and as the evening ascended into night, David decided to get some sleep. He headed on to his bed, where he then realized that Penelope had something under her pillow, and she was acting very suspicious. That was when, for David and Penelope, all hell broke loose. At approximately 9:07 PM on the 13th of February 2021, police received a rather disturbing phone call.
And are you with him now?
Well, I might just go and stab him again, but...
Alright, do not stab him again.
Why?
Okay, so just listen to my voice. Okay?
Yes.
Stay on the line with me.
I am listening.
Okay, are you with the patient now?
Well, I'm in the lounge, in the kitchen, bleeding to death with anyone.
Alright, so just stay on the line with me.
Look, this is not... You're not paid enough.
You're not paid enough to deal with this. It's not
Okay,
fair.
well, ultimately, madam, I'm listening to your voice, and you're the help I have available, so we need to help him, okay?
No, I'm not.
Alright, madam,
I don't
how many times have you stabbed him?
I'm telling the murderer to help the person.
He said I wouldn't do it again, so I did it first month.
So, okay. So in total, how many times?
3 times.
3 times, okay.
Once I thought I'd get his
Not much. Not much.
twice in the abdomen.
A total of 18
No luck
minutes passed on this
today.
phone call, while the operator tried to keep Penelope's attention as police rushed to the
Nah.
scene. And at 9:25 p.m, police arrived at the Jackson residence. They calmly knocked on their front door, before Penelope arrived in her pyjamas.
Hey madam, do you need to step outside for me a minute? Can you come outside?
Yes.
Thank you.
He's on the kitchen floor.
Okay, at this moment in time, okay, if you just listen to my colleague.
Under arrest with suspicion of step murder. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence. You do not mention when questioned anything you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence.
I'll go in and see what they do.
Yeah.
Could I get my coat?
Just bear with me 2 seconds.
In there. I admit it all.
Alright.
Just get them. Alright, I want to go in. Alright.
No,
So-
he's on the kitchen floor.
Can someone just stay with Devon while I go in?
There's nothing nasty, and I'm certainly not. My coat's in the.
You alright?
He's
With
being
any
weird.
luck, they'll be too late.
Alright.
What's your name, Anna?
Well, I'm called Penny, but Penelope Jackson.
You do live here?
Yes. Can I get my coat?
We'll get you
Right,
a coat.
get the ambulance in. Pronto, we need
Oh,
CPR.
don't. No, please don't.
Yeah, we
Oh,
need the
I should
ambulance
have
in.
stabbed him a bit more.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Come on.
Penelope, come with me, mate.
Emergency
Shit,
services found
just
David
stabbed him a
lying on
little
the
bit.
kitchen
Oh
floor,
my God,
wearing nothing but his
girl.
underwear and in a pool of his own blood. They performed CPR immediately, but sadly, their attempts proved to be unsuccessful. David had unfortunately passed away. Penelope made no attempt to hide or conceal her actions. In fact, she made it pretty obvious that she killed her husband, even hoping to police that he was dead.
Yes. I stabbed him
Penelope felt no remorse for her actions.
once. Because he's a.
She was bold and brash with her statements, and it actually seemed that she was more bothered about getting her coat and staying warm.
He's an aggressive bully and nasty, and I've had enough. And when he said you wouldn't do it, I did it twice more. Coats in.
What colour's your
go
coat?
in the front. In the front.
Yeah.
Grey wardrobe.
Okay, it might be a while, all right, but I'll try and get. There's obviously a lot going on. Okay.
Oh,
but
with any luck, it'll be too late.
Penelope, my advice is don't talk about it now. Okay.
No, I have no intention of not agreeing to what I've done.
Okay.
I know what I've done.
All right.
And I know why I've done it. And if I haven't done it properly, I'm really
Oh my gosh.
As she arrived at her local police station, Penelope's arrest was
Dude.
upgraded from attempted murder to murder. And, even worse, she was joyful to learn that her husband was now dead.
Alright, Penny. I'm further arresting you for murder.
good.
I've already cautioned you, so your necessities for your arrest is for an prompt and effective investigation and stop further harm.
Sorry, that one's a bit tight.
So
This
Penny,
one's-
We're gonna
We're going to move them
Well,
to the
the
rear
rear
in a
in a
minute. The DO's just come out to check your temperature, and then we'll move you in. And then
mind
we'll
your
go
heads.
from there. Just stay there for the time being.
All right. I wouldn't buy my slippers.
Alright.
I'm not
Do you want them out?
exactly.
Yeah. Alright, step out, mind your head.
Yeah. Righty-o. I'm
He's
very
not-
sorry for being a nuisance.
Oh my gosh, this girl.
Oh, that'd be just really great. Get COVID on the top of it.
So, what exactly happened to the two when David decided to head to bed? Upon realizing what was under the pillow, David asked Penelope what she was planning to do with the knife, to which she confessed that she was planning on taking her own life with it. Penelope claimed to officers that she had enough of all the abuse and arguments that she was being put through, and to her this was the only way out. But David did not take Penelope seriously, and in response said, "Just get on with it then." And with that said, Penelope grabbed the knife and retreated to the spare room of the house. Following her into the room, David and Penelope continued to argue even further. And according to Penelope, he started to provoke her into stabbing him. Simply put, he didn't believe that she had the courage or audacity to do it. Calling her pathetic, he told her to go back to bed.
Dang.
And with these words, Penelope saw red. In one aggressive swing, she slashed David across the chest, resulting in a deep laceration that began to bleed. David wasn't gravely injured at this point, but he did fall to the floor due to his pain.
Why is there a van
Clutching
over
his
there?
chest, he saw Penelope walk out of the room with the knife, to leave her husband in the spare room while she began to write a confession. The confession note read, "To whom it may concern,
I don't know.
I have taken so much abuse over the years. Just look at my records. But he was a good daddy. However, the mask slipped tonight. This is and was unforgivable. I accept my punishment. May he rot in hell." In the corner of the note was a scribbled comment that read, "Self-defense." While Penelope was writing this letter, David had managed to crawl into the lounge in order to get to the phone. He then walked into the kitchen and called for emergency services, before saying to Penelope, "See how it feels to have the police phoned on you." In the first minute of this phone call, David could be heard telling Penelope that she wouldn't dare stab him again, and that the first time was
Excuse
just a
me,
fluke.
I'm Summer Martins.
And seconds later, David can be heard screaming in pain as Penelope stabbed him a second time. Then moments later, a third. The phone then fell to the floor, only for Penelope to pick it up and start talking to the operator. And you know the rest from here. Although Penelope was only arrested on suspicion of murder, she had certainly said and presented enough to police to rule out any doubts, and they would begin questioning her the very next day. However, this time, she wasn't nearly as talkative as she was the previous night. Penelope refused to answer questions, and instead, she delivered a papered statement to claim that David had been abusive and controlling towards her for many years. She said that she had no choice, and she denied her charge of murder. Instead, she expressed that she was guilty of manslaughter, as she was only reacting in self-defense. Penelope continued to paint David as an abuser, both physically and emotionally, these accusations angering David's family to its very core, and although they admitted that they would often see the two argue, they never saw any evidence to suggest anything more. At Penelope's first trial on the 11th of October 2021, several family members came forward to attest that David was not an abusive man, and that, in fact, Penelope had always been the one to seem threatening and controlling over her husband. They recalled how David never seemed comfortable when she was around him, that she liked to make others feel uneasy, and that she would always try to find people's insecurities before poking at them. Damning allegations would also come in Penelope's direction. It was while in court that David's eldest daughter recalled the moment that she asked her father and Penelope for advice on her failing marriage. Penelope replied with, "It is much easier if your husband kills himself," referencing her previous husband who had done the exact same thing. And David's second wife, Sheila, testified that David feared his third wife, claiming that Penelope once threatened to cut his off if he ever left her.
Whoa!
David honestly believed that she was capable of carrying out that threat. With the way that Penelope acted out her birthday evening, it is pretty obvious to say that David is not here to defend himself against her allegations. So the only judgment of character that we have is from family and friends. Penelope's and David's daughter, Isabel, was a key witness to legal proceedings, and she did admit that she witnessed some form of abuse from David towards Penelope. Most notably, the incident that happened around the dinner table in Germany. But even she believed that David was not the monster that Penelope was painting him out to be. So it was therefore very difficult to decide how problematic David was. It was a factor that had so much influence over Penelope's outcome. Yet it couldn't be proved or disproved. But in the judicial realm, a final outcome must always be made. And on the 27th of October 2021, Penelope's outcome had finally been confirmed. After 11 hours of deliberation, a jury of 8 women and 4 men returned with their verdict, finding Penelope Jackson guilty of murdering her husband, David Jackson. They deducted that David was of no threat to Penelope at the time of the attack, and that she was calm and collected in the event, therefore concluding that it's unlikely that she was reacting in distress after an attack from her husband. Penelope could have stopped after the first slash across David's chest, but instead, as overheard by emergency personnel, she continued to attack David while he remained severely wounded. And although you never know what happens behind closed doors, a multitude of witnesses came forward in David's defense. And all in the meanwhile, Penelope's own attitude and behavior painted her as an uncaring individual with a distinct lack of empathy. She showed not a shred of remorse following David's death, even though she professed that she still loved him. Penelope received a life sentence with a minimum of 18 years, meaning that she is only eligible for parole after reaching the ripe old age of 84.
84?
Penelope has since appealed her verdict. And that pretty much marks up the end of today's case. There is still ongoing pressure on both sides of Penelope. One side arguing that Penelope was only reacting to years of abuse, the other side arguing that barely any of that ever existed. Either way, it is dominantly agreed that the actions that Penelope took that night were exaggerated way past the problem that was presented. Newton's third law describes that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. So, in an ideal world where all actions remain equal, I would argue that Bubble and Squeak should never end in murder.
Bubble and Squeak.
Thank you so much for watching another video today by Coffeehouse Crime. If you found this video interesting, or you learned something new today, then please remember to like the video and subscribe if you haven't yet. What do you think about Penelope and David? Although Penelope's actions are clear-cut, David's are not so much. What do you think Penelope should have done? Please let me know in the comments down below. You have made it
Regardless
to
of
the
what
end
you
of
should
today's
have
video,
done, it's already
but
done.
I'll be back again next week. But until that moment arrives, look after each other. Goodbye. It all started. A young student would vanish from a small town in Iowa, and the details which followed her disappearance would both unite and divide a nation at the same time. My name is Adrian, and welcome back to Coffeehouse Crime. In today's video, we'll be looking at the solved disappearance of Molly Tibbetts, and the turbulent twists in her story which followed. So who is Molly Tibbetts? How did she disappear? What made the nation rally together, and what pulled it apart? Just a quick heads up, but I post both solved and unsolved cases here on a weekly basis, so if true crime is your kind of thing, please consider subscribing to Coffeehouse Crime. So pull up a seat, my friend, grab a coffee and sit back. This is the case of Molly Tibbetts. Welcome to the state of Iowa, a new location to Coffeehouse Crime's map. But really, what is Iowa known for? It's got a cool bridge, and it was also apparently the birthplace of sliced bread. But other than those two facts, there's not a lot to talk about when it comes to the Hawkeye State. Oh, but there is one more thing. Corn. Lots and lots of corn. Iowa was the home state for a bright young woman who went by the name of Molly Tibbetts. Originally, Molly spent her youngest years in San Francisco. She was born there on the 8th of May 1998 to her mother Laura and father Rob. And alongside Molly, she had two siblings, her older brother Jake and younger brother Scott. Molly was very fortunate to have a very healthy and nurturing upbringing. She had two loving parents and she had a good start in school. But it was shortly into her second grade that life threw its first curveball at Molly. Although things were working out for her, things weren't the same for her parents, and reluctantly, the two divorced shortly after. The breakup was hard, but Molly's parents needed space from each other. And so in the year 2007, Molly, along with her mother and brothers, moved to Brooklyn, Iowa. Brooklyn, Iowa was where her mother had grown up, and now Molly would have the same chance to experience her teenage years in this laid-back town. Granted, the move was painful for Scott, for Jake, and for Holly. Not just geographically, but emotionally too. But with good faith from their parents, their father Rob kept a close relationship with his kids. And although he couldn't physically be there with them all the time, he wanted to do his best for them. Brooklyn, which is about 70 miles east of Des Moines, is a small town. With a population of just 1,400, life here is calm and slow. Very different to the hustle and bustle found in San Francisco. Their time surrounded by cornfields slowly turned from days into months and eventually into years. And before they knew it, Molly and her two brothers had fully settled into their new town. Molly would go on to attend Brooklyn Guernsey Malcolm Jr. Senior High School, but let's just call it Brooklyn High School from here. And while at Brooklyn High School, Molly would fully grow into her own personality. She was a social butterfly and made plenty of friends, often taking the role as the peacemaker in any situation. Molly Tibbetts was bright, energetic, positive and playful. She was the true definition to a people person, and she had a heart of gold. And speaking of hearts, it was in the year 2015 that Molly first set her eyes on a man named Dalton Jack. Dalton, who was a senior at Brooklyn High School, was an avid sportsman. It was late in the cold evening of October that he and his friend were sitting in a pickup truck after a game of football. They were then approached by a couple junior grades, and one of them was Molly. Dalton fell for Molly almost straight away. She made him laugh, and he thought she was cute. They shared numbers, and soon after started sharing dinners and movies together. And from here, the two fell in love. Molly was smitten, and to Dalton, she was his world. Their affection and commitment to one another would grow over time, and 2 years later when Molly left Brooklyn to start a psychology major at the University of Iowa, she held on to him. While Molly lived and studied in Iowa City, Dalton stayed back home in Brooklyn to take up a career in construction. But that didn't stop the flow that he had with Molly. The two would see each other almost every weekend, and even on the weekdays when they could. The distance from home didn't seem too bad for Molly either. In fact, her first year at university flew by, and near the end of May 2018, she returned home to Brooklyn for the summer. During her break back home, she kept herself busy. By day, she would work at a local children's day camp at Grinnell Regional Medical Center. And in the evenings, she made space for some extra studying to prepare for her sophomore year. She would also find time to go out for a run most evenings once the sun had set. Her days back in Brooklyn were split between her mother's home and her boyfriend's home, which was located on the western outskirts of town. Dalton, who, unlike university students, didn't have the luxury of summer holidays. He would work most weekdays, and sometimes his work was local. At other times it could be across the state. Being in construction, it very much depended on the project. It was on the 18th of July 2018, in the middle of Iowa summer, that Molly was staying at Dalton's house. He shared his house with his brother and his dogs. But both he and his brother were out of town for work. Dalton's current project, which was located on Highway 61 near Dubuque, meant that he was over 130 miles out from home for the rest of the week. And as such, Molly promised that she would look after his dogs for him while she worked and studied in his house. The weather in Iowa that day was hot. And by hot, I mean 88 Fahrenheit hot. Molly had kept herself indoors that day to keep cool, in the company of Dalton's dogs and a laptop, as she waited for the temperature to go down. The day was ordinary like all others. In Molly's downtime, she would Snapchat a boyfriend, find something to eat, or go on Twitter. There really was nothing unusual about it. And as the sun set, she found respite from the heat. The perfect time to go for her routine run. So around 7:30 PM, she left her laptop open, sent Dalton a selfie, put on her running gear, and headed out into the cornfields for her daily exercise.
And this is where the serial killer starts.
But Molly failed to return home that evening. In fact, she wouldn't return home at all. Dalton, who never got a reply from her that night, assumed that she was just busy and fell asleep. But the next morning, when messages from Molly still remained silent, Dalton began to worry. He reached out to friends to ask them if they'd heard from Molly, but just the same as him, Nothing. And all of her social media remained silent too. And when Dalton received a call from her supervisor to ask why she'd missed a day of work, that's when the panic really started to set in. Molly was punctual. She'd never missed a day before from her seasonal job. This was entirely out of character. Something bad had happened to Molly, but what exactly had happened, he didn't know. Sometimes silence can be the loudest kind of noise, and in this case, that was very much true. It seemed that Molly had just vanished off the face of the earth. And for an action so out of character, the quietness was insufferable for Dalton, her family, and her friends. By the end of the day, police and the local community had sprung into action with concern. Missing posters were distributed all around town, and the area outside of town was searched as best as possible. Volunteers all across America pitched in to find Molly, and to those who couldn't travel to search for her physically, donations and awareness was raised online instead. And very shortly after, Molly's father himself flew from his home in California to be part of the search team. But with Iowa experiencing the height of summer in the middle of July, the days were long and hot. And with cornfields all around, visibility was jaded, making it hard to look much more than several feet forward. And with Brooklyn being so close to Highway 80, she could be almost anywhere in the US within a matter of days.
The still developing story, the search for Molly. The search is widening with these missing person posters now being circulated throughout the Midwest. Good afternoon, everyone. Authorities and the family say there's no new information to share, but they're keeping up the search. University of Iowa student 20-year-old Molly Tibbetts went missing last Wednesday in Brooklyn. She was dog sitting and was last seen by a neighbor going out for a jog wearing shorts, a sports bra, and running shoes. Authorities are not ruling out foul play. People have been distributing flyers, posting them throughout the state and into Minnesota. The family posted on Facebook that the investigative team has been working on many fronts, but we are at that point where results take time, and we'll keep you updated.
So, where was Molly? Well, at this stage, nobody knew. There was only one confirmed sighting of her by a friend of Molly's family that had seen Molly running east of the town that evening. But, other than that information, police had nothing else to go off of. As the days turned into weeks, a reward for information on her whereabouts continued to grow. That sum would almost eventually reach $400,000. And investigators received thousands of tips too. They even rolled out an interactive website to help jog the public's memory, and looked into Molly's data from her fitness tracker to figure out where she had run to. But despite all these efforts, nothing seemed to come to light. That was until mid-August. It was during that time that the one key clue to her disappearance finally came in to investigators. A neighbour who had lived in the northeastern area of Brooklyn had been scrolling through a security camera footage when he noticed something strange. He shared his footage to police officers, and what they found as a result was of great interest. Bearing in mind, this camera is 3 minutes slow. But at 7:45 PM on the day of her disappearance, the security camera picked up what is alleged to be Molly jogging along Boundary Street. And not even 20 seconds later, a black Chevy Malibu with chrome side mirrors, handles and rims was spotted driving from the direction of the jogger. Nothing strange yet, but then the same car was spotted just seconds later on a street. And not even 2 minutes after, at 7:51 PM, the Chevy Malibu was recorded on the first camera again, doubling back from the direction it came, towards the jogger. And again at 8:07 PM. Same Chevy, same direction, but this time faster. Christina Stewart's sighting of Molly, who was running east of Brooklyn on 385th Avenue, checked out with the jogger's timing on the security camera. It is very likely that, with both the footage and Christina's account, the runner was indeed her. And with that said, the vehicle, which seemed to exhibit strange activity at the very time and location of Molly's disappearance, was suddenly of great interest to police. Investigators searched for the car. I can't say they searched very hard because in a town of just 1,400 people with a car that distinctive, yeah, it didn't take them very long to find it. Only one day after viewing that footage, a deputy who was on duty at the time managed to spot that car on the road. He didn't stop the car, just merely followed it, until the driver stopped himself. The deputy approached the driver's window, and it was eventually found out that the car belonged to that driver. His name was John Budd. John was asked about Molly's disappearance. He replied saying that he had no idea or involvement with Molly, and therefore, he was allowed to leave. But John's time away from officers didn't last very long. In fact, it was only 2 days later that officers arrived at his employer's dairy farm. And suddenly, they noticed that he was now driving a different car, this one belonging to his girlfriend. So at this point, investigators were interested in John, but they didn't have any evidence linking John to Molly's disappearance. So instead, investigators invited John down to the local police station to ask him more questions. John had no obligation to satisfy their demands, but decided to go ahead with it anyway, and so down to the police station they went. Call it cold feet, or call it good interrogation, but after hours of being interviewed by police, John had a confession to make. John Budd was not actually called John. Instead, his legal name was Christian Bahina Rivera. He was a man aged 24 at the time, and he lived and worked in the rural area of Pauchique County, just outside of Brooklyn. Originally from Guerrero in Mexico, John, or Christian, arrived in the United States at the age of 17. But not lawfully. He was not legally allowed to work in America, and had actually slipped the system. Christian, who had now been living in Iowa for several years, had worked in a couple farms since entering the US. His current place of employment was Yoruba Farm near Brooklyn, Iowa. Back in the interrogation room, investigators were getting comfortable with Christian, and while asking him if he knew where Molly was, he admitted that he had in fact seen her on the evening of her disappearance. He claimed that he had spotted Molly before deciding to approach her. He then started running next to her before striking up conversation. And second time wasn't the charm either. When he persisted by her side, she pulled out her phone and told him to leave or she was going to call the police. And apparently next, Christian blacked out.
What? No.
When the next day, the 21st of August, rolled around, the morning brought some terrible news with it. After over 10 hours of interrogation, Christian agreed to lead police officers to a specific patch of land outside of Brooklyn. It was remote, and as police officers got out of their vehicles to walk closer, they noticed a clearance between the corn stalks. And as they approached, their greatest fears were confirmed. They had finally found the body of Molly Tibbetts. She was found underneath a layer of corn stalks, partially clothed, wearing only a sports bra and socks, and it was clear that, due to the level of decomposition, her body had been there for some time. Christian confessed that after approaching Molly as she ran, when she threatened to call the police, he reacted by killing her in a panic, and eventually hid her body in a cornfield. She had been stabbed 7 to 12 times in the chest, ribs, neck, and skull, and tragically, she had died from these sharp force injuries. Upon hearing the news, families, friends, acquaintances, and searchers for Molly were all in despair. Her silence, which had kept the town and the nation on
Yeah,
life's edge
what
for
a
weeks,
freak.
crashed
You are
down
totally
on them
right,
with
like, what the
devastation.
hell?
And when they learned of the details of her death, that devastation grew with
Oh, look
anger.
at this dude just
Anger
driving
that would
so
find
many
its way into the
bags.
political spotlight. Donald Trump himself blaming her death on the actions of an illegal immigrant from Mexico. And on August the 22nd, Christian Rivera was charged with first-degree murder. And upon noticing that he was a flight risk, his bond, which was previously set at $1 million, was increased to $5 million. As the story of Molly Tibbetts changed from a disappearance to homicide, events around her case would continue to unfold, both behind bars and in the real world. Rivera would go on to plead not guilty the following month. Despite initially confessing that he had killed Molly Tibbetts, he now entirely retracted that statement. But investigators
Why
were
would
already
you change
busy
your
making their
story?
own
You already
discoveries.
admitted.
The impounded black Chevy that belonged to Rivera was under close forensic scrutiny, and analysis would eventually find blood present in the boot and on the rim of his car. Forensic analysts eventually matched the DNA profile found in the trunk of his car to Molly's known DNA profile. The discovery almost entirely confirming that Molly was in Rivera's trunk that evening. But a long series of events behind bureaucracy would delay his case making its way into the courtroom. Due to the publicity of his trial, it was pushed back several months and moved to another county over safety concerns. And then in August 2019, his defense team filed a 29-page motion asking for his interrogation to not be allowed as evidence, as he was apparently not properly read his Miranda rights at the time. This means that despite confessing that he had killed Molly, because he wasn't read out the famous statement, "Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law," they couldn't actually use his confession as evidence. Great. His trial was then delayed into 2020 after asking a judge for more time, which was granted. But
it's because they didn't
2020,
say.
coronavirus happened. However, you cannot stop time. And on May the 17th, 2021, Rivera's trial finally began. His defense team were quick to argue to the court that investigators violated his rights before charging him with murder. They also alleged that officers engaged in illegal tactics in forcing Rivera to connect himself to the crime. And when those tricks didn't seem to go down so well, they would eventually try to accuse Molly's boyfriend Dalton for her murder, claiming that he had cheated on her 3 years prior. But Dalton had a strong alibi during the time that she disappeared. He was almost 2 hours away with work, and several colleagues could account for his whereabouts. And it was also obvious how much he loved Molly. There was no motive behind such an accusation. Christian Rivera would eventually take the stand to testify. But this was not a smart move. Since his initial confession, Rivera's claims had changed from a guilty yet plausible story to shocking stupidity. He claimed to the jury that apparently 2 armed men had come to his house and forced him to drive them around town until they spotted Molly.
Wow,
and they
what?
then killed her, forced him to drive to the cornfield, and threatened him with his daughter's life if he told anyone what had happened.
It was just becoming really stupid.
After allowing their client to take the stand with a story like that, well, good luck to the defense team in ever being hired again. With Rivera's not-so-compliant confession, leading police to Molly's body, the CCTV footage, Molly's blood in his trunk, and now the ludicrous story, Christian had thoroughly been backed into a corner. And on Friday the 28th of May 2021, Rivera was officially found guilty for the murder of Molly Tibbetts. The decision was reached just after 1 PM, after only 1 day of deliberation, the jury taking just 7 hours of active discussion to reach their verdict.
Rivera, guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree.
Christian stayed silent and expressionless as the verdict was read out, the man showing less emotion than you'd expect while watching the weather forecast. There was, however, one more twist to this case. Christian Rivera was originally scheduled to be sentenced on July the 15th this year. But soon before that date, Christian's defense team sought for retrial after now claiming that 2 of Molly's childhood friends were to blame for her murder. And this, of course, was bullshit. The judge denied any form of retrial. However, it did push back his sentencing date. With that said, Christian Rivera is now expected to be sentenced later this month on August the 30th, which, according to my watch, is 2 weeks from the day that this video is published. And with the state of Iowa carrying a mandatory life sentence in prison, it's unlikely that anyone will ever have to worry about being caught by this man again. Call it leading with a good heart, or call it pure strength, but this case brought out true heroes in people who chose to climb out of the darkest moments of their lives, stare evil in the face, and pick kindness over anger. Following the political twist that Molly's disappearance never meant to attract, colleagues of Christian Rivera who had nothing to do with this case were targeted, bullied, and then fled Brooklyn, Iowa, leaving their 17-year-old son Ulysses Felix all alone at the ranch. With no family and no home, Ulysses had nowhere to go. But Molly's mother Laura wondered what Molly would have wanted if she were alive. And as a result, Laura adopted Ulysses, giving him an opportunity to remain in school and build himself a brighter future. And Molly's father, Rob, who spent every waking moment of his life searching for Molly while she was missing, was at the forefront of media coverage every day. It's clear to see where exactly Molly developed her friendly, open-hearted personality. Time and time again, her parents, who supported and loved Molly for every second of her life, chose love over hate, even in the moments where the latter option was the easiest. And with a foundation like that, it's obvious why Molly grew into the young adult that everyone loved. She was described
gonna
as
go
everyone's
try
counselor,
the other,
equipped with an infectious laugh
pier.
and a beautiful smile, working hard for her own bright future, one that was tragically taken from her.
And
But
check
the
my
goodwill
luck.
and strength didn't stop
Well,
there.
check if
Following
anything.
her discovery, hundreds of people from her community gathered at the University of Iowa to remember Molly. Many of those hundreds, the same people that had spent the last month searching for her through cornfields in the middle of Iowa's summer. And now, every year, hundreds of runners from across the country travel to Brooklyn, Iowa to participate in the Molly Tibbetts Memorial Run, in honor of Molly and to raise funds towards child psychiatry at a local children's hospital. Being in this business of true crime, it's kind of obvious to say that these stories never really finish with a happy ending. At the end of the day, a life is always lost, leaving behind a distraught family and many friends. But this case in particular, it was a difficult one for me to cover. Molly had a lot going for her. She should have felt safe in what she was doing, and her life was cut way too soon. But for what reason? There are dozens of hours of trial footage of this case here on YouTube, and it's pretty obvious throughout the entire process how little Rivera actually cared. Anger doesn't quite cut it, this guy sucks. And a personal gripe, I know technically I'm only one myself, but it was really disappointing to see how many keyboard detectives were out there pointing the finger at Molly's parents and Dalton. Molly wasn't the only victim to this case, it was her friends and family that were too. Being accused with uneducated opinion is just adding salt to the wounds. Anyway, I'm going to leave it here for today, folks. If you found this video interesting, or if you learned something new today, then please remember to like the video. And if you haven't yet, please subscribe to Coffee House Crime, it really does help me out.
Yeah, no, like
Thank
it's
you for
just
watching today.
like
and
just
you
a
know it by
mention of
now, I'll
cops,
be right here
you know.
behind this camera, waiting for you in the next one. Until that moment arrives though, look after each other.
What is this? Death Island?
This is the island of Koh Tao. If you've ever expressed any desire for a tropical holiday, the chances are you've already heard of this island. With platinum sands, luscious palm
Looks
trees,
nice.
and vibrant blue waters, Koh Tao is arguably one of the most idyllic islands on the planet. But following a long and grisly streak of disappearances and mysterious deaths, it is quickly becoming better known as Death Island. So, what exactly happened here? And why the morbid name? My name is Adrian, and welcome back to another video by Coffee House Crime. Today we're deep diving into the history of Koh Tao, and why you may want to scratch this island off your bucket list. Just a quick heads up, but I post solved, unsolved, and strange cases here on a weekly basis, so if that sounds like your kind of thing, please consider subscribing to Coffee House Crime. So pull up a seat, grab a coffee, and sit back, my friend. This is the case of Death Island. Welcome to the Land of Smiles, Thailand. Historically known as Siam, Thailand is a vibrant country found in the heart of Southeast Asia. And with a population of almost 70 million people, it's a large nation with an even larger audience. I say larger, as Thailand is one of the most tourist-busy countries on the planet. Numbers have grown from roughly 335,000 foreign visitors in 1967 to 32.5 million tourists in the year 2016. So, what's the hype all about? It is obvious to see why Thailand is popular amongst holiday makers. I mean, just look at some of these views. If majestic temples and hustling markets aren't your thing, then maybe its modern cityscapes are, which rise up from the country's mountainous terrain. If that doesn't pique your interest, we're only getting started. Tropical jungles and forests rip through the plains of Thailand, with both old and new secrets hidden within. And where the land meets the water, cliffs rise like monoliths from the ocean. Scoping out from the country's daring terrain, a warm and tropical environment is found. And zooming in, an exuberant culture with delicious food is just waiting to be realized. With some of those dishes, only the most daring would try. But maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves
I do
here.
not want to
As
eat
today, we're focusing on the
scorpions.
second smallest island of the Shompen archipelago, and that island is named Koh Tao. Koh Tao is known for its tropical coral reefs, incredible beaches, gorgeous weather, and undefeatable diving spots. You may have also heard Koh Tao to be named as Turtle Island. In its more modern times, it has become somewhat of a party island for Western tourists. And at certain times of the year, you will also find green turtles here for the exact same reason, if you understand what I mean. With warm sands beneath your feet and a vibrant yet laid-back lifestyle to lose yourself in, it's no surprise why Koh Tao is considered as paradise to many. I'd like to say that Koh Tao is peaceful, but being only 8 square miles and attracting a lot of visitors to the island, it can get very busy. Nevertheless, Koh Tao finds itself as a prominent selling point to the Great Thai experience, and over 300,000 tourists find themselves here every year. So maybe that's why, on New Year's Day of 2014, people on the island were rather shocked to discover the body of a tourist. Nick Pearson, a 25-year-old man from Derbyshire, England, was found dead at the bottom of a 50-foot drop in one of the island's bays. Nick was on a holiday with his family over the Christmas period, when they found themselves on the island over New Year's Eve. And although they were from England, Nick loved Thailand. In fact, this was his 7th visit. But his death seemed to happen over mysterious circumstances. On the night before his death, after enjoying dinner with his family, they headed out for cocktails at Chopper's Bar and Grill. And after a drink or two, they made their way to Surrey Beach for the New Year's countdown and fireworks. At around 1 AM, the family decided it was time to get some rest, so they slowly made their way back to their bungalows nearby. Nick had his own bungalow, and after seeing him get in bed, his father Graham wished him goodnight before making his way back to his own. Graham and Tracy woke up the following morning to no sign or message from Nick, and after checking his bungalow, they realised no one was home. Silence persisted throughout the morning, until in the early afternoon, hotel staff had some rather heavy news to share. Nick had been found, and unfortunately, he was dead. It was a terrible tragedy, but officers were very quick to close Nick's case. Since he had fallen into a bay, they automatically assumed he had fallen in and drowned. However, after identifying his body at the local temple, Nick's parents started to realise that things weren't quite adding up. They noticed a large gash on his head, an injury that didn't amount to a 50-foot fall. And despite being told that drowning was the cause of his death, blood had dried across his face. Nick wasn't the type of person to randomly go swimming on his own accord, and he was already tired and in bed when his parents left him. So none of this made sense. There was also no attempt made by officers to investigate the scene or his bungalow. Needless to say, Nick's parents were devastated, but they were hopeless to the situation. In fact, after his death, locals warned them to keep quiet, as the island had powerful people behind the scenes.
What the heck?
His parents noticed that before his death, Nick had started flirting with a local Thai girl that he had recently met. They began to wonder if perhaps this flirting may have caused some sort of offence, and in response, someone followed him home. Nick was repatriated back to England the following week, where post-mortem reports suggested that he could have been attacked before his death, but murderous intent could not be confirmed. Reports also highlighted that Nick had no broken bones, which was very strange considering he had fallen 50 feet. Surely if the gash on his head was from a fall, then broken bones would also be observed. Either way, no further analysis or investigations would be made, and from here on out, the story of Nick Pearson would end. This wasn't the first time that Koh Tao had experienced a mysterious death, as unfortunately, it's somewhat part of our nature. And even in paradise, both death and murder, and the fog in between, is incessant. Excuse the philosophical rhetoric, but hear me out. On a timeline relative to the rest of the world, Koh Tao has barely been around. Formerly a prison in 1943, the island remained completely uninhabited before this. And after its decommission in 1944, Koh Tao was once again vacant, until its first pioneers arrived from Koh Samui in 1947. And 3 decades later, in 1977, the island would see its first travellers, with its first resort being erected in 1984. Initial reports of murder and mysterious deaths on Koh Tao date back to the early 90s. But it wasn't until the age of the internet that information started to amalgamate towards the wider audience. It is impossible to speak for any cases prior to 2012, as there simply isn't enough information past hearsay. But in August of that year, British IT manager Ben Harrington had also met the end of his life. It was in the early hours of the 30th of August 2012 that Ben's body was found among the wreckage of his moped and a pylon. Although Thai officers ruled that Ben had died from a broken neck, an autopsy back in England would reveal that it was in fact a transacted aorta. Granted, this can also be indicative of a vehicle collision, but it also leaves room for many more possibilities. The most concerning detail to Ben's case was that his wallet, money and watch were never recovered from the scene, therefore suggesting that he may have been mugged. But did that happen as a reaction to his death? Or was it the cause of his death? And of course, moving 2 years forward to the year 2014, Nick Pearson would be the next person to mysteriously perish. Although 17 months separated Nick's from Ben's case, the next few occurrences would happen much quicker. And disturbingly, some of these cases painted a much more malicious picture. In September of 2014, Koh Tao's most notorious murders would take place, thus thwarting the island into the international spotlight. And of course, I'm talking about the murders of Hannah Witheridge and David Miller. Already covering their case here on Coffee House Crime, I won't go into too much detail. But just 8 months after Nick's death, Hannah and David would tragically be found dead on the beach. Both students who had just finished their degrees, the two arrived on the island with their own groups of friends. But after selecting Ocean View Resort for their accommodation, the two eventually crossed paths. At around 7 PM of the 14th of September, a surveillance camera captured Hannah walking with her friends into Chopper's bar. And shortly after that, at 7:47, David, along with a friend of his, joined them. The now larger group shared drinks with one another before taking this picture. And just after midnight, Hannah was seen walking towards AC Bar with her friends. They were only 200 meters from their hotel. Shortly after that, at 1 AM, David also left Chopper's bar to catch up with the ladies. Friends reported that both Hannah and David called it a night at around 2 AM. They said their goodbyes before heading back towards Ocean View Resort together. However, they would never make it back alive. Their bodies were found the following morning, just meters away from their resort. David was found in the water. He had received multiple head wounds before drowning. Hannah's body was also found nearby against the rocks. She had similar fatal injuries, was semi-naked, and you can probably guess why. The deaths of Hannah Witheridge and David Miller brought an unprecedented amount of publicity to the island, and for several reasons too. For one, it was quite obvious that their deaths were not self-inflicted or an accident. Police knew from the very beginning that they were dealing with a double homicide, which is probably what makes the next issue all the more frustrating, as police failed to secure the crime scene. They even failed to stop people taking pictures of their bodies.
Oof.
Here's just a few mistakes. But the crime scene was trampled on by tourists and locals. Pictures were taken of Hannah and David, and no DNA samples were collected until 6 hours after their initial discovery. And even after the area was secured, non-authorized citizens were still spotted behind the police tape. Including this guy. We'll get back to him later. Before we carry on, some additional context to the island of Koh Tao is required, as things begin to escalate pretty fast from here. Although we think of tourists when we hear the word holiday, we never really stop to think of those that accommodate them. Welcoming over 300,000 holidaymakers every year requires a lot of work. The island has a permanent population of around 1,500 people, and although there are Thai residents on the island, most of them who aim to serve its tourists are actually from Myanmar, also known as Burma. None of these Burmese workers residing on Koh Tao actually own any of the businesses on the island, and in fact, some of them don't even have the legal documentation to work here. But by default, all businesses on the island must hold majority ownership by a Thai citizen, and in many of these cases, that equates to 51%. But who exactly owns the other 49% of these businesses? For a lot of them, the short answer is the owner of the land underneath it, which most of the time is the Tuichian family. It is reported that the Tuichians are an extremely wealthy family that have lived on Koh Tao for most of its inhabited life. And having a stakeholder in many of these businesses, they maintain relatively strong control of their operations, profit, and to a certain degree, rules. With as little as 3 police officers stationed on the island at any one time, it is arguable that Koh Tao is often left to its own devices. And with the Twitchin family being the most influential entity on the island, it is also arguable that perhaps this influence may encroach socially accepted normals. For example, even in crime scenes such as the murder of Hannah and David, Montrouat Twitchin was permitted to stand behind police tape in a zone that he should have no influence or control over. And, coincidentally, he owned AC Bar, the very bar that Hannah and David had visited that night. Rumours of the so-called Koh Tao Mafia have been around for quite some time, but following Hannah's and David's death, allegations of them being involved spiralled in the following days. Very soon after, a surveillance image of what appeared to be Montrouat out during the time of their murders started to circulate, and in response, Montrouat fled from the island before going into hiding. Since police had no idea who the killers were, tensions started to escalate over the following days, and reports of marks, cuts, burns and bruises appearing on Burmese migrants started to appear, as did several allegations of torture. But on the 2nd of October 2014, 16 days after the death of Hannah and David, progress had apparently finally been made. Police obtained surveillance footage of 3 men on a scooter near the crime scene, and they were eventually identified as Mong Mong, Zaw Lin and Wei Pio. After being arrested on suspicion of murder, it would only take 24 hours for Zaw Lin and Wei Pio to confess to these evil crimes. And authorities would make a spectacle of this, publicly broadcasting a reconstruction of the murders with Zaw and Wei. However, 5 days later, the two would officially retract their confessions after claiming that they'd been tortured into submission. Evidence also suggested that the two could have been framed, as DNA analysis confirmed that the weapon used to kill David and Hannah did not match the DNA of Zaw Lin or Wei Pio. And even to this day, the DNA profile hasn't been linked to anyone. It was also pointed out in trial that police had failed to secure the crime scene, failed to use an accredited forensics doctor, and failed to test DNA found on the rocks and on Hannah's clothes. Regardless, on Christmas Eve of 2014, Zaw Lin and Wei Pio were officially found guilty over the murders of Hannah Witheridge and David Miller, and as a result, they were sentenced to death. Thai officials received a substantial amount of backlash following this decision, and this backlash even came from Hannah Witheridge's sister, and even Anonymous, who declared war against the Thai government for favouring tourism over people's safety. It was already well known that the Thai government and its police services had been corrupt for a long time, but this really heightened awareness. Regardless, authorities were hoping that now they had 2 people guilty and behind bars, tourists would start to see the island as safe again and would start revisiting Koh Tao. However, exactly 1 week after their guilty verdict, another tragedy hit the island. In the early hours of New Year's Day 2015, the body of a French national named Dimitri Povs was found suspended from the ceiling of his beach bungalow. Dimitri's friends claimed that they had gone out with him for New Year's drinks the night prior, before returning to their own accommodation and leaving Dimitri alone. The cause of death was asphyxiation, and police concluded that he had taken his own life as a written letter was left behind, detailing his love for a local woman named Iris. However, friends and family were very skeptical of the idea that he had taken his own life, as in general Dimitri was a very happy person and never expressed any self-destructive thoughts. And the most concerning aspect to this case is that Dimitri was found with his wrists bound behind his back. It did however seem possible that he could have done this by himself, as the rope was loose enough to slide a second hand in. And later, that very same month, some more terrible news. On the 21st of January 2015, Christina Ainsley, a 23-year-old writer from England, was found dead in her room at the In Touch resort. According to Thai police, there were no signs of a struggle or assault. They concluded that she had died of natural causes, after mixing antibiotics for a chest infection with alcohol. However, despite these claims, no toxicology report was ever conducted to confirm this. Considering penicillin, a typical antibiotic used for chest infections, has a fatality rate of about 0.002%, the likelihood of Christina dying from this is extremely small. Small enough to argue that a toxicology and autopsy report is absolutely essential. Thai police also refused to interview the last person to have seen Christina, who was later identified on CCTV. And even further, they refused to release this surveillance footage. An officer also added that the bungalow she was found dead in was owned by Montserrat Tawichian, the very same man who managed the bar where David and Hannah were on their final night. Because Christina's body had been held for so long before being released to UK authorities, no post-mortem or blood sampling was possible by the time that she had been repatriated. And so, another mysterious death on Koh Tao, and another death hastily swept under the rug by Thai police. Only 4 weeks later, another case opened up. On the 16th of February 2015, 23-year-old Russian tourist Valentina Novozhanova disappeared from a hostel on Koh Tao. She had checked in just a few days prior, but after not being seen by anyone for several days, the hostel owner had become concerned. Entering her room, staff found her mobile phone, passport, money, and camera. But Valentina herself was nowhere to be found. All of her belongings had been left behind, which made no sense if she was planning to leave. Surveillance cameras held no clues. Those that were operating found no trace of her. The others were suspiciously not working. And even to this day, no one knows what happened to Valentina. In a brief period of only 5 months, Koh Tao had become the centre stage to an additional 5 deaths and disappearances, and none of them could
How
rule
can
out
they
foul
sweep
play.
that all into
And
the
although
rug?
these deaths and disappearances are tragic, none of them seemed to initially connect to one another. With an island accommodating roughly 300,000 tourists every year, there is bound to be some level of death and even murder in those average statistics. But scratching past the surface, a few chilling patterns begin to emerge. If you remember David's and Hannah's deaths, I mentioned that David arrived with several friends, and one of those friends was Sean McKenna. Following the murder of David and Hannah, Sean continued to remain on the island. Arriving at a bar the following night, he shared his pain and frustration with one of the workers. It was during this conversation that the bar owner and 3 of his men sat down around Sean. And, well, this is what was said.
I went to a bar where a guy started asking me questions because he knew that I knew the guy who died. 3 of them sat me down and started asking me questions, and I was a bit drunk, so I was answering them. They just said to me, you're gonna hang yourself tonight. You're gonna hang yourself tonight. We're gonna watch you hang. But you died tonight, so I just ran. I just left and ran.
At around 3:30 AM, Sean desperately posted to Facebook to say, "Thai Mafia are trying to kill me. Please help me." He took pictures of the men, uploaded those photos to Facebook, and ran. Although the men instructed Sean to end his life, they were very particular in the way they wanted it done. In fact, it was the exact same way Dmitry had passed away, a circumstance that could appear as self-inflicted, and one of these men at the bar was Montserrat Tawichian. Sean sprinted into the jungle, taking refuge under its foliage for the night, and the very next morning, he fled from the island. Local cops confirmed that 2 men were questioned about these death threats, but after a brief discussion, no further action was taken. And these details aren't the only similarities to Hannah's and David's case, as years later, Sam Venning and his friend Carla Bartel would eventually come forward to reveal that they were attacked 1 year before Hannah's and David's death in the exact same spot. Interviewed by Australian lawyer Ian Yarwood, Sam recalled how one night in 2013, he and Carla were sat on a rock at the south end of Sari Beach. It was pitch black, and no one was around. Sam recalled hearing a moped pull up behind him, but in the split second he turned around, he was hit in the head with a rock, the rock breaking as he fell to the beach below. Carla screamed as loud as she could, and following her screams, it seemed to startle the attackers as they ran away. And needless to say, both Carla and Sam did the exact same thing. Sam left the island as soon as he could, but even during that time, his Thai local friends told him not to bother telling the police of the event, as this would fall on deaf ears, or even make the situation worse. One more piece of concerning information that I forgot to include, but even after the deaths of David and Hannah, Thai police were not interested to hear of Sam's or Carla's stories. Following a spree of mysterious deaths throughout early 2015, the island would settle down for a short period of time. But in April of 2017, the island would once again claim another life. Elise Alamagna was a backpacker from Belgium. She was 30 years old at the time and had spent the last 2 years travelling around Asia. On the 19th of April 2017, Elise booked herself into Triple B Bungalows, which is located south of Sari Beach. Yet, very bizarrely, 3 of their bamboo huts, which also included Elise's accommodation, would burn down that very night. She instead found herself checking into Poseidon Resort. She booked a ticket to leave the island 4 days later on the 24th of April. As the 24th rolled around, her bags would make it onto the boat. In fact, they would make the entire journey all the way back to the mainland. But Elise was nowhere to be found. That was until a few days later. Her body was eventually found hanging among the rocks behind her resort, deep in the jungle of Koh Tao. She was found wrapped in old t-shirts, and an empty fuel bottle was found next to her. Given the state of decomposition, Elise had passed away about 3 days earlier, matching to the day that she should have left the island. She had to be identified using dental records and x-rays. And unfortunately, she was cremated before her family had the chance to repatriate her. The list of victims who have perished on the island of Koh Tao is almost too expansive to cover. But Bernd Groch was a German man who moved to Koh Tao in 1998. He set up his own business on the island, but left in 2016, after becoming frustrated with the island's corruption and hostility towards foreign business owners. He would later return to Koh Tao in March of 2018 to tie up a few loose ends. But instead of leaving the island for good, he was found dead in his home.
What?
Bernd was both fit and healthy for his age, so when police reported that the cause of his death was heart failure, friends and family were skeptical. They would never find out what killed him either, as his autopsy report was never handed over to his family. It was noted that he had recently separated from his wife, who was actually a native to the island, so there was speculation that maybe this was a motive to his death. Still, no one knows. There are many more cases that I could talk about, but I thought I'd finish with Koh Tao's most recent deaths, which happened only last year. On the 4th of June 2021, Rakeshwar Sakatamakul, his wife Anshu, and son Ratish had boarded a boat to Koh Tao. Rakeshwar was no ordinary person. He was actually a multimillionaire, building his wealth on an empire of hotels.
It looks like a
Rakeshwar was, in
mugshot
fact,
for a
another
criminal.
hotelier. After arriving on the island, they found that their pre-booked accommodation was too small, and the hotel itself was still under construction. So, following a short disagreement with the staff, the family boarded a taxi to a different hotel. Settling into a luxurious resort, Rakeshwar and Anshu took a moment to share a beer, but Ratish wanted to check out the local beach. So, after hiring a kayak, he left his parents behind while he took a walk. Nothing seemed amiss when Ratish left. Their hotel plans may have changed, but otherwise the family were happy to spend some time together. But that would all change after his return, as once he made it back to the resort, he found both of his parents dead in the swimming pool.
What?
Police would eventually rule drowning as the cause of their deaths, which would be a rarity for one person, but two makes it even less likely. And unfortunately, their autopsy report is yet to be released, despite this happening almost 8 months ago. Surveillance cameras overlooking the pool were also supposedly not working on the day of their deaths, so it's still not clear what exactly happened to Rakeshwar or Anshu, but they may very well be the most recent names added to a long list of victims with a fate that will never be fully understood. So, what's my synopsis on Koh Tao? Is it an island that you should consider visiting?
Yeah, no.
Or is it one to avoid
Cross that
entirely?
off the holiday
Here are the
list.
facts. There have now been several deaths on the island, all of which are shrouded in mystery, and if you dig even deeper, you will find several more. It is also
no
obvious to
thanks.
see that these deaths and events are
Like,
not all
no,
coincidental.
thank you.
But when you factor in the number of tourists visiting the island, a comparison of 20-odd deaths versus 2.4 million tourists, it is tremendously likely that your visit to Koh Tao will remain safe. But let's not
No.
pretend that these murders
No
did
thanks.
not happen. And whether big or small, there is no doubt that corruption is happening here. Police corruption is rife throughout the entire country of Thailand, not just the island. In fact, according to a study by Transparency International, which was published in November of 2020, nearly half of all Thais interviewed admitted that they had to pay bribes to the police in the previous 12 months alone. The close relationship between business and government has resulted in a widespread use of bribes in most sectors across the country, and bribery and conflicts of interest are most common within Thailand's private and public sectors. Koh Tao has found itself in a unique situation. Since the island hasn't been inhabited for long, it is still majority owned by one family, the Tuichians. And with the number of tourists visiting the island, this clearly puts them in a financially dominant position. And up until 2019, the island only had one tiny police station. It is rumoured that only 3 officers were stationed here. Not that this number necessarily matters, as even the island's locals warn tourists not to bother with reporting crimes. All the same, they warn of corruption. And this corruption, which is suggested to be in the form of financial bribery from the Tuichians to their local police, is allegedly used to protect the mafia-like family from accused crimes.
Coincidentally, the
Picking
CCTV
Hannah's
is
and
not
David's
working
case, for example,
after the sun
several
leaves.
witnesses
Oh my
reported
God.
seeing the two argue with Montrawat in a bar earlier that evening. Montrawat's DNA was never collected or
What the-
analysed, and despite Zorlin and Waipio initially confessing, they later claimed that they were forced into submission. It is factually correct that the DNA found on the weapon did not match their own, and independent retesting of the DNA was never allowed by Thai officials. So, can we really trust Thai police? To put this into perspective from the other side, a high-ranking officer at the Corrections Department had even once revealed in a TV interview that his belief is half of all prisoners are scapegoats. And although there is no evidence to confirm corruption is present on the island, a bewildering amount of people and information outwardly scream it. And bribery is not the only motivating factor to sweep these deaths under the rug either, as Thailand is eager to present itself as a safe place for tourists to visit and travel. Blaming foreigners or migrants instead of accusing their own locals protects Thailand as a destination for holidays and therefore brings more money into the country. Tourism already
Not
accounts
if you
for over
kill.
20% of Thailand's GDP, with ambitious targets to increase this up to 30% by the year 2030. So it therefore makes practical sense for police to curb any threats to Thailand's reputation, despite that being severely immoral. So, is Koh Tao safe to visit? For the
No.
most part, and no promises, yes. But if you were to fall into the wrong hands while on your journey, even the actual story to your own fate is at risk. It appears that before Koh Tao can be considered fully safe and compliant to standard expectations, some serious reforms need to be made to the operations of Thai police. Once that happens, more stringent processes need to be implemented in order to both limit and control businesses and families on the island, including the so-called Koh Tao Mafia. And although these changes may help save lives in the future, it is impossible to bring back those that we have talked about today. The number of tourists who have died on Koh Tao is far greater than the 11 I've mentioned, by the way. These are just a handful of the more concerning cases. Many victims have come forward to share their stories of being attacked on the island, and even YouTuber George Benson has shared his story of witnessing an English tourist getting beaten up by 4 Thai business owners. So it's not just thinking about those who have died or disappeared, but also all of those encounters that have left others physically, emotionally, and mentally injured. All of the information in today's video is collated through my own research and investigations. They don't necessarily reflect my opinion on Koh Tao or its inhabitants, nor am I trying to discredit the island or its people. I am simply here to bring awareness to the tourists that are dying on this island. For the record, Thailand is an incredible place. I've travelled here twice, including once to Koh Tao. If you're from the Western world,
It's definitely by
Thailand
that
truly is a country
so-called
like no other.
mafia.
The sudden shift in culture is both alarming and extremely empowering. From the minute differences like birds and road markings, all the way through to larger aspects like its staggering beauty, Thailand is a place that will heighten your senses. With its Buddhist temples, bustling cities, delicious food, jaw-dropping beaches, and breathtaking scenery, Thailand is a place to lose yourself and find yourself. But just like everywhere else in the world, that is not to say that the country is perfect. It does have a higher than average fatality rate for tourists, but most of this is from traffic accidents, influenced by Thailand's unforgiving road standards. And police corruption is a serious problem in Thailand, something that must be changed to protect the country's integrity in the future. The overwhelming majority of tourists visiting Thailand will make it back home without any problems whatsoever. But should you find yourself visiting the country, or more specifically Koh Tao, please make sure to be sensible. prioritize your safety, and look after those around you. And that just about wraps up today's case. Thank you so much for watching another video today by Coffeehouse Crime. If you found this video interesting, or you learned something new today, then please remember to like the video and subscribe if you haven't yet. So what do you think about Koh Tao?
Yeah,
Will
never
you ever
visiting
visit
that
the
island.
And
Nope.
also, what do you think of the format of today's video?
Nope.
A hatred toward his absent parents, a disgust for women, and the thirst for notoriety. These were just 3 of many motives that drove the crossbow cannibal. Motives that would in the end take 3 innocent lives. My name is Adrian, and welcome back to Coffeehouse Crime. In today's video we're heading to England to look at the case of Stephen Griffiths, also known as the crossbow cannibal. By the way, I post both solved and unsolved cases here on a weekly basis, so if true crime is your kind of thing, then please consider subscribing to Coffeehouse Crime, and I may just have to buy you a coffee. So, who is Stephen Griffiths? What did he do to give himself such a gruesome title? And who are the victims to this dark, edgy serial killer? Allow me to tell you the story. In the meantime, pull up a seat, grab a coffee and sit back. This is the case of Stephen Griffiths. In today's case, we're heading a little bit closer to home, to the industrial city of Bradford, located in West Yorkshire, England. Previously known as the Wall City, Bradford was an affluent area during the industrial age, with thanks to unparalleled prominence in textile manufacturing, and geographical access to coal, fuel and iron. This led to the city of Bradford thriving, with a rapidly accelerating economy, population growth, and an abundance of fine Victorian architecture. However, at the start of the 20th century, in the midst of the UK's deindustrialisation downfall, Bradford's economy and therefore its status began to decline. Whilst facing both the economic and social challenges that many of North England's post-industrial cities suffered, Bradford took a particularly nasty hit, with vast unemployment and poverty becoming the norm in what was once a vibrant and bustling city. Nowadays, Bradford is very much a global city. With a population of over 500,000 residents commonly speaking over 50 languages, the city is rich with diversity and culture, and arguably has some of the finest curry restaurants that the UK has to offer.
Curry restaurants?
But when it comes to wealth,
Damn.
the city itself is very strongly divided, being home to some of the richest and some of the poorest people in the country. With some of the highest crime rates in the UK and one of the busiest red light districts in the country, Bradford is not at the top of anyone's list to settle or visit.
I need to be right back.
Located
Well,
only 10 miles
I'll
southeast
just
of
stop the
Bradford
video,
lies a
just
small town
continue.
called Dewsbury. Dewsbury, which, much like its larger neighbour, was once prominent in the long-diminished wool industry. The year is 1969, and on the 24th of December, while everyone else was busy getting ready for Christmas, Stephen Griffiths was introduced to planet Earth. His parents were Moira Dewhurst, a telephone saleswoman, and Stephen Griffiths Sr., a fishmonger and food salesman. The two were a modestly middle-class couple, certainly not wealthy, but they were getting by just fine in Stephen's younger years. However, as time went on and 2 more babies followed, money became more and more of an issue. And the couple's marriage was anything but perfect. Arguments and discord happened very frequently in the household. Unfortunately, this meant that they divorced just several years later. Following the divorce and custody hearings, Stephen and his siblings moved away with his mother. The 4 were eventually relocated to a council house, a type of social housing that is rented out at less than market rates to those in financial need. This would eventually lead to further problems in the family household. Moira, who was struggling to make ends meet, would often cut corners and falsely claim government benefits, something that, in 1981, would lead to a conviction in benefit fraud. The divorce of his parents, the upheaval of his life, and now the conviction of his mother created a very turbulent environment for Stephen. And although his father was able to pay his way into a private school, Stephen became a delinquent teenager, regularly drinking as well as shoplifting. In fact, at the age of only 17, Stephen slashed a store manager after they tried to stop him shoplifting, an offence that landed him in youth custody for 3 years. And his thoughts became pretty dark during that time. He developed a fascination with serial killers and even told officers that he fantasized about becoming one. His time in youth custody soon began to add up as days turned into weeks, weeks into months, and months into years. And by 1989, Stephen Griffiths finally walked out as a free man, having completed his sentence. It was at this stage that, no pun intended, he severed all ties with his family. This may or may not have further contributed to Stephen's delinquency, as, very soon after completing youth custody, he was again before a magistrate, this time for illegal possession of an air pistol. An air pistol that he would routinely use to shoot birds, before taking them home to dissect and study in his own privacy. And if that wasn't enough, Stephen would once again find himself in court in 1991, when he was sentenced to 2 years in prison after holding a knife to a young woman's throat. At this point in our case, it's becoming pretty obvious that Stephen is a severe danger to society. I'm not just talking about red flags here, I'm talking about recurrent acts of violence coupled in with troubling tendencies. Now interestingly, Stephen was an intelligent man. Although he would remain unemployed and financially survive off of benefits and grants, he would go to university to obtain a degree in, ironically, psychology. His venture into the University of Bradford would eventually award him with a first-class honours, the highest grade possible in a master's degree. And without much surprise, his main project while at university was around the history of homicide, a project that would further cement his fascination with and knowledge of violent death. His purchase history on Amazon spoke to this fascination, with orders that would fill his bookshelves with literature on the likes of Jack the Ripper, the Moors murders, and his newfound personal idol and favourite, Peter Sutcliffe, also known as the Yorkshire Ripper. I won't go into much detail on the Yorkshire Ripper as that is not the focus of this video. However, here is a quick breakdown. He was a man who committed a total of 13 murders from 1975 through to 1980 in the surrounding Yorkshire area. His crimes spanned as far east as Manchester and as far north as Bradford. And the closeness to his own home made the serial killer all the more real to Stephen. At the age of 27, Stephen moved into a small one-bedroom flat in Holmesfield Court, just on the edge of Bradford's red light district, one of the places that the Yorkshire Ripper himself tended to visit. But perhaps this was just a coincidence, as the University of Bradford was less than a mile away after all. During his time here, Stephen would go through 2 relationships, both of which were abusive and dysfunctional. One girlfriend reporting that on a last visit, she found every surface of his flat covered in plastic. Understandably, she sensed that something was extremely wrong, so she made her excuses to leave, quickly left the flat, and called off the relationship. And things were even worse for his second girlfriend, as apparently he had been abusive to both her and her dogs. He forced her to cut her friends and her family out of her own life, wouldn't let her answer the door without his permission, and even spiked her drinks with various drugs. After fleeing the relationship, Stephen's second girlfriend was stalked and harassed by him for years. He would spray paint profane words all over her house, stare at her through windows from across the street, and leave threatening voice messages on her phone.
I'm not gonna go away, so I guess you'd better.
Needless to say, she was terrified of the man. And one after another, the women in Stephen's life were apparently disappointing him. Even before his relationships, it was his mother, who had given him a rough upbringing by, in his words, abandoning him as she went to prison. And this moment is suspected to have sparked his not-so-latent hatred of women. Stephen sought solace on the internet, creating an online nickname called Ven Paria. Paria being a word to describe a social outcast. He posted regularly on MySpace, where he described himself as a misanthrope that brought hate into heaven, and frequented punk, music, and local message boards, one titled Homicide Massacre. At this point in his life, Stephen had been fantasizing about serial killers for 25 years. 25 years of letting his dark thoughts manifest. 25 years of asking himself when, how, and who. How long would it take for him to give in to his evil fantasies? And if he did it, how long would it take the world to recognize his name? We're moving onward to the year 2009, and the date is the 22nd of June, the middle of England's summer. Susan Rushworth, a 43-year-old woman from the Bradford area, left her home to pick up a prescription for methadone, a drug used to aid people in breaking free from opioid addiction. She obviously struggled with addiction, but don't let that define her. She had a pleasant upbringing in the countryside, and at the age of 21, she married, settling down with 2 children. Her life was happy and content for a while, but at the age of 30, her marriage fell apart. Eventually, she divorced before finding a new boyfriend and then having a 3rd child. However, this new man in her life was unfortunately a heroin addict, who subsequently introduced his dangerous habit to Susan. Things began to spiral, and her newfound habit became more expensive. Susan soon found herself selling her body to support her addiction. She would regularly wait outside Bradford's red light district for someone to pick her up, her main call spot being beside the local bus stop. But after she failed to return home that evening, Susan's mother began to worry. She always kept in contact, taking her phone with her wherever she went. The police were called and a missing person search was launched, but her hours missing turned into days and eventually into months. Susan had well and truly disappeared. Fast forward 10 months to the date of April the 26th, 2010. 31-year-old Shelley Armitage, much like Susan, was another woman who was working the streets of Bradford. Shelley had a good upbringing. She was born into a loving family and was a well-loved daughter and sister, dreaming of a glamorous modelling career in her teenage years. Sadly, these dreams were never materialised, and at the age of 16, Shelley unfortunately fell into drug use, which came as a surprise to her family. She did love to party, and got into the world of alcohol and eventually drugs.
Excuse me, holy.
But she would do this discreetly, shielding her family from her sex work, making excuses and hiding her lifestyle. On the day of the 26th of April, Shelley bumped into her parents in town. They had a short conversation and then parted ways. Little did her parents know that this would be the last time they would ever see their daughter again, because much like Susan, she disappeared that very night. At 10:10 p.m, surveillance footage captured Shelley walking up and down Sunbridge Road, likely looking for a client. But after this footage, Shelley would vanish. On the 21st of May 2010, just 26 days after Shelley's disappearance, and 335 days since Susan had vanished, a 3rd woman, Suzanne Blamires, also went missing. Suzanne was a 36-year-old woman who was also a sex worker residing in Bradford. She worked in the same area as Susan and Shelley. Suzanne was born into a loving family, described by her mother as bubbly and full of confidence, with plenty of friends all around her. As a young adult, she was training to become a nurse, but she loved to go to local raves, and as a result, was introduced to Bradford's white drug scene. Starting as recreational, that habit would soon become a full-blown expensive addiction by her early 20s. And despite her family's best efforts, giving her support and trying their best to
Oh, there's a great white right there.
And just a few
Great
years on,
white.
her life was
It's so
unrecognizable from what
it's
it
so
had once
close.
been. By 25, the red light district had become a frequent place for her to earn an income. She'd used that money to buy drugs.
I
use those
know.
drugs,
Come here, you.
calm down, and the following day,
If it goes near the
all
pier, those divers are in
that
trouble.
lifestyle would carry on until the early morning of the 20th.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Suzanne
Is
had stayed
dead.
at her mother's place 2 nights before, and she was then dropped off by her own home the following morning. But the following day, the 22nd of May, Suzanne's boyfriend started to become worried after she had failed to return home the following night. She had seemed happy the day before, and there was no reason for her silence. But much like the other two, the phone was now switched off, and she was nowhere to be found. And just like that, on the 3, Suzanne was gone. Across the space of just 12 months, 3 women had disappeared from the red light district of Bradford, and none of them have been heard from ever since. The situation was only just beginning to heat up for local authorities. Although they'd been notified of 2 disappearances before, the reports were far enough apart to not seem connected. But a third disappearance only a month later was enough of a concerning realization to start raising eyebrows. And they wouldn't have to wait long, as soon enough, one lead would blow all 3 cases wide open, leaving the city of Bradford in absolute horror. Just 3 days after Suzanne's disappearance, a striking discovery emerged in the town of Shipley, located just north of Bradford. It was the early morning, and a lone dog walker was calmly taking a walk along the River Aire, when he spotted something floating in the river. It was a black rucksack that someone must have dropped in the river by accident. He decided to check the bag out, and it seemed to be full. Upon lifting it out the water, the dog walker found that it was very heavy, maybe around 20 kilograms. And inside the bag, our case's dog walker found something straight out of a nightmare. It was the decapitated head of a person, with a crossbow bolt and knife still lodged within the skull. And at this stage, the head was beyond any form of normal recognition. The police were alerted immediately, and this finding was very concerning to them. Hindsight can be a blessing, but even at the best of times, it too can be a curse. By now, they were looking into the disappearance of Susan, Shelley, and Suzanne. And with the effects of the Yorkshire Ripper still felt to this day, the sudden realization was just far too late. They seemed to have a new serial killer on the block. The river and the surrounding area were closed off immediately to the public, as forensics began to search for further evidence. But before they could even finish their work, the next piece of concerning information came in. 2 days prior to the finding of the crossbow-bolted head, on the morning of the 22nd of May, a humble caretaker of a small complex of flats in Bradford was completing some routine checks on the CCTV of the building that he looked after. And this block of flats was none other than Holmesfield Court, the residence of Stephen Griffiths. Expecting to stumble across some vandalism at worst, the caretaker began to replay the surveillance cameras located around the block. But what he ended up finding was something far more sinister. At 2:30 AM, a surveillance camera located just outside Stephen's apartment complex captured a woman, Suzanne Blameyers, walking with Stephen. They seemed to be heading back to his apartment. Another camera further along shows Stephen and Suzanne getting into the elevators of the building. Everything seemed fine. Their behaviour seemed amicable enough. She then follows Stephen into the privacy of his own home. But just 3 minutes later, the situation becomes much more serious. Only moments after entering the flat, Suzanne is seen bursting from out of the door, running desperately from Stephen, who is pursuing closely, wearing fingerless gloves and brandishing a crossbow. Standing just off the camera, we assume he takes aim at the fleeing woman and fires a bolt, barely missing Suzanne. Continuing his pursuit, he catches up to the terrified woman, grabs her, and wrestles her to the ground. Once again, just out of shot of the camera, he takes aim, this time at point-blank range, before tragically delivering a bolt to her head. Stephen then drags the body into his flat, and, knowing full well that the camera captured the attack, he stepped back into view.
What the
He waved his crossbow in front of it and brandished a middle finger, knowing it was simply a matter of time before his crime was discovered. Stephen's final reaction, the finger given to the surveillance camera, shows all too well how little remorse he had to the victim. The gesture wasn't really about her at all. In fact, it was about him. He was angry that he had made such a stupid mistake, a mistake that will eventually lead to his capture. Just 1 hour after killing Suzanne, Stephen returned to the streets of Bradford's red light district, toasting with a drink to the camera on his way out.
Right.
He was going out to attempt to lure another woman to his flat. He hoped to gain a 4th victim, knowing time was now of the essence. But his new attempts failed to bear fruit. After leading another woman to the front door of his complex, they stopped to have a short chat. Luckily, the woman must have felt something wasn't right. Perhaps her instincts told her that something was severely wrong with this man. and therefore she declined his invitation to go inside, safely walking away into the night. Stephen would again return to the streets, only to retreat to his flat less than an hour later, alone. Following the finding of the footage, police did not hesitate in regards to Stephen. In fact, the very next day, on Monday the 24th of May 2010, 22 police officers stormed Stephen's property, bringing an end to a series of murders. Upon arrest, he apparently screamed out, "I am Osama bin Laden," never really giving any reason for this bizarre comment afterward. And after being taken down to the local police station, Stephen finally realised that his goose was well and truly cooked. Police, they had seen the CCTV footage. There was no way out of this. Stephen confessed to the murders of Susan, Shelley, and Suzanne with relative ease, almost as if his killings gave him bragging rights. Perhaps, in his twisted mind, they did. Although he actually claimed to have killed more than these 3 women, no evidence of any further murders were ever found. The police launched a full-scale forensics investigation into Stephen's residence, finding blood of all 3 women throughout his flat. The main points of interest being the bathtub and the stove. While in custody, he would further confess to eating parts of his victims. The first 2 of which were cooked on the stove, and that parts of the last victim were eaten raw. And soon after, a phone would be discovered containing multiple images and homemade videos of the tortures that he'd put the women through, before killing them and dismembering their bodies. He would even commentate as if he filmed these videos, giving himself the self-chosen title of the Bloodbath Artist. The phone that contained these photos and videos wasn't actually found in Stephen's flat. Instead, it was found on a local train where Stephen had left it, possibly hoping that it would eventually be found by police, or that the contents would make their way onto the internet, igniting the attention and horrified discussions that he craved so much. Throughout interrogation, Stephen would tell the police more and more small details of how he hurt these women, and he repeatedly described his bathtub
Look at
as
those
the
man
slaughterhouse.
boobs.
He would vaguely describe where he put the bodies, saying the peculiar phrase, "where a robot would put them," trying to sound not human at all.
And what sort of location have you put them in? If you can't tell us where, what sort of location?
Someone here as well.
I don't know. Where a robot, where a computer would put it. Yeah, you know, a rational, emotionless aberration would put it.
Why did you feel the need to kill her?
I don't know. I don't know if I just sometimes you kill someone to kill yourself or kill parties. I don't know. It's like deep issues inside me.
So why did you feel the need to kill any of the girls? Fun?
I don't know. Well, I'm misanthropic. I don't have much time for the human race.
In the following weeks, both surveillance footage and witnesses would confirm that Stephen would ferry his victims, bit by bit, in duffel bags and backpacks. He would transport them via public transport to the River Aire, where he would then dispose
Some
of
people
the
are
bodies
just
in This
crazy,
was also
you
proven to be
know?
the case for Shelley Armitage, as eventually parts of her body were
They're
also
mentally
However, no remains of
dangerous.
Susan Rushworth have ever been found. He admits that he killed her but refuses to tell police what he did with the body, and guards that information closely to this very day. In late May of the same year, Stephen attended a hearing at the magistrate's court, where, when asked for his name by the judge, he simply replied with, "the crossbow cannibal." And on the 16th of November 2010, Stephen's trial began. The trial was attended by many of the victims' family members. It ran for 5 weeks, though the outcome was pretty obvious from the beginning. And on the 21st of December 2010, Stephen Griffiths was convicted of all 3 murders after pleading guilty. The judge handed down 3 life sentences for the grotesque murders of 3 young women. 3 young women who were left vulnerable during their struggles in life. Susan Rushworth, Shelley Armitage, and Suzanne Blamires. Since his conviction, Stephen has continued to exact control on anything he has the ability to. He has tried to take his own life 4 times. However, all 4 attempts have been stopped by staff. He's also attempted to go on hunger strike several times now, all of which is likely just a sad attempt at attention seeking, simply to keep his name relevant and to try and feed his narcissistic beliefs. Stephen will undoubtedly spend the rest of his life behind bars, serving his sentence in Wakefield Prison. Perhaps Stephen Griffiths had hoped to create some sort of stillness to his name, maybe some sort of terrifying illusion. And while the surveillance footage of him certainly is creepy, he failed to create the atmosphere that his idol once did in the exact same area. Thank you so much for watching another video today by Coffee House Crime. If you found this video interesting, or if you learned something new today, then please remember to like the video and subscribe. What a sick and twisted man. What are your thoughts about Stephen Griffiths? Please let me know in the comments below. And just a quick message to share, but I'm about to move studios, meaning that my videos may be a little thin on the ground for the next 2 or 3 weeks. After that, I plan to be back to normal to my Monday schedule. Thank you again for watching today, folks, and you know it by now, I'll be right here behind this camera waiting for you in the next one. Until that moment arrives though, look after each other. Goodbye.
Killed with coffee.
She was newly married, ready to begin her honeymoon with the man that she loved. And all it would take to stop her plans forever was a sadistic friend and a single cup of coffee. My name is Adrian, and welcome back to Coffee House Crime. Speaking of coffee houses, today's case unfortunately takes us to one which became the crime scene to one of Indonesia's most notorious cases in 2016. Okay, so this case did conveniently fit the channel's name, but that's just a coincidence, I promise. Just to let you know, I post both solved and unsolved cases here on a weekly basis, so if true crime is your kind of thing, please consider subscribing to Coffee House Crime. So pull up a seat,
Why
grab
do
a
I
coffee
have
and sit
no
back.
luck
This is the
with
case of Myrna
cases?
Salahin.
I have no luck with cases. Holy. My golly.
Today's case takes us to a new location on Coffee House Crime's map, Indonesia. Indonesia, which is the world's largest island country, is located on the equator and has over 17,000 islands within its territory. And its capital, Jakarta, sports a population of over 10 million residents, rewarding it with the title of a megacity.
I'm not having much luck in this
Known to be one of the
either.
best cities in Asia for nightlife and shopping,
Let's
Jakarta
go
is also
and
the
look
economic
at,
nerve centre of the Indonesian archipelago.
Where's my boat?
Manufacturing, banking and tourism are all critical industries here. Putting it short, Jakarta is thriving in the modern day world. But it's easy to often look at things with a lens too wide. For millions of people in Jakarta, it's just home. Myrna Salahin was one of those residents. Myrna was born on the 30th of March 1988, along with her twin sister, Sandy. Both Myrna and Sandy had a typical childhood while growing up, and in her teens, Myrna would grow an interest in design, an interest that would direct both her and her career path moving forward. And with an opportunity to undertake her academic qualifications abroad, she decided that she would undertake that degree in Australia. With Australia being a well-respected and reputable country for academic studies, it lured her to the city of Sydney, and the weather would have been sure to dissuade her too. It was for this reason that Myrna found herself in Sydney's Billy Blue Design College in the year of 2007. Being an international student to the area, Myrna was keen to find other Indonesian students that she could bond and become friends with. And she very quickly found herself getting to know multiple other foreign students, including Hani Boon, Arif Somako, and Jessica Wangzo. With incredible weather, vibrant nightlife, and an amazing beach scene, Sydney was great for the four. But fast forward 4 exciting years later, and for the group of friends, college was finally over. Amicably, the four went on in their own separate ways. After graduating, Jessica stayed in Sydney to become a permanent resident in Australia. But for Myrna, Hani, and Arif, they all went back to their home country, Indonesia. In 2014, 3 years after graduating, Myrna decided to go back to Sydney to revisit her former footsteps. It was during this time that she caught up with Jessica. People change over the years, for better or for worse. Sometimes it doesn't matter, and people just end up no longer being compatible with each other. And it seems that that was the case between Myrna and Jessica. They went to a restaurant and then ended up arguing.
And then
Myrna
what
told
happened to
Jessica
you? What
that
gang
she didn't approve
members?
of Jessica's boyfriend, and told her to leave him. But this really angered Jessica. So much in fact that she stood up and left Myrna halfway through the meal, leaving Myrna to pay for the entire bill. Jessica's and Myrna's relationship deteriorated. In fact, it ceased to exist. While Myrna returned to Indonesia, back over in Sydney, Jessica was suffering with her life in numerous ways. Over the following year, and through to 2015, she spiraled into a world of depression. She was actually hospitalized 5 times over the course of the year, and tried to end her life on numerous occasions.
Yeah, I don't know.
It was during the same year of 2015 that she started abusing alcohol, and friends of Jessica reported her going off the deep end. She now seemed to be miles apart from the bright and goofy personality that she once used to be. On the 22nd of August 2015, Jessica's alcoholic abuse would go up a notch. It was 2:20 in the morning when she was driving, under the influence. While speeding through Marion Street, located in Sydney's suburb of Leichhardt, she lost concentration and crashed into a building.
Oof.
While Jessica survived, it did come at a small cost.
Oh yeah.
She had broken 2 ribs
I'm
and
just
sustained
chilling.
an injury to her chest in the crash. And she faced multiple
And I have
fines
no
too.
luck. No luck. No
Jessica
luck.
would make a full recovery, and luckily she also didn't cause any harm to anyone in the nursing home that she'd crashed into. But the car crash would be sure to highlight her mental well-being to both her friends and her family. And if that wasn't embarrassing enough, she would also lose her job 4 months later on the 1st of December. Also being a student at Dibbly Blue Design College, Jessica was a graphic designer for New South Wales Ambulance. And although it's not known why she was fired, it can very likely be guessed why. Meanwhile, back in Indonesia, things were going the opposite way for
the only good thing I got was a
After
golden
moving back to her home
coin.
country with her boyfriend, things became more serious for the two. And in November 2015, just weeks after Jessica's crash, Myrna and Arif Somarko travelled to Bali to marry. The wedding was beautiful. Both families were among dozens of friends who watched on as the two expressed their love to each other. But despite the large crowd of friends, rather than
Just
giving money to those
about.
ignorant police I'm being pushed again and again. I'll break. Her trip back home had other advantages too. Sure, she was not invited to Myrna's wedding, but maybe she could meet up with her and bridge the rift that had grown between them in the last year. And so on that note, in late 2015,
Looks
Jessica
like my
boarded a plane
internet
in
shitted
Sydney
itself.
and headed back to Indonesia. Just 2 days after arriving back in Jakarta, Jessica reached out to Myrna. She asked her if she wanted to meet for coffee. Myrna was apprehensive about meeting Jessica alone. And so her husband, Arif, suggested that maybe she could meet Jessica with another friend. And so Jessica accepted the invitation, with a mutual friend, Hani, invited too. The three agreed to meet on January the 6th at 5 PM at a coffee shop within one of Jakarta's busy shopping centres. Unlike their previous get-togethers, Jessica decided to buy drinks for the group. Myrna and Hani shrugged it off and said that they'd buy them when they get there, but Jessica insisted. A little strange, but the strangeness didn't stop there. At 3:30 PM, an hour and a half before the trio were expected to get together, Jessica arrived at Olivier's. CCTV captured her entering the cafe's front doors before taking a seat. But only 2 minutes later, after briefly scouting the area, she left. And 42 minutes later, Jessica returned, now carrying 3 shopping bags. The shopping bags were from Bath & Body Works, a shop located only 2 minutes away, each bag allegedly holding a small bottle of soap. Jessica then proceeded to walk around the restaurant for several minutes, suspiciously looking up towards the walls and ceiling. And at 4:15 PM, still 45 minutes before her friends were expected to arrive, Jessica then ordered 1 iced Vietnamese coffee for Myrna and 2 cocktails for herself and Hani. I'm taking just 1 minute from this story to share with you what exactly a Vietnamese coffee really is. We can't just skip past coffee on a channel like Coffee House Crime after all, especially when that detail is so crucial to the case. So, what exactly is a Vietnamese iced coffee? It's a special kind of coffee that, first of all, replaces milk with condensed milk.
What?
A much sweeter and thicker
Condensed
substitute
milk.
that eliminates the need for any sugar. If you normally take a spoon of sugar in your coffee, then start with 1/4 inch of condensed milk. And once that's in the cup, you then will need a Vietnamese coffee filter to help drip your coffee. This is known as a fin in Vietnam, and you can pick one up almost anywhere. I grabbed mine from Amazon for £7. You will then need to tamp or press your coffee down into its filter. The idea of using a fin is that the coffee brews incredibly slowly, which in consequence makes a stronger and smaller coffee which resembles a thicker, more caffeinated espresso. Once that is done, just place your fin on the cup and pour boiling water straight into it from here. Technically, you can add more water for a second time if you like your coffee large. The slow process drips well over condensed milk, or alternatively ice. Surprisingly, coffee was only introduced into Vietnam in 1857 by a French Catholic priest in the form of a single coffee Arabica tree. And now, not even 200 years later, thousands of coffee farms exist all across the Central Highlands, and have become a popular icon around both Vietnam and Indonesia. Leave a comment below if you enjoyed this short coffee tutorial, and if you try making one yourself, let me know how it goes. Once all water has dripped into the coffee, you will notice that the coffee and the milk will usually have separated, so go ahead and mix it up and enjoy. The more you mix the condensed milk, the sweeter it gets. And finally, on a hot day, you can let this cool down and simply add ice to make it an iced Vietnamese coffee. Back to the story, Jessica's actions were already a little strange at this point. Ordering drinks 45 minutes before her friends were expected to arrive was already a little odd, but more was yet to come. Over the next 45 minutes, Jessica placed her 3 shopping bags on the table, almost like a wall to block off everybody's view of the drinks. It's difficult to tell what exactly Jessica is doing behind those bags, as she's also conveniently in a surveillance dead zone. But clear movement of the drinks is noticed several times from the faraway camera. At 5:16 PM, 50 minutes after their drinks had been delivered, Myrna and Hanny finally arrive at Olivier's. The two greet Jessica, hugging her before sitting down at the table. And within the very first minute, Myrna takes a drink from her iced Vietnamese coffee.
I'm not having any luck.
Just 2 seconds later, she appears agitated. She began to fan herself and cough. And then she complained that the drink tasted funny before gesturing it to Hanny and Jessica. They both declined to try. And not even 1 minute later, Myrna lurches her head backwards and collapses in her seat. The weight of the situation turns from strange to terrifying. She starts convulsing and frothing at the mouth. Both staff and customers around Myrna rushed to her aid, worried and panicked. And as Myrna's health nosedives, both Hanny and Jessica watch on. But this is where others start to notice Jessica's strange demeanour. Almost instantly, she starts to accuse the coffee shop of tampering with Myrna's coffee, asking them what they'd put in there. Reactively, the coffee owner took Myrna's drink away to potentially analyse it later, just in case. Myrna was rushed to a nearby hospital only 1 mile away. But tragically, in the 5 minutes it would take for her to reach its front doors, Myrna passed away. Her husband Arif, he was rushing to be by his newlywed wife's side. But by the time he reached her,
I'll send you an email
was
with a
gone.
body cam photo tonight.
The
You
love of
won't
his
believe what I
life,
got that
only
last
weeks
night.
after they had
What do you
married,
mean? 2 people were
was
dropping
dead.
everything that wasn't?
And 2 of her closest
Damn.
friends were
A
there to
case?
see the whole thing.
What, did they drop a case?
On the day that Myrna died, Olivier
There's
had only
so
served
many
10 cups
stuff.
of Vietnamese iced coffee, and out of the 10, no others had caused any sort of reaction. It was good that the coffee shop kept Myrna's drink, because police picked it up and took
Oh,
it
I
in
got
for
a golden
forensic
goblet.
analysis. Analysis which 3
Interesting.
days later
And I've
would
gotten a
confirm
coin
that
in
that
this
coffee
area now.
had cyanide in it.
So maybe.
It was then noted how ironic it was that Jessica was the first one to accuse that the drink had been spiked, at a time where there was no suspicion or doubt. And actual evidence against Jessica began to slide into place over the following days. On the 10th of January 2016, just 4 days after Myrna's death, an autopsy on her body found bleeding was evident in her stomach, as were traces of cyanide, those traces directly corresponding to that found in the coffee. Cyanide is a chemical compound that will kill a person within minutes if ingested. The chemical prevents cells from deriving energy from oxygen, causing rapid death. It attacks the central nervous system and cardiovascular system extremely effectively, and its main symptoms include agitation, seizures, and vomiting. Police investigating the coffee shop's CCTV would also highlight Jessica's strange behaviour before, during, and after Myrna's fate.
Really?
And this strange behaviour would also be noticed during
They were
Myrna's
just
funeral.
dropping everything.
Jessica seemed
like everything.
emotionally constipated.
Yeah.
Day
There
by
was
day,
so many
suspicion was
bags
growing over
last
Jessica's
night.
head. And with Indonesian police knowing full well that she was a permanent resident to Australia, they were worried that she could flee anytime soon. It was for this reason that, with the evidence they had against Jessica, they were very careful at piecing it together. But on January the 30th, 2016, they
Why
finally
are
arrested
these
Jessica on
locals
suspicion
shouting?
of premeditated murder.
What the heck?
Myrna's trial would start 4.5 months later on June the 15th, but before they'd get there,
Why
several
is
new
this
details
local
on her case would
shouting?
be realised. Detectives would eventually interview Jessica's former manager from her graphic design role at New South Wales Ambulance, named Christy. She had a supervisory position over Jessica for 8 months, and in that time, she got to know Jessica very well. She observed how Jessica had a nasty attitude, a general abundance and hatred, and a strong strangeness. And when asked if she could imagine Jessica being a violent person, her manager responded with, "I have no doubt that Jessica is capable of hurting or killing another person." Christie went on to tell police that Jessica once told her that she knew how to poison and kill someone if she ever wanted to. And if that wasn't damning enough for a testimony already, she then admitted that Jessica once threatened her with her own life, saying, "You have to die, and your mum should die too."
Damn.
The Australian Federal Police were next on the list for Indonesian investigators, who wanted to know more about Jessica's history back in Sydney. Questions were initially raised on if such information should be made available to Indonesian authorities. But with murder holding the death penalty in the country, Australian and Indonesian officials came to an agreement of sharing information in exchange for a promise to disqualify the death penalty in any verdict. The Australian Federal Police released reports that detailed Jessica's attempts to take her own life 4 times, 2 of them requiring hospitalisation. They also revealed that she displayed threatening behaviour towards colleagues, was in a major alcohol-fueled road accident in a nursing home, and finally, she also had an apprehended violence order taken out against her by her ex-boyfriend after he found his car vandalised shortly after them breaking up. And while the police stated that Jessica was suspected of the vandalism, there was not enough evidence to charge her for it. Jessica's trial, which started in mid-June, would become a public spectacle that dragged on for a long total of 4.5 months. During trial, her defence argued that the AFP reports which Indonesian officials used in their investigations should have never been shared by Australia, and condemned Indonesian authorities for using external chatter as evidence in their courtroom. But prosecutors would strongly argue that the AFP reports, which highlighted her aggression, death threats, alcoholic abuse and attitude, did nothing but confirm the already obvious behaviours of Jessica Wongso. Ultimately, prosecutors would focus on the CCTV, which showed a very concerning trail of clues that suggested Jessica spiked Myrna's coffee.
Well,
And
it's
to
weird
back up
enough
their
that
claim,
she
toxicology
came to the
reports
coffee
would also
shop
confirm
50
that
minutes
cyanide was
earlier
found
and
in
then
Myrna's
spiked
body.
everything.
There were many other damning clues that were highlighted too. Jessica insisted that she ordered the coffee. She appeared to search for CCTV before sitting down. She didn't place the bags next to her, but on the table around the coffee. She bought the drinks excessively early. She even at one point seemed to peer over her shoulders before reaching into a handbag and appearing to make movement over the area of the table which contained the coffee. She then refused to try Myrna's drink, showed little sign of panic when Myrna was convulsing, and even seemed to be happy in almost every public recording since Myrna's death. And there were many opportunities to seem upset.
What?
There were, however, 2 very vital pieces of evidence that were missing to this case. The first is that there was no actual evidence that slipped cyanide into Myrna's coffee. This could be because Jessica was never actually questioned or
Hello,
taken in on
Kiwi,
the day
what
of Myrna's
is
death.
that?
But to make the story even more complex, it is confirmed that she threw away the trousers that she wore on the day. One other piece of missing evidence was how Jessica actually got hold of the cyanide. It's a tricky substance to acquire almost anywhere in the world, but especially in Indonesia.
Just
Both
chilling.
of these arguments were at the forefront of Jessica's defense. Because in short,
Because the
court had
next
no
days
evidence of
that
her
I'm
possession of
working, I'm most
cyanide
likely
and had no
going to
evidence of her putting
try and hit
cyanide into the
KPI.
coffee. But despite those two vital highlights to the case,
Oh,
enough
what
evidence
happened?
seemed to
What happened
suggest
last
that she
night?
killed Myrna. Because
I
on the
tried to
27th
stay
of
up,
October
but like I was
2016,
so tired.
Jessica Wongso was officially found guilty of the murder of Myrna Salahin.
Menyatakan terdakwa Jessica Kumolo alias Jessica Kumala Wongso alias telah terbukti secara sah dan meyakinkan bersalah melakukan tindak pidana pembunuhan berencana.
Myrna's parents cried out at the verdict, praising God for finding her
Thanks
killer
for
guilty.
the follow
Jessica
and
was
the
sentenced
raid
to 20 years
and the
behind bars,
host.
and with thanks to the AFP, she evaded.
And me. Alright, another big chaos with this West family. Damn. Anyways, let's give out let's give a shout out to Vic New Zealand. Let's see what clip you got from me today.
Give me all the money. Ah. Always got to. Hey, thanks so much, Cowboy. I'll chat to you later on tonight, mate.
That's
I'm hoping
awkward.
I get to 50 today. It'll be incredible. Absolutely incredible.
That is awkward.
But hey, thanks so much for all your help, bud. You enjoy the last little bit of work, and let
What an awkward store robbery. Damn. I am having no luck. Yep. Gonna lurk? No problem. Yeah. I have not found a case since scavenging. It's so sad. Sweet dick, what? What the hell? Girl, what terms are you saying?
The death penalty. Judges described Jessica's actions as vile and sadistic, expressing their disgust at the lack of
Kiwiland
remorse.
things.
But judges
Oh,
also
man.
agreed that Jessica was young, and that there could still be hope that she would rehabilitate and fix herself.
I see.
Saying that, upon hearing the verdict, Jessica immediately told the court, "I cannot accept this verdict. I feel that it is not fair," before being handcuffed, then led to a prison cell to begin her 20-year sentence. Whether you personally believe in life sentences or the death penalty, 20 years behind bars seems relatively short. Short when compared to the years taken away from Myrna Salahin. Being in the middle of she never actually made it to experience a honeymoon.
Any more
or
Danny's
anything
at
that
CMG? I need to come now.
children, a successful business career, grandchildren.
Honestly,
and
that
countless happy
little,
memories
that
along the way.
yellow, what do you call
All
it?
of this was taken from her.
Oh shit. So if
And
you
for
step
what?
up here,
Greed.
your diving actually
Myrna was an upfront
gets
and honest
loose.
person, deeply affectionate with her friends and her
Oh.
family. She was described as the most
But yeah,
beautiful
that
person
yellow
we've ever
jersey
met.
kid was trying to get
A
a
woman
Valhalla
who had an
worker
amazing
down,
outlook
but
on life.
honestly, he's blacklisted for 3
that was
months
abruptly ended
for
at
both
27.
Valhalla and CMG.
Friends and family of Myrna still can't
Looks like
believe
there's someone
that she is
shooting
gone.
on the beach.
The abruptness of this case is almost as staggering as the fickleness of Jessica's motive. And following Myrna's death, her widower Arif has now moved back to Australia to start a new life.
Just
in
waiting
Melbourne.
on dinner right now.
And while it's not known how well he is doing, I'm sure that we all
And
wish
I think
him
I'm
the best
gonna
in his
make
future.
my way up again.
Thank you for watching another video today by Coffee House Crime. If you found this video interesting or if you learned something new, then please remember to like the video and subscribe. In the recent few days, England has experienced a heat wave.
But he's so annoying.
32 degrees Celsius. So I'm going to stop on this note and probably jump in the shower. But thank you again for watching. But if you do have any thoughts or opinions on the case, then please leave them in the comment below. And as always, I'll be right here behind this camera, waiting for you in the next one. Until that moment arrives though, look after each other.
Just give me a moment. So many rocks everywhere. I'm gonna go up to Plato and see if I have any luck over there. Almost black out as well. Remember this island? There's a house on it. I will be right back.
I'm so glad we're finally
I
coming.
know. Yeah.
It's
That's
been
great.
ages. Yeah, harder.
Alright, I'll be right back to grab your orders. Great, thank you.
Thanks, man.
Ooh, fancy menu.
Yeah, I've been wanting to come here for a while.
Oh, what kind of restaurant is this?
Have you not had them?
What language is this?
Well, no, apparently theirs aren't as good. They
The
have
chef,
the same
this
thing.
is like specialty.
And do we know what we'd like to order?
Actually, can we just have a...
Yeah, I will get the Beschurkene Doge Flusion. Absolutely, brilliant choice. And for you, ma'am?
Yeah, I'm gonna do the Vigirti Louis Ver menu, but can you hold the Gurbuxel Hutne?
Hold the Gulbix and the Hutne, absolutely. And for you, sir?
Sorry, I'm actually just struggling with the menu a little bit.
Oh, yeah, same.
Like, I don't know if I should get the Yunanthril Turlino or the Salaxra Canante. Actually, do you know if the Yunanthril comes with Persianu or Arklot?
It actually comes with a Hervik Turvignon with the Phoenix Binu.
Hervik Turvignon, yeah, no, sign me up for that, that sounds great.
Absolutely. And for you, sir?
Me?
Yes.
I'll just get the special.
I'm sorry, sir, which one?
Which one? The chicken?
one.
Sorry, I don't know which one that is.
Which one is that? This one.
If you could just say the order out loud.
Yeah. Are they numbered? Are there any numbers? Is there a number system on this?
No.
Oh, okay. I'll just get the. I'll just get the X. Her. Gilly. Burn. X. The X. Gilly. Burn. X.
Absolutely, sir. I'll be right back with your orders. Oh, I'm so sorry. We're actually out of the axe here, Benyugini. Fuck. Do you have a second order that you would like?
No.
And would you like to tell the audience what to do?
Yeah, can you guys subscribe?
And tick that?
Subscriber and tick the bilele. Perfect.
Thanks for coming in and visiting me again, man.
I've had a fun time.
So how have things been?
Oh, times have been tough, eh?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just got fired from my job.
What happened?
Yeah, it turns out you're not allowed to sleep while operating a crane. I don't know how I'm gonna make ends meet, you know?
Oh, no. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help, okay?
Actually, can I have your job for a bit?
Oh, what do you mean?
Oh, I don't have a job, Adam, and I need money.
But it's my job.
Adam, mate, we're best friends, right? Let me just have it for a little bit. I promise you, I'll give it back.
As long as it's only for a little while. But...
It's just a little bit, and I'll work really hard. I'll earn it, I promise.
I mean, I guess so.
Yes! Thank you so much, Adam! Thank you so much! Can I wait? Shit. Give me this, this thing.
Okay. Yeah.
Ooh. It feels good to be employed again.
Oh, nice, man. You look so good in it.
Thank you. It's an instant mood changer. I guess I better go off to work. Oh, would you like some headphones, sir?
Oh, look, I'm the customer now. I'm buying it.
I need a coffee. Oh, this is great, man.
Alright, everyone, listen up. Okay, I've decided that for ease of paying people, I'm actually just going to pay you 6 months in advance in cash, okay?
Ron, that makes absolutely no sense.
Alan, shut the f up. Do you want to get paid or not?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Ellie, that's you.
Thank you.
Alan, that's your one, and Adam, that's yours.
Thank you.
Hi, sir. Now, remember, this is all the money that you're going to get for the next 6 months, so do not spend it all at once. I reiterate, this is your future payment of 6 months. You are not getting paid again for 6 months, okay? Back to work.
You know what, Adam? I don't think I actually need this job.
Oh.
You should have it back.
Alright, I just got my dinner.
What I'm saying is, bro,
What's
you
up?
are a true best friend for even considering letting me have this job. Hey, fix this for life.
Well, I'll just grab some.
Technically, I was working on this.
Or it's just technically.
Or it's just, it's fine. But it's an Adam. Don't make this weird. See you later. Bye! Business for life!
Sorry, so we're closed now.
Oh, it's me, it's Adam.
He's like, who are you?
Oh, it is too. Oh, Alan, have you noticed that we haven't got any complaints recently?
Yeah, I have. That's because Adam's been going through the complaints pile and reconciling each and every issue. He's been working really hard, man. He's killing it.
Oh, wow. That's good work.
Yeah. Ron, you should go and tell him what a great job he's doing.
No.
No. Rowan, you should give Adam a compliment.
I mean, I probably should, but I don't know.
Compliment him, Rowan.
Why?
Because, Rowan, once every while, it's really nice to receive a compliment, and God knows Adam, of all people, really needs one.
Well, yeah, but I mean, he's fine. He doesn't.
Compliment him, Rowan. You'll feel really good once it's done.
Oh, fine.
Like, fine. I don't want to do it.
Hey, Adam.
Yeah?
I just wanted to tell you.
Sorry, Ron, I can't hear what you're saying.
I just wanted to say.
So you're doing a bad job. That's what he's gonna say.
That you're doing a good job, Adam.
What?
You're doing a very good job, and I wanted you to know
What's happening?
that I've seen you, and that your hard work hasn't gone unnoticed. You are a valued employee.
It's like it's so hard.
Yeah. Okay. And you should be proud of that. It's businesses like this that need employees like you. Okay. You should be proud of that. Okay. So thank you. Thank you very much.
He's gonna be scared of the compliments. He's gonna be scared of the compliments. It's like, what the fuck?
You're right. That felt really good. Yeah. Adam, you okay, buddy?
Adam, my main man.
Hey, man, how's it going?
It's okay. It's okay.
What's going on?
I blasted through all my savings again.
Oh, no, man, that sucks.
Yeah. But it brings me to the point of why I'm here.
What?
Money in the cash register now.
I think... Are you robbing me?
Yeah, I'm robbing you.
Why?
Because I really need the money, Adam.
No, I mean, why are you robbing me?
Adam, please, don't make this harder than it needs to be. Just give me the money in the register.
David, don't do this.
Do you think I want to do this? I don't want to do this. We're best friends.
Yeah, we're best friends.
Yeah, we're totally best friends. So, give me the money now.
Oh, I just don't feel comfortable giving you Playtech money.
Can I be honest with you right now? You're the one making this uncomfortable. I'm just trying to rob you, and you're guilt-tripping me.
I'm not guilt-tripping you.
You are, though.
No, I'm not.
You're making this a thing.
But this is a thing, though.
I'm just trying to earn an honest living. I'm just trying to provide for my family.
But David, you don't have a family.
But what if I did? How am I gonna feed them unless you give me the money in that cash register right
Wow.
Okay, but we're primarily a digital currency store. We don't keep much cash.
It's fine.
Okay.
Wow.
It's like $80.
Thank you. By the way, have you got your wallet on you?
Yeah.
What?
Can you take it out? Can you just give me the cash in there as well, please?
Okay.
I'm so sorry for doing this, bro. Thank you. Besties for life?
Yeah, best friends.
I'll see you later.
Poor Adam.
Hey, Adam. 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 Adam.
Rowan! Does the fact that I'm not replying to you saying Adam over and over again suggest that maybe, just maybe, you've confused our names?
Adam, what are you talking about? You're being ridiculous.
I'm sorry, I was down the road having lunch. I heard you calling my name. What's going on?
What the
I was yelling Adam's name because there's something I want to tell you, Adam.
What is it?
Oh my gosh, shut up, Alan. What? Shut up. Just this.
Okay, Ron, I'm going to say this to you in real simple English. Black and white. Just paint like a real obvious simple picture, okay? So you can wrap your head around it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm Alan. This is Adam.
Okay. Okay.
You've confused our names.
Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to flip that right back around on you and say you're being ridiculous.
No, he's telling the truth. That's Alan. I'm Adam.
I think I know who my employees are, Alan.
You clearly
Oh my
don't.
gosh.
This is absurd.
Yes, this is absurd. I'm going to get back to work now.
Okay, fine. But before you get back to work, Alan, there's still something I need to tell you.
What is it?
Can you stock the shelves?
That's what he's doing.
Can you stock the shelves out the back? Can you stock the shelves out the back in the warehouse with the thermal take fans?
Rowan, that is literally what I was doing right now!
Play a little game, mate. You play a little game.
Ellie!
Ellie, what are you doing back here? Get back in the teaspoon dropping cupboard. But I'm hungry. Get back in the teaspoon dropping cupboard right now. But I'm hungry. You.
Hey man. Hey.
I just want to buy these things.
Yeah, sure thing. Let me just bring that up. That's $150. How would you like to pay it? Cash or EMS?
Credit card?
Sure, no worries. There is just a 1% surcharge with credit cards. Is that all right?
Oh, no, I'll pass on that.
Okay. How would you like to pay?
With my credit card, like I said.
Okay. So you're okay with paying the $1.50 surcharge? Okay.
Like,
We're gonna have
no.
to figure out some other way to pay.
Oh, wait, no, sorry. There seems to have been a miscommunication. Let me clarify. I want to pay with my credit card, but I do not want to pay the surcharge.
Okay, you're aware I literally have no control over that, right?
What do you mean? Just don't add the surcharge.
It's automatic. It happens automatically.
I mean, I don't care if it's automatic or not. Just don't do it.
Okay, I don't think you quite know what automatic means. It's beyond my control. I don't have any say in how that plays out.
But surely it is, right? I mean, you're the one deciding to put the transaction through, so just make the decision to not add the surcharge.
Okay, I am going to make a decision for you.
Perfect.
I decide, of my own free will, to charge you the 1% surcharge. Because I'm a greedy man. I'm greedy.
Outrageous! That is outrageous. That's
Outrageous.
Unless you can think of some other way to pay.
He will.
Actually,
He definitely will.
Yeah, I can think of some other way to pay.
Great, that's awesome.
Good. Great. So we're both going to be happy. I've got a way to pay. You're going to accept the way I pay. I'm going to get my way to pay.
I'll see you soon.
Yep.
Great.
Yep.
Hey.
Hi. Just finishing up the transaction from earlier.
Perfect. How would you like to pay?
Cash.
Good.
Oh man. I remember when I had to accept like a lot of coins. Right. Like, dude.
Sorry, how much did you say it was?
150.
Right. Yep, 150. It's all there. Feel free to count it if you want.
You can't do this.
Can't do what? Pay for something with money? You guys accept cash, right?
Yes.
Great. Well, as I say, unless you want to recount it, I'll probably just take this. Thanks very much. Oh, actually, before I forget.
This is why If I were to ever own a business and we had customers like that, I'm getting a coin counter.
Little 1% tip for you there. Have a good day.
Right. I have brought you all here because I have recently made an amazing new discovery.
What is it, Ron?
Thank you, Alan. I have recently discovered that girls, female women, also play video games like us guys.
What?
So I've got a new marketing campaign that we can use to market to all of these women. Let's jump into it.
And also you can say no. Well, that's good.
Girls are gamers too. I want to encourage more women to get into gaming and to proudly admit that they are gamers too.
Wow, that's awesome, Rowan. Yeah, that's actually quite cool.
No longer should women be ashamed to call themselves gamers. And no longer should men disregard them in the gaming space.
Amen.
Female gamers are gonna be noticed. No longer will we disregard what female gamers want and need. And what do female gamers want? To attract men.
And there it is.
Oh.
Do you want to catch yourself a man? Show him you're not like the other girls. Play video games. I've got a question for you. How are you going to know that a gamer's a girl? Boom! RGBs that only go shades of pink. Woo! Also, women's hands are delicate. We need new keyboards that are easy to press for their small, delicate hands. Struggling to find a girly gamer tag? Don't you worry, we've got you covered. With a website that gives you suggestions on names, such as Princess Pink, Pink Kitty 34, Cute Little Girl 62, and
what the
Pink
fuck?
Pink 224. Also, an app that instantly sends your name, age, and phone number to all them gamer guys.
Oh my god,
games.
no.
Do we have games such as work out, lose weight, how to cook good,
Oh my gosh.
clean the house,
Food.
cat pat, and dress up party?
Rowan, this is outrageous.
I know, right? Women are gonna love it. And finally, the final idea, the piece de resistance. Hire a game man. Yeah? Having trouble on a particular level, and we'll send a male gamer to help you out. Yes! He'll explain exactly how the game works. Help you figure out those pesky controllers.
She is so pissed.
And will show the woman exactly what they're doing wrong and how to complete the level. And as a bonus, think he's cute? At the click of a button, we'll send your phone number straight to him. Boom. Mic drop. What you think? Oh. Oh. Oh.
Hey, Byron.
Yeah.
Byron, are you heading to the post shop? We just had a last minute order come through. If you could add this to your deliveries, that'd be great.
I don't have time to package it up. Okay, I'm running late as it is.
It's just USB stick, man. It'll be super quick.
Alan, I don't have time, okay? The post shop's closing soon.
Honestly, man, just throw in a post bag. You'll be done. It's just a USB stick.
Oh. It's just a USB stick. Is that all it is?
Yeah, it's real easy.
Well, I'll take the boxing station right now.
Okay, cool. Great, thank you. The boxing station is, yeah.
What are you doing?
What's the time?
5:20.
What time does the post shop close?
5:30. Yeah, cutting it fine.
Why is he putting multiple boxes for one USB stick? Seriously?
What's the time, Alan?
5:23.
I am cutting it fine.
Byron, are you sending out those 2 USB sticks?
What?
Oh, was it 2 USB sticks?
Yeah,
Oh,
the customer
no.
just left out of the order. Just chuck it in a bag, you'll be fine.
Sorry, Byron, it was 2 USB sticks.
Oh shit. Shit.
Two.
Can I get everyone to gather around for a sec? Alan? Ellie? Just FYI, we actually have a new employee starting today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're actually going to be starting any moment, so make them feel welcome. So, I've set up a wee social experiment today. I'm going undercover as one of the red
He's going
shirts.
undercover.
I'm going to find out just what goes on when I'm not looking.
What's the new employee's name, Ron?
What's that?
What's their name?
What's their name?
Yeah.
Their name is Rowan. Rowa.
Rowa.
Yeah, the name's Rowa.
Rowa. That's an odd name.
Yeah, it's French. Their name's Rowa, and they're from France.
French.
So they're going to be starting, like I said, any second now. Make them feel welcome. I'm going to be real busy actually today, so you might not actually see me today, but
makes sense.
Yeah, make them feel welcome, and I'll see you guys later.
He's trying to undercover himself.
So I'm pretty confident Rowan is going to do his undercover boss thing. He does this a few times a year.
Hey guys!
Hey, Rowan.
Who's Rowan? Oh, do you mean Rowan, the black shirt manager? Oh, no, no, no. My name's Rowa. I'm a red shirt like you guys. I'm French.
It's actually just easier to go with it because no matter how many times you call him out, he literally will never admit that he's undercover.
So hey, do you guys want to show me the ropes?
Okay, Roa. Come out the back with me and I'll show you how to stock the shelves.
Great, let's go.
Yep.
Okay, so full disclosure. Playtech can't actually afford to pay everyone this month. So I've come up with a genius idea called Inception. Basically, I'm gonna plant the idea that we should all be taking half pay this month and make them come up with the idea. Oh, hey Ellie. I've been thinking. The pay here's just so good, I feel bad. You think we should take half pay this month?
Oh my gosh.
Whoa, whoa. Who's Rowan? Oh, do you mean Rowan, the black shirt manager? No, my name's Roa. I'm French. One down, 2 to go. Hey Adam, I've been thinking. The pay here's so good, I feel bad. You think we should take half pay this month? Yeah, good idea. That's 2 down. Now for the tough one, Alan. But I've got a plan. Hey Alan, man, I've been thinking. The pay here's so good, I feel bad.
Rowan, please listen. We know it's you.
Whoa. Who's Rowan? Oh, do you mean Rowan, the black shirt manager?
Okay, you have to stop this. You need help.
Oh, my name is Roa. I'm French. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, you think we should take half pay this month? I agree. 3 for 3. Now it's time to wrap this up with a neat little bow. Pow. Hey guys, I've been thinking about what we've been talking about, and you know, I think I agree.
What have we been talking about?
I'll go tell the manager about our decision.
Rowan, you literally cannot do this.
Who's Rowan? Oh, you mean Rowan, the black shirt manager. Yeah, I'll go tell him now. Okay guys, leave it to me. Hey Rowan. Oh, hi Roa. Listen, the guys and I have been thinking about just how well we're all paid. And we feel really bad. We think you should give us half pay this month. Don't be silly. You guys work really hard. No, we insist. Oh man, I really don't want to do this. I feel bad, but okay, consider it done. Thanks, man. Oh, holy crap, I just realized I gotta get back to France. Bye, Roa. Hey, guys. I was just talking to Roa. He was saying that you guys wanted half pay this month. I feel really bad, but if you guys are sure, then I accept.
I still don't know why you guys are here. Is he paying you? Is that where our money's going? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. A, B, C, D,
Adam,
E,
what are you doing?
Oh, I'm filing the complaints.
Yeah, but why are you singing this stupid ABC song?
Oh, it's how I know what letter comes next in the alphabet.
Sorry? Do you mean to tell me that you need to sing the ABC song to find the next letter in the alphabet?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe when I was 8 years old.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So you just instinctively know what letter comes next?
Well, I mean, obviously, Adam, I'm not a child.
Oh. Well, what letter comes after L?
Really?
Yeah?
Which letter comes after L? Because, it's...
Never to someone.
Well, which comes after L?
Yeah, which one?
If you
comes
can't.
After L?
It's M.
Yeah, but you sang the ABC song.
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay, then well, what letter comes after S?
Oh, are you serious? Huh? After S, it's... It's T. It's T, obviously.
Yeah, but you sung the song again.
I didn't sing the song.
You did. I heard you.
I'm not a child. I don't need to.
You did.
No.
You sang it under your breath.
I don't need to do that.
Why are you guys both singing the ABC song?
Because it's the only way to know what the next letter in the alphabet is, Alan.
Oh my
Are you guys
gosh.
telling me you need to sing the ABC song to know the order of the alphabet?
Yes.
What are you guys, 8 years old?
Okay. All right, Alan. What comes after T in the alphabet? Go.
What comes after T in the alphabet?
Yep. What comes after T? Go.
So stupid.
Now, go.
You.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. God damn it.
Karen, you're back.
I'm here to see the manager.
Karen.
You can't be here.
Oh, can't I?
No, no.
The Consumer Rights Act says that I can. Now get me the manager.
You need to leave.
I won't leave. I demand that you listen. Listen to everything that I say. Now get me the manager.
He's not here.
Oh, you are a useless employee. Look at you.
I don't know where he
You've
is.
got the slightest idea what is going on here.
I can't help you.
I know 100 people who will do this job much better than you. Look at you now. Is this what you call customer service? Is that what it's become?
I'm sorry.
Where is the manager?
What's going on?
This Karen looks so fucking creepy.
What are you doing here, Karen?
I've returned to finish what we started.
I've defeated you once. I can do it again.
Oh, can you?
What is this?
This is your undoing.
No, this is impossible.
Call yourself a manager?
We
are going to tell everyone about this.
Circumstantial.
Nobody will ever want to come and shop
Consumer
here.
rights. It does not say that. It does not. You can't just come in here. That is a son.
Disgrace.
That's irrelevant.
You are
No.
a disgrace.
No. That's erroneous information. That's erroneous. No. That's not fair.
Too many Karens.
You are a disgrace to management.
Look to my coming at first light on the 5th day. At dawn, look to the east.
Alan.
Who are you?
Didn't you hear? I'm the super manager.
The super manager.
Just the man that I need to speak to.
The white shirt has returned.
I want to complain about the state of the store and the horrible service that we have had to deal with.
Your hair disgusts me. You have far too much makeup on. That Louis Vuitton is a fake.
How dare you! You take that back. Her hair is fabulous!
Yuck, yuck, yuck. Adam, Rowan, I have them in a temporary rage paralysis. We must surround them. When they come to, we must have them covered at all sides. Quickly! Now repeat after me. With the power of 3, we banish thee.
With the power of 3, we banish thee.
Banishing Karens.
Employees and managers who have ever had to deal with a Karen anywhere in the world course through our veins. With the power of 3, we banish thee.
With the power of 3, we banish
Hear me now, Karens, and all Karens, bringers of tyranny and evil. We hereby banish thee from this store, never to return.
The red shirt employee banishes thee. The black shirt
Right.
manager banishes thee.
The white shirt super manager banishes thee.
With the power of 3, we banish thee.
Be gone, sons of Satan!
Where did you learn that?
I've been training in secret, preparing myself for the return.
But what did it cost?
Everything.
Can you control it?
I don't know.
Hey guys, thank you very much for watching. We are Viva la Dirt League.
We've made a lot of videos. There's 2 of them over there, but there's a bunch more. We've done heaps.
If you want to see more videos as we make them, then click the subscribe button.
That's funny. King of Mischief. Right? Oh, it's a Karen. Oh, and it's a Danny. That's funny. Has anyone ever roly-polied as a Karen and went into like the businesses and be like, I want your manager? I'm like, give me your manager. Oh yeah, they're Summer Martins. Can I speak to a that's like a prissy type of Karen that just came in yesterday. Let me just grab that. That was just hilarious. Yo, to those who missed out on what happened yesterday, like, it was fucking hilarious. Wait, let me go find it. It was so fun. She has to be streaming. Like, she has to be. Like, it's no way, no way would... What? I'm gonna look for it. Do I have like clips playlist or something? I don't know where I post clips. Let's see, videos. Trying to look for the clips. Well, I guess I could just go to yesterday's and I'll try to look for it. Wait, is this the recent one? This is the recent one. Yeah, this is the recent one. Wait a minute. Not this one. It was, I think, this one. Was it? I don't think it was this one. Where was the post? Oh, it was this one. Wait, let me just look for... Now look on the YouTube when she turned up. Somewhere. Was that the clip feature? Let me check. And then would I watch the full? Oh yeah, it's right here. So this is what happened, guys. Look, I'm gonna just turn it off first and, put this full screen, show you what happened. She comes into the store.
Do you work?
Yeah, not that guy. It's...
And, so that way...
Oh, this girl, she comes out of that car, I think. Here she is. That girl, she has the stream.
Hello?
Hello, I can help you.
Hi, ma'am. Can I speak to a manager?
I don't know if we
Are you the
have
manager?
No, I'm not.
Alright, well, I'll speak to you anyways. So, I know you already know who I am. So I'm really famous. I just wanted to see if I could do like a some type of sponsorship. You guys give me a free car and I'll promote your small business. And, so that way everyone will know where it is.
I will go ahead and forward that to our executives.
Okay. Well, just let them know that I'm Summer Martins and I'm really famous, and my dad's super famous, and my mom's super famous, and my brother is super famous. So, if you give me a free car, I'll promote your little small business, and I
Come
will
on, get
blow
out of
this place
line,
up.
fucking real customers only.
Excuse me?
You
Do
heard
you
me.
know who I am?
I don't know who you are, and I don't give a
know
fuck who
who
you
I
are.
am? I'm Summer Martins. I am very famous. You don't push in front of Summer Martins. Sorry about that. My fans just...
No one gives a fuck if you're
they follow
Summer.
me
Fucking, it
everywhere.
happens every year.
Sorry.
So get the fuck out of the line. Go.
Anyways, miss, I will go ahead and forward that to our executives.
All right, thank you so much.
Yeah,
I love your hair, by the way.
Thank you.
Get out of my way.
Bro, get the fuck
Why
out of
are
the
you
line.
in my way? Get out of my way.
Keep moving.
You're in my way. I'm trying to go
Keep
back to
moving.
my $400,000 car.
Fucking dumbass fucking bimbos.
I can't. Oh, Tom.
How are we going?
Yeah. Tom, do not go out there. She might attack you. I'm afraid of it. She might attack you.
Anyway,
Well, then
now
she'll
that
end
I've
up
bought
dead,
an Audi
won't
off
she?
you, you should buy an Audi off me.
That was wow. I don't know where she is, but like holy moly. That was bizarre. Excuse me, like, Let's watch some of my, it's been a while, like, my stuff. Like, I used to do like this. This is in Luxury Autos when there was an interview and we decided
Sorry
to
about
lip-sync.
that. Didn't mean to sit on your lap. I was going off for a lap dance, but decided to change my mind. Oh, yeah, fuck y'all.
That's alright, I actually really enjoyed that.
Oh, you did? Well, that could be saved for later.
Yeah, I especially like the part where your bum cheeks were quite warm and moist.
Billy, why are you in the office? I'm doing an interview right now.
Unless I know Billy, he's my friend. Me and Billy grew up together down at my old man's house, and we used to play a lot of board games, and we used to play with each other as well.
Okay, well, I thought I would pull a savior and say it's unprofessional and kick you out.
I'm okay with Billy to say if you want him to, so it's okay.
Alrighty, anyways, fine, you can stay there. Just make sure you shut up. Okay, why would you like to join the luxury family?
I would really like to join luxury because I really like cars. I used to drive cars, and my dad used to drive cars, and I like playing with cars.
Okay, we're not Valhalla. They play cars more than we do. We sell cars. But other than that, what is your criminal history?
I don't have any criminal history because I don't have
damn,
any
I got a
friends.
text, oh, never mind.
I got no friends. I've only got my family. I know I've got Billy as my friend. The only crime is my crime against my fashion. I look quite bad, that's all. I need a new stylist.
True, true. You do need some sideburns, but okay. Alrighty. So, what can you bring to the luxury family?
I can bring my mum and my dad. I can also bring my sister and my friends. Oh wait, do you mean like what I can bring to the business?
Yeah, there's not a clubby. So, what you as a person can bring into the luxury family?
I can bring lots of experience in selling lots of off-road vehicles. Me and my auntie and my dad used to drive lots of vehicles on the farm. I'm a very bubbly personality, and I just like being around people, that's all, because I'm quite lonely.
Are you a farmer by any chance?
I like to say I'm a farmer, but the only farm that I play is on my computer where I play Farming Simulator because I'm not allowed outside because I ate Dad's chickens last time.
Okay, you're not gonna eat anything in the office, right? Nigel stuff, yeah?
I mean, my mum and my dad still packs my lunch, so I should be okay.
Alrighty, because this is not a cafeteria. Alrighty. Do you have? Did I tell you if you had any criminal history? I forgot.
Yeah, you do. I don't have any.
Okay. Why do you have a bat behind your back? Are you gonna beat me up if I reject you?
I like carrying a bat for my self-defense and for safety, just in case somebody
I got a
says that
briefcase.
I
What?
look
Since
weird or
when?
something,
I
or
didn't
tries to rob
notice.
me. Then I can use this bat and say, hey, if you don't leave, I'm gonna smack you one.
I got a briefcase.
Alrighty. How old are you, and what is your sexuality?
Why did I ask that? I don't know.
I think I'm, last time I checked, I'm 1, 2, 3, I think I'm like 34, and I haven't really found my sexuality yet. The closest thing that I've had to somebody touching me is myself.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Alright. What else can we say here? What do you think of this interview so far?
I think you look amazing, and I think Billy's my friend, and actually these chairs are quite comfy. I don't actually want to move, to be honest. We just get these chairs from, they're actually quite nice.
Alright, just give me a moment. Oh man, should I talk to the mask? You mask. What do you think? Should I hire him or not? Hey Billy, what's your opinion? You don't want to make the voice for Billy?
Oh yeah, man, I think he's bloody brilliant. Like, you know, I mean, he's a bit of a strange guy, but you know, like I think he might fit in perfectly with a bit of training, and you know, like yeah.
Are you just saying that because he's your friend?
Yeah, of course. I mean, no, like you know, I think he's just, you know, I think we should give the guy, you know, a go. He's you know, he's a nice guy.
Okay, I heard from your last interview you were going to use friends to sell drugs. Is he the start of your drug adventure in luxury?
I think he's on his own sort of drugs, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Like hospital prescripted.
Okay, let's see.
See you later, Billy. Oh, fuck, I wasn't on with that.
Alrighty. Let's see. Come here. I'll give me a hug because no. Don't step there.
Sorry, I'm just used to running into walls.
Okay. You need to stand still. You're too excited. I haven't even hired you yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Frankie.
Alrighty, here you. Oh, is that drugs?
Frankie, what is this thing? Why is this thing
Wait,
broken? Why is it all wet,
funny.
slippery?
Okay, well, tell you.
And then I also got this one.
What the? What is that? Yo, what is that? Look at that.
It's Sasha.
What the fuck is that? Sasha,
Sasha?
is that you? What the fuck is that? Oh
He's
my God,
ringing.
go! What the fuck?
What did you do?
I'm angry.
What? Oh shit.
Can you bring me to Dr. Phil?
Okay. Yeah, let's take Sasha. Wait, what did you do to those locals?
That one was funny too. Sasha and Knuckles. Oh, I remember this one.
Yeah, you did. Just go on, sexy.
Maybe we
lady.
could do it outside.
Yeah. Watch
Oh
out, you
my
don't want to
God.
smash it. Sit on it, that's it.
Oh my God. Red's would.
It's broken! It's broken there!
no.
It's broken!
That's why I said, I think we should have done this outside,
Hold on, I
right?
need to go inside. Move, everyone move.
No comment. I don't even know how to
Jesus.
take it off. How do you even take them
I'll
off?
do it, I'll do it.
Oh, yeah!
I just saw fire.
I did too!
Rusty, mate, just
Can we get it
be
off the
careful
trailer
because
at all?
something's.
Can we pop it off the trailer, or is it stuck on there?
She was just on fire, mate.
Oh no, let's try to pop it off the trailer. Let's try to pop it off the trailer. Okay, maybe I should have
I mean, we probably need to fix it.
I told you that. Watch out for fire again!
I think I need to get something to
wait,
cover to get rid of
where's
this.
the...
Don't shoot, don't shoot, don't shoot.
Whoa! Sick.
Yeah. That happened that happened 2 years ago. 2 years ago.
I can't breathe. Oh, that was...
It was funny.
I don't know what the fuck just happened. Hello, sir. I'm in the corner here. Okay, so apparently the toes have a 90-mile radius. Just so everyone knows.
Yeah, it was funny. What else did I have? I have a lot, like... Let's skip that. We already watched that. We had another one of that, but like... Yeah, we already watched that. I already watched that one. We're dancing under the water.
Mate, I'm gonna hop on because I've been here for too long and I just want to fucking go somewhere. Get off my fucking bike now.
Oh.
Come on, mate. Let's go. See you later. And then
See you, Chico.
Chico,
Yeah. What's your name in it?
Carlos, mate.
Oh, sorry, Carlos.
Chico. Where'd you get that from?
I just look at Chico.
If
Little Chico, roll, get out of here, get off my bike.
Alright, mate. So just drive to Lala Garage and we'll be good.
Yeah, just drive on off my bike. Chico, roll out of here, cunt.
Oh
Remember that?
god.
Please don't say that word, mate. Yeah, we have to hop off your bike, talk to the pretty lady, and your bike do a magic trick, disappear.
How about you roll that little glass pipe on out of here, cunt. How about that?
Why so mean?
Oh, big drama.
Get off my bike. Now.
Alright.
Yeah, stop, drop and roll that little glass pipe out of here, cunt.
You're right, mate.
Oh! Oh! He's on fire! He's on fire! Oh my god! What the fuck? Oh no! Oh
Cheers
no!
for the bike, mate. Fuck! It's dead. Where do you want me to dump the body?
If you walk like I don't know a couple meters that way, and you know a couple meters to the left, and you can do whatever you want with it.
Can I pay for the repair of the bike and it'll be all good? Can you repair my bike, you know, and I'll dump the body for it.
Oh shit! Tom, what did I just witness?
This is all the stuff you miss out on.
Right. Well, usually I'm awake at this time. What are you talking about? Management or why are you why? Yo, your phone is in your mouth.
Do you want like a high-end
Let me take a
off-road?
picture. Let me take a picture. Oh, I remember this. The hell? What the fuck? Right. Yeah. Oh, wow. Wow. This fucking dude is... Wow. Dude. My car. Oh, this is the old phones back then. Yo, Jeff.
Hello.
Jeff, this dude is fucking assaulting my vehicle here at Alta Street garage. I've been he just crashed into my vehicle like how many times, and now it's like broken.
Dude, you just crashed into my vehicle.
I got everything on body cam, sir.
Is the guy still
That was like still here.
That was 3
He has like
years
he's
ago.
dark skinned with a mustache, pink shirt. Like I'm fucking pissed. He's saying I crashed his vehicle and I'm fucking yeah.
You just crashed into my vehicle.
Excuse you? I can give the police sufficient evidence of what you just did. You can go ahead and,
oh
yeah,
my god.
Go ahead and call them. Go ahead and call
This is
them.
bullshit. And that
Yeah.
Jeff Bezos guy that you just called, that Jeff Bezos guy, tell him to come down and I'll smack him up, yeah? Tell him that.
Damn.
I'll smack him up. Tell him I'm threatening him. Tell him that. Because he's a pussy.
He said I'm in like the back area of the parking. He said he's gonna slap
Tell him
you.
I'll slap him.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Gonna do what?
He's gonna slap you if you come over.
Slap me? Tell him I'll slap his pussy. Tell him that.
Oh wow. Damn.
Tell him I'll slap his pussy.
Yeah, he's saying a lot of bad things. Yeah.
Tell him I'll slap him up like a little bitch. Tell him
give me a
that.
second.
I was like, dude.
Tell him that. Tell him
Yeah,
that.
I did.
I want him to come
You
down.
you
I want
come.
him to
Yeah,
come down
you
so I
wait
can
here.
break his jaw.
You wait here. Yeah.
Yeah, tell him that. Tell him that so I can break his jaw. Yeah?
Yeah.
Tell
wait.
him I'll break his jaw, then I'll break his car. Tell him.
And
tell
you
him I'll break his jaw,
you
I'll break his
telling me
car.
that I slammed into you? You slammed into me, dude.
No, you fucking slammed into me and I'm expecting a little fucking pain. Okay, I'll be back.
First, that's assault. You got assault harassment on your head. Wow.
Expecting a payment ASAP. Hurry up.
Excuse you?
$4,000 it cost.
Can I have your ID then? I'm gonna have your ID, please.
Not my ID.
Yeah, I want your ID.
Don't think that would be necessary.
Okay, well, once the cops come here, I'm gonna have them search you if you called them.
Oh, I did. Don't worry about that.
Yeah,
Where's
yeah.
this Jeff guy? Where's this Jeff guy? Where's Jeff?
It's coming.
Wait, do you have this on body cam? Wait, do you have this on body cam? Lady. Lady. Hey. Hey. Hey.
Hello? Yeah, he's still here. He's still here.
Yeah, I hope you have this on body camera. I hope you have this on body camera.
Alright, cheers. Be there soon.
He's, you know.
And then here comes Jeff Jerry's! Comes out with all his men!
Yeah, that's a dude.
This was before when they were in Slovak. Those times. Shit. Wait, is there more? Oh, because he came back.
Clap him, dude. Tell him that. I'll clap him. Tell him that right now.
Why don't you say it to your face? Why don't you say it to his face? Why don't you say it to his face? I don't even want to get out of my vehicle, to be honest. What is that? What the fuck? Yo, what?
Oh, towing people's cars. What a bitch. That's so dog.
Excuse me?
Yeah, from fucking impounding people's cars.
Well, that's the PD's fault. You know, they're the ones that marks it. We just take it.
Well, this lady is profiting off other people's despairs.
Now I'm kind of getting pissed off. You guys better move.
Very disgraceful behavior. Impounding people's cars.
Disgraceful behavior is you calling me a bitch.
I'm sorry, I didn't think you could hear that.
Mm-hmm.
It is pretty unfair what you're doing. So, I'd just like you to know that from one citizen to another.
Why don't you tell that to management and tell that to the PD that mark your vehicles? And you guys are responsible for not leaving your vehicles around the road.
Alright. Can I get some numbers of people to contact?
Oh my god. Talk to the mod
How are you
mates.
driving? How are you driving? No, I took your fucking battery.
Fuck, I feel so bad. I didn't mean to call her a bitch. I didn't think she could hear me. I called her a bitch, but I didn't think she could hear me.
Yeah, man, bitch.
That's just so much complaints.
Been through, but I think you need to
Oh,
talk
I
to
remember
someone.
this.
I'm the worst person to talk to.
Hey, lovely, do you mind if I punch you in the face?
Dropped you on the bike.
Oh, are you serious?
Does anybody know? Do we have to have a hostage?
Oh, this one?
We need at least one.
Otherwise, the cops will just breach.
Yeah, that's true.
How is it still here?
Yeah, just we want to explain it to you. Oh. Oh, what the hell? Oh Oh my god, it'd be so annoying to have a dog that just keeps opening the sink. Aww. That's so cute. Oh, anyways, I got something at least, I guess. I got a briefcase after not finding shit. So do you mean that this is a good spot right now? I don't know. Seems to be good. At least so far with the coin. My friend's trying to buy a blueprint, but nobody knows what it's for yet, unless someone does. Anyways, I better put away my food, because I'm kind of done. Yeah, I'm done with it. I'm gonna have to put this away. Put that there. And I'll be right back. In the meantime, I guess let us watch some of this. Let's lower the volume though.
Hey guys, what's up? Can you come over here? Do you guys know what this is? A sheet? Under the sheet, Adam. No, I don't know.
Yeah, I've never seen this before.
And it's still working! Wow! What's that? Oh, it's a cool arcade machine Alan found. You should have a go. Oh. Yeah, okay. Did you get this? I didn't get it. You did well.
Out of the way, I'm going to beat your score. Out of the way.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay, here we go.
I'm going to beat Alan's score.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to. That's enough. Everyone back to work. Back to work. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. Back to work.
All right. There we go. See, that's how I got him. See, because what you weren't doing, you weren't using the special.
He's like, you'll never beat my score.
Alan nearly beat your score.
Okay, we're heading out for the night, Alan. You all good to lock up?
Hey, we've still got 15 minutes before we start work. Gonna play it?
Oh yeah, I want to beat the high score.
Let's do it.
I can feel it in my fingers. What? How long did he play for last night? What are you guys doing? Oh.
Damn.
I was just thinking we might just have a little bit of fun on the arcade machine. Okay. Just don't beat my high score. Okay.
He did all Allen's.
Oh my god. Hang on. Oh my god, seriously? No, go bomb. Yes! Alan, I just beat your score! Shame! I want to have a go. There you go, get out. Okay. Now it's my turn. I'm going to be the high score.
What the? What? Wow. I mean...
Happy Halloween! Thank you very much for watching that horror short of ours. Be sure to subscribe.
Check out the other videos.
Other videos?
That's funny. No, I don't. I don't dive. I don't use Luxet.
I'm gonna tell you something that's gonna shock all of you. I'm a gambling addict.
I've gotten one briefcase.
Give me 2 months and I can pay back.
And this guy has flown down to her city to try and track her down. And while doing that, even broke into another streamer's house while they were streaming.
He was actually on his way to my house with a knife.
I was never able to be genuine with people anymore after the fact that I cheated on my girlfriend with people who I didn't realize were even in the first place.
So before we get into this video, I just want to say thank you to every single one of you guys. Ever since I was a kid, I wanted to make a difference in people's lives and I wanted to help others. With you guys supporting this channel, now I'm able to do just that. So thank you. So this Twitch documentary is about to get crazy. So stay till the end because we cover a list of topics and each topic just gets darker and darker. Live streaming is one of the most popular forms of entertainment on the internet. Countless people come together to watch their favorite streamers in real time. Whether they're opening a loot chest with the highest level gear or just sitting in a bathtub, these streamers rake in a crazy amount of viewers every day. When I said live streaming, what platform came to your mind? of course, Twitch. Without a doubt, they are the streaming platform, hosting some of the biggest streamers like Ninja, XQC, and Pokimane.
Yes.
But there's more to Twitch than what's on the surface. Stalkers, manipulators, and some of the most disgusting people are on the platform. So join us as we explore the dark world of Twitch. The gambling controversy. So whether you're for or against it, I think we can all agree that gambling can be dangerous. The rush of dopamine is enough to get anyone hooked, even the people who you would least expect.
I'm gonna tell you something that's gonna shock all of you. I'm a gambling addict. 5 years ago, it got so bad I had $100 left in my bank account. And you know what I did with that 100? I gambled it.
Whenever gamblers lose, gambling organizations get paid. And trust me, gamblers will lose. In a slot machine, the chances of you winning the top prize is 1 in 5,000 to 1 in 34 million. And what happens when these gambling websites try to reach the younger generation? They branch out by sponsoring people to play their games. And these people are Twitch streamers. Some of the biggest streamers on Twitch were paid to gamble live on stream to their audience. They would play these games for their hordes of viewers and bet ridiculous amounts of money which was given to them by these gambling organizations.
But because Aiden Ross leaked his DMs, we know they pay him at least $4 million a month.
These streamers spend hours and hours gambling on stream that it becomes their own craving. So they do it off stream.
Yeah, I gamble every day. I lost 2 million.
Really?
I lost 1.85 million this month.
Because of this insane uptick in online gambling, Twitch faced one of their biggest controversies ever. In September of 2022, the streamer known as It's Slicker was accused of scamming both his community and his friends for up to $300,000. Videos were leaked of him begging people for money.
I'll pay back. Genuinely, give me 2 months and I can pay back.
Slicker went on stream and admitted to everything. His reason for the scam was because his gambling problem was spiraling out of control. If gambling could cause this much damage to streamers, what can it do to its viewers? There are so many kids on the platform, and no matter how hard a streamer can stress that their streams aren't for children, they're gonna watch it anyway. Twitch has no age verification system. A kid can make an account with a fake birthday and watch whoever they want. So when they see their favorite streamer having so much fun and making money on these games, who's to say they won't try it themselves? According to the National Center of Responsible Gaming, young people struggle with gambling at higher rates than older adults, and 75% of Twitch viewers
I do not
are young.
want
Twitch
these.
Eventually came forward with a new policy banning most gambling content, but sports betting is still allowed. So I want to ask you a question. Do you think Twitch has really done all they can to protect young people when they're still exposed to gambling? The downfall of Athene. In the late 2000s, Athene was one of the top content creators in the gaming community. He started off making videos of games like World of Warcraft, where he'd play an incredibly exaggerated character.
Just like Destiny.
People loved it, and Athene kept on growing. He took part in huge charity streams and raised insane amounts of money for charities like Save the Children. He even became one of their celebrity ambassadors. But in 2011, something shifted. Athene uploaded a weird video titled Athene's Theory of Everything. The video was filled with religious preaching and strange conspiracy theories. His viewers were confused, but it would only get more confusing. Athene would continue to preach these strange views and would gaslight his audience if they didn't agree with him.
And the funny thing, you'd feel more stable and more in balance with yourself than ever. If you're depressed, depression is gone. You know depression? You deserve depression. If you chase your own experience, knowing that it kills people you're in action, then maybe you deserve it.
Athene would help create something called the Singularity Group. It was a compound for workers in the computing industry. They would move into the building with all their expenses like food and rent paid for and work on projects for Athene. But it was more than that. It was a cult. Not only would the workers not be paid for the work they did, but they would also have to sign an NDA which prevented them from questioning Athene or the organization. And if anyone did this, they would be shunned by the other members and become social
Let's put this away. It's only because they keep wrecking into my boat, and that's why I'm like so pissed.
Live streams. One of the worst moments was when he streamed with 2 female volunteers. He made them dance suggestively for the chat and promised that they would dance more if his audience would donate. And whichever girl got the most donations won.
She's having some nice dance, nice moves. You're just sitting here like, you know, in defeat. You know, you can always give me a kiss on the cheek, you know. Cheat, 500 pounds, easy. For $200, we'd be dancing for an hour.
So Athene exploited both his workers and his viewers. And as you'll see in this next topic, he's not the only one. This next situation is worse. Arcadum's allegations. Before we dive into Arcadum's disgusting allegations, I want to tell you guys about today's sponsor. This might currently be you. You drive a car and are paying for car insurance every month. Why? Because if you get into a car accident, you trust that they'll take care of you and your expenses. Now imagine this. You actually get into a car accident, but your insurance company comes up with excuses, downplays your injuries, and in the end, the same company that you relied on leaves you with huge expenses to pay. Well, this happens every single day. And Morgan & Morgan can fight to help. If you're lowballed by an insurance company after an accident, Morgan & Morgan can fight to help get you the compensation you need. When you choose a law firm, size matters. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm with over 800 attorneys across America and has recovered over $13 billion for their clients. So you pay nothing up front for their services. The fee is actually free unless they win. Getting started is super easy. To get a consultation for free, all you need to do is get out your phone and dial #law or visit forthepeople.com. My link is in the description below. There's a wide variety of content on Twitch covering all kinds of niches and communities, such as the Dungeons & Dragons or D&D community, which is a role-playing game in a fantasy world. And one of the most popular streamers in this community was Arcadum. This creator was respected in the community until it all came crashing down. Allegations started to come out about Arcadum from multiple young girls. They talked about his manipulative behavior toward them. Some even accused him of SA. But the craziest part is that there weren't just 3 or 4 allegations, but 21 different cases.
But now it seems as if many different situations have come to light as 21 different individuals in the space have come forward with their own stories.
The cases were similar. Arcadum would have conversations with these girls through Discord. They would start friendships before Arcadum started to make advances on them. He would say things like, "Before you try to fall asleep, we could. It would help me relax." And when they refused, he guilt-tripped them into pitying and forgiving him. "I feel kind of guilty. I'm really sorry if I made things weird. I hope you get good sleep." He even tried to control their personal lives, saying things like, "You're the only one I want." He manipulated them into believing that he was the only one who truly cared about them. Arcadum posted an apology in an attempt to fight off the backlash, but it just made things worse for him.
I have seen receipts from these girls that was so bad they left them out of their Twitlonger.
There was so much more evidence against Arcadum that the girls weren't showing. Since the controversy, Arcadum doesn't get nearly the attention he once got. I hope that this serves as a lesson for him and teaches others to be careful who they talk to online. But this isn't the only scandal like this on Twitch. Recently, there was an even bigger one. Adriana exposes Slick. So I want to make something clear about this next topic. Please don't take it as factual information. We did the best that we could, and we tried to be as accurate as possible, but as you'll see, there's just too many layers to this story. It all started in 2021, when a streamer by the name of Adriana Lee came out with a story about an uncomfortable situation with a streamer named Crazy Slick. According to Adriana, she went to a birthday party and got so wasted that she ended up blacking out. Her friends helped her into a room so she could rest, but Crazy Slick entered the room despite being asked not to, then touched Adriana inappropriately. The news spread like wildfire. Mizkif, one of Crazy Slick's closest friends, went live to address the situation.
We're very grateful to Adriana for doing the tweet that she did because she was forced into that position. And she talked about her past experiences, which is super brave and really, really hard to do.
Mizkif had a Twitter argument with another streamer named Trainwreck, and this story got much worse. Trainwreck accused Mizkif of covering up not just the Adriana situation, but many other cases of Crazy Slick harassing women on Twitch. Are you gonna send Maya and Mitch to blackmail me like you did those girls to cover up all those SAs? More evidence surfaced against Mizkif, including a clip from his stream.
What you can deem of it, it's sexual harassment, whatever. At a low scale, it's not really a big deal. I don't think people really gave a shit and really cared.
Adriana then went live and revealed that Mizkif himself sent someone to talk to her. They allegedly told Adriana to cover up what Crazy Slick has done.
Miz sent the most credible, nicest girl on Twitch to talk to me instead of him going over there.
because it would look better. It'd be better to convince me.
What's worse is that Adriana's statement had to be proofread multiple times in order to make sure that the situation was downplayed as much as possible. At this point, Adriana was shunned from the Twitch community because many people didn't think it was a big deal. But then, someone else came forward, and it was by accident. Minx's accident. Just a Minx is a popular content creator and Twitch streamer. If you follow her, you'll be aware that she recently suffered a manic episode, which is a period of extreme changes in mood and behavior. During this episode, Minx reacted to Adriana's stream and just laughed at her essay situation with Slick.
She did not reply. She doesn't have screenshots.
But then her opinion changed.
I was influenced by friends to believe that what happened to Adriana was smaller than what it actually was.
So pay attention carefully because this next clip reveals the puzzle piece that puts this all together.
Not everyone's like these streamers that cover it up, aka me and OTK. Ooh, shouldn't have said that one. Should not have said that one.
Minx confirmed completely by accident that some people were actively trying to cover up what happened to Adriana. And as far as I know, the situation is still under legal investigation. This controversy wasn't Twitch's fault, but the fault of the people with a presence on Twitch. We look up to these influencers and idolize them, but we forget they're human too. Sweet Anita pleads for help. When we think of stalking, we think of that one shady guy in the alley following a woman home. But stalking can start online too. Almost all of your favorite Twitch streamers have stories about being stalked, including the horrifying situation of Sweet Anita. Sweet Anita is a massive streamer on Twitch who's even hosted the Streamer Awards.
Yes. Love you too.
Sweet Anita spoke openly about her experience with stalkers on Twitch. She said that the stalking started in October of 2019 and escalated consistently.
One day I went to the shops. He followed me from my house to the shops. I asked him if he had a knife this time. He stayed silent. Went across the road, and as I crossed the road, he gave chase. He ran after me. So the people from the shop charged out, grabbed hold of him and pinned him down while I went and, went through this gate and went home, and they held the gate closed so he couldn't get past them, and he was trying to push them out the way and actually fighting with them to get with me.
It sadly wasn't long before the stalker found Anita's house.
My stalker started following me around and sleeping in my back garden.
What?
He started staring through my letterbox.
On top of that, the stalker would constantly send Anita threats through her Twitch chat, and the police didn't do anything about it.
They didn't turn up for 30 minutes. And even then, they didn't actually turn up. What they did was ring me back after 30 minutes to explain why they weren't going to do anything to help me.
Even when Anita was assaulted by her stalker with a witness, nothing was done. According to Anita, when the police finally took action against the stalker, he was on the way to her house.
When they finally went out to pick him up off the street to question him about that incident, he was actually on his way to my house with a knife. And despite that being incredibly damning, they still released him a 3-minute walk away from my house.
The saddest part is that despite all the awareness that Anita brought to this subject, she's still the target of stalking to this day. On May 23rd of this year, Anita posted a tweet pleading for help because another stalker threatened to find her at TwitchCon. I don't want to hurt you or your security. This is complicated. Last week, I could have sworn you would want to have a romantic relationship with me. And this week, I think you might have changed your mind. So Anita's stalkers are getting completely out of hand. But this next one is probably the worst
but that was
one
before
I've
I streamed, okay? I had stalkers when I was...
Another big streamer on the platform
Didn't even
is
have a PC.
While she's definitely been in
Amaranth.
some controversy for her content, she's widely respected on a personal level by Twitch and content creators. And this made her a target for one of the worst stalker cases on Twitch. Amaranth tweeted this message.
She says that her stalker traveled from Estonia, came to her city and camped out in a hotel with a line of sight to her P.O. box and spent over a month camping out
Having a
daily at a
stalker
Starbucks
is
next to the P.O. box
actually
and streamed
physically
it the entire time.
The stalker knew that Amaranth would eventually visit the
scary.
address, so he waited there for over a month. And despite Twitch taking down his account, He just kept making new ones. And if that wasn't enough, he would constantly
My
harass
stalker would
Amaranth
literally come
online.
to my
He
work
would send her
almost every day to
inappropriate
eat in the
videos of
same
himself dancing,
table
and when she told
and
him to
just
stop, he
stare.
just laughed and responded, "Liar, liar, fiance." This went on for weeks until the stalker started to move again. He streamed himself walking outside of Amaranth's home, mumbling to himself. "This is wrong," he said. "I know this is
Yeah, I
wrong,
know.
but I have to." He was dressed in
And
formal
anywhere I
clothes,
went, like, they would
carrying
turn
an
up,
instrument
too.
case. And an instrument
I've
case
had that
is the perfect
experience.
shape to hide something
In college, I even
dangerous.
had a
Then,
stalker.
the unthinkable happened. He started to break
But the
in.
stalker in
Amaranth called
college
911,
was
and the
he
police
was the
took
most popular
33
guy
minutes to
in
respond.
college.
Thankfully, the stalker was
And
eventually
I guess
caught.
he couldn't handle being
Something needs to
rejected,
change.
so
It's only a matter of time before
started
one of these
stalking
guys
me.
does
The only reason
something
why I
irreversible.
rejected him though
And in
was
this
because
next
he had a
one, they
girlfriend.
actually
Like,
do.
come on
You
now.
can't
You got a
unsee this
girlfriend.
live
Why are
stream.
you stalking
In May
me?
of
You know?
2022, PG, an 18-year-old boy, drove over 200 miles to a supermarket in Buffalo. He got out of the car strapped up and ended the lives of 10 people. And the whole thing was live on Twitch. Twitch stopped the live stream minutes after the incident began. It was a horrific event that happens all too often, but I'm glad Twitch stood up and did their part to shut down the live stream. But still, evil people slipped through Twitch's cracks, including a Twitch admin who abused his power. The criminal admin. In 2013, there was a Twitch admin by the name of Mr. Adder. During that time, he took advantage of two small streamers who were both young girls. It's possible that there are more victims who haven't come forward yet, but in 2020, the two girls spoke out. One of the victims claimed that she met Mr. Adder when he was in his early mid-20s, while she was about 10 years younger. He used his recent breakup to guilt trip her into talking to him. He threatened her into doing unspeakable acts because if she didn't do them, he would hurt himself.
A
And
Twitch
sometimes he
admin?
actually would.
What?
She finally had the courage to notify Twitch, but when she did, nothing happened. His other victim had a similar story. She was manipulated into a relationship with him and was pressured into doing horrific acts. She even sent him money for food and cigarettes when she was about half his age. This admin that was supposed to uphold the values of safety was nothing more than a creep. The Twitch monster. In 2015, a Twitch streamer by the name of Dark Aquis engaged in a relationship with a young girl when he was over 21. This girl claims that he manipulated her into a deal where she would do anything he asked, and in return, he would listen to her family problems. The messages he sent to this person are disgusting. He would force her to skip class in school and call him in the bathroom, and he would make her do awful things for him. This girl had enough and decided to act. But Dark Aquis knew their address and threatened her sister. Thankfully, this young girl was able to break free and come forward with her story. On Twitch, these stories are endless, including someone who took it a step further. The dark mind of Cryotic. Cryotic was one of the biggest content creators in the early years of YouTube. He was well known for his early collabs with PewDiePie and his iconic voice.
How old am I? I see you don't fully grasp the concept of eternity.
He would stream playthroughs of games on Twitch and had a huge following. Until 2020. Cry released a video where he admitted to cheating on his girlfriend with multiple girls who were too young.
I was never able to be genuine with people anymore after the fact that I cheated on
His
my
voice,
girlfriend
though,
with people who I didn't realize were even
he
in
could
the first
use
place.
it for
This shocked
like
and confused his
voiceovers.
followers, and this was only just the surface. When Cryotic started dating his girlfriend Cheyenne, she herself was a young girl and a victim of Cry's abuse. There were also accounts from Cry's friends that he was doing ERP with young girls. Some of the screenshots
ERP,
uncovered were disgusting, and it revealed just how sick Cry really was. Since his last video in 2020, Cry hasn't uploaded to Twitch or YouTube, and there are rumors that he's even being investigated by the FBI. Cry's story is only one of the thousands on Twitch. On September 21st of this year, Bloomberg released an article that revealed one of Twitch's darkest sides. A researcher conducted a 2-year investigation and discovered just how many Preds use Twitch to find their victims. The data will shock you. The researchers monitored over 1,900 accounts. These accounts exclusively followed children who streamed on Twitch. These users would join the children's streams and manipulate them into doing suggestive dances and acts. In total, these Preds targeted 279,000 kids. And as of July 2022, Preds found an average of 673 kids every single day. How did this happen? Even if Twitch removes these shady accounts, nothing is stopping them from making another one. Something needs to change before it's too late, but I think it's already too late. But that doesn't mean they've won. If you see people online doing things that hurt others, report it. If you see it in real life, do the same. I know that alone we can only do little, but if we stand together, we can do so much. Visual Venture. Wait, before you go, click this playlist right here to watch more dark internet documentaries. Because our new goal is 500,000 subscribers by the end of 2023.
Parents, beware. Monsters are among us. He was arrested because he took a 13-year-old child across state lines. Police said the 13-year-old girl met Graham on Roblox. What you're looking at on the screen right here is probably the biggest Roblox news we're gonna have all year long.
Yeah, Roblox, the multi-billion-dollar company, is suing a YouTuber for $1.6 million.
That's more money than I've ever made in my entire life.
In this documentary, we talk about the questionable things that Roblox is doing to kids. Then we go over a YouTuber who was sued by Roblox for $1.6 million, and we have him here today to give us a never-before-seen look about what happened. So stay till the end as we take you on a journey through the dark side of Roblox.
Damn. Yo, this guy covered a lot. Roblox.
Let's say you have an idea for a game. Maybe it's
VR
a quest
chat,
from a beautiful
VR chat
princess to slay a monster, or an adventure through the galaxy in a spaceship. Whatever it is, there's a problem. It's going to be hard to make. You have to model that monster, place each star in the galaxy, and code everything from scratch. And that's if you know where to start. But what if I told you that you could easily start building your game right now? Well, you can. Welcome to Roblox. You might be thinking, Roblox is just a kid's game, right? Well, this kid's game is home to a massive adult player base. But when there are adults on a platform initially intended for kids, as you'll see in this video, terrible things can happen. You have Roblox games that expose kids to things even I shouldn't see. And of course, there are preds reeling in their young victims. So how did this happen? This is Eric Castle and his friend David Bazuki. They met in the late 80s when Eric was working for David's company, Knowledge Revolution. In 1989, they released a program called Interactive Physics. It was a game that would let you create your own physics experiments in 2D. It was a huge hit. The company was sold for $19.2 million, but they didn't stop there. Looking back, they realized that the game was a hit with kids. So in 2004, they decided to make another game. A game that would give players the tools to make whatever they want. And the way they did this was genius. They made this game run on a coding language called Lua, which is one of the easiest codes to learn. Why? Because they were not only making a game, but a virtual game studio so that anyone who learned the simple code could make games themselves. But that's not the genius part. This meant that David and Eric never had to create a single game. They could sit back and watch as young developers created more and more games on the platform. And this platform is Roblox. It was brilliant. At least at first. Millions of kids go on Roblox every day to play with their friends, but over time the site has changed, and not for the better. This former kids game now has a huge adult player base, and a lot of the games created are just disgusting. From games that make kids gamble to fetish games.
Then you take them to the tickle chamber and voila! They get tortured and pickled.
There's a lot of games on Roblox that are basically like games that people make just for people to go in and
what the heck? I didn't know.
With each other.
I didn't know that's how
make it
Roblox
on the
works.
front
I've never
page.
played
Roblox
Roblox.
has been working on combating these games on the platform, but the thing is, the people that make these, I think that they must be making some sort of money off of them because the levels that they're going to conceal them from Roblox are insane.
Ruben explains why he thinks more adults have joined Roblox.
I think that the reason why a lot of adults have started using Roblox lately is because they really focused on monetization for developers, and they've kind of advertised the website as a way
You
for
watch
people
your
to make
children
money. It used to be people just made games
on what
for
they
clout.
play?
They
Is
just
that what you
wanted
meant?
people to know them and to be famous.
Yeah, I'll definitely
on the
watch my
website.
children.
But once they added
Like
the
honestly,
DevX, the focus
like
changed from
I'm with
just
the
wanting
old way
to
of
be
thinking
popular
where
in the small little community
I would
to wanting to
literally
get
probably
rich.
give
And
a
in
phone to my
turn,
child
Roblox Corporation
when
just
they
gets
turn
richer. It was a
16.
smart move, but the
Say
problem
16.
is Roblox seems to have shifted
Yeah,
from wanting
that's-
the best for their
yikes.
users to wanting the best for their wallets. And in this next chapter,
more
I'll
you
show
know,
you
you know.
exactly how Roblox really doesn't care about you. Roblox says that their mission is to connect billions of people with optimism and civility. They enable anyone to imagine, create, and have fun with friends. The statement is crucial because this is Roblox promising its incredibly young users that they have the power to create anything. So how true is this? So what if you want to customize your character on Roblox? When you go through their catalog of items, a lot of the items are free. But what if you want something cooler than just hairstyles and a trench coat? Well, you need Robux. Robux is the currency on Roblox. Almost every item in the catalog requires you to spend at least 10 Robux. So how do you get them? Can you earn them through playing? Rarely. For the majority, it costs real money. The lowest amount you can pay on the Roblox website is $5 for 400 Robux, which isn't much when you realize that a lot of items are over 100 Robux. But it's not just items users are paying for. Creators have the ability to give their games their own game passes that cost Robux. And some games require you to buy a game pass before you can even play them. But creators have it bad too. If a creator needed sound effects like sword slashes, there's a limit on how many audio files you can upload per month. A premium member can upload up to 100 files a month, but a non-paying user can only upload 10. That's less than the amount of sound effects used in the original Super Mario Brothers. This is just one of the many ways Roblox is telling us they don't care for people who can't fill their wallets. And it just gets worse. As a Roblox game creator, if you want your game to actually have players, Roblox makes you advertise. There's hundreds of ads for games all over the website. So how could your ad possibly be seen? You have to win an auction.
So there's an advertising system on Roblox that works based off of bids, where you put a specific amount of Robux down and your ad competes with other people's ads and other people's bids. If a lot of other people are bidding on the same day that you want to advertise your game, your reach is going to suffer from that.
So even if you do put your money forward, someone can spend more money than you and your chances are gone. And as far as Roblox is concerned, shame on you for not spending enough. There was even one instance where Roblox actually stole money from one of the games Ruben advertised.
We were spending like upwards of 10,000 Robux, which is around $100 to advertise our game. And not only were we getting outbid by other games, but our ads were getting moderated after we posted them and got them approved by the moderators. So we upload an ad, a moderator sees it, says it's okay to appear on the website, and then we pay 10,000 Robux for a bid. And then after we pay that money, they come back and they tell us, oh, this ad's actually not appropriate and we're going to take it down and we're not going to give you your money back.
And after this headache, if your game does become a hit, you get paid. But not much. For every 50,000 Robux you earn, you would get about 175 US dollars. But after we did the math, that's not even half of what 50,000 Robux is actually worth.
On Roblox, every transaction that takes place between two users has a 30% tax attached to it, and they call that the marketplace.
I never had my 4-year-old play games yet.
They keep 70%
I think
of the money
I would wait a little bit more.
What you
have them,
when you cash out
experience life first before they start getting
Roblox
hooked
is
on a
underpaying
monitor.
its users by less than half of the amount they're owed. I mean, to me, it's pretty clear that Roblox doesn't see its users as people. To them, we're just walking money bags waiting to be emptied. It used to be a place where kids could express themselves and their ideas.
I got my
but
PC
now
when I
it's
was
become
in
a
my
trap,
late
and
20s.
Kids are falling for it. The easy interface of the Roblox studio only takes hours to understand.
I had
and
my
maybe a
phone,
month
like
at
my
most
first
to learn the
Nokia
code
phone with a
But
camera.
after hours and
At
hours of
17,
making the game
I
they dreamed
begged.
of, these kids are forced to
I
fork
begged
over
for
money
a
they
phone,
probably don't
and
have
I
to
said
get
I didn't
people
want
to
a
play,
birthday
or else
party
watch
anymore
their
after
game
that.
rot and die just like most of the others.
What you're looking at on the screen right here is probably the biggest Roblox news we're gonna have all year long.
Yeah, Roblox, the multi-billion-dollar company, is suing a YouTuber for $1.6 million.
And it definitely ruined my Thanksgiving because the whole time I was having turkey with my family, I was just thinking, what am I going to do when they're asking for $1.6 million? That's more money than I've ever made in my entire life.
Wow, that's...
Imagine this. You're a simple YouTuber using Roblox to make content. Ruben Sim is one of those creators, but he was hit by an unexpected surprise. Roblox was suing him for $1.6 million. So let's take it back to how Ruben first got permanently banned from Roblox. He explained to me that he pointed out that Roblox game developers were treated differently than average users. He explained that a developer posted an email address on the Roblox forum, but posting an email address wasn't allowed. So Ruben reported it, but nothing happened. Ruben tried to repost that same post from his account almost word for word, and he got a warning while the game developer got away with it. And when he checked the game developer's post, it was edited and the email was removed. But what's crazy is that at that time, there was no way to edit posts.
So that must have meant that a staff member or moderator went through and did that for him. No other user on Roblox would get that type of treatment unless they were making the company a lot of money. And when I started pointing this out, I started getting banned on every account that I made. And I think that someone at Roblox just decided that I'm too much trouble for the website and that I needed to go away.
These bans would eventually stop happening to Ruben, and he was even able to create a game on Roblox.
When I made my own game, I think I went 2 years without being banned, and I applied for the developer exchange, and they actually accepted my application. I was making money off of them. They were actually sending me payments, and I really believed that I was welcome back on their website again. And then a few months later, they turned around and they hit me with a lawsuit.
This was just the beginning of his long uphill battle with Roblox. And Roblox didn't even come to him first to let him know about the lawsuit. Ruben got an email from his partner manager that read,
"Hey man, had a Polygon reporter reach out to you about a lawsuit filed against you by Roblox. Want me to forward that to you? Sorry to hear this is going on. It sounds like some bull."
And he didn't believe it.
And at first, I thought that Polygon was being trolled because I couldn't believe that Roblox was actually going to sue me.
But unfortunately, it was all too real.
The day before Thanksgiving, I woke up and I checked my phone, and my Twitter inbox and my Discord inbox are full of people saying stuff like, "Good luck, Ruben. I hope you get through this. We wish you the best."
And it's odd that he was the last to know about this.
And I thought it was really weird that a journalist from Polygon knew about this lawsuit before I even knew about it, before anyone knew about it. And I think that the only way that that's possible would be if someone tipped them off, if someone really wanted them to report on that.
The lawsuit showed that Roblox was angered by Ruben Sim for many reasons on paper, and some of their accusations were double standards.
They state that I tweeted an image of one of their openly gay staff members, which has been photoshopped to depict him nude.
This was completely false. This staff member was actually Roblox's social media manager, and he posted those pictures himself.
And he thought that it would be a good idea, while working at Roblox as their social media manager, to post nudes of himself on Tumblr, where anyone could see them.
Ruben didn't Photoshop anything. He was just showing what was already there. During the Roblox employees' time at the company, Roblox never stopped the blogs, nor did they acknowledge it before the lawsuit. So essentially, Roblox was trying to punish Ruben for the bad decisions they made. Roblox went as far as finding evidence against him from when he was just a kid.
So Roblox literally looked up infractions from my childhood to use against me in a legal document when I'm 25 now. I thought that was ridiculous. This whole time while I'm reading this legal complaint, I'm thinking, like, aren't there files on Roblox? Aren't there predators that have groomed hundreds of kids? Why am I the one that's being targeted with a lawsuit when there's way worse people out there who are way more deserving of something like this?
What's interesting is that Ruben brought to light many issues on Roblox, including calling out child preds, but somehow he's a bigger threat. It's clear that Roblox doesn't want to change, because change costs money. I mean, why else would they sue Ruben for $1.6 million? That's more than he's ever made in his entire life. Not only that, but they requested that Ruben Sim have all of his social media accounts deleted. Roblox might just be trying to silence the truth about preds on the platform. Ruben explained what could have happened if he didn't take action on the lawsuit.
If that had happened, then there could have been a court order telling me I have to delete my YouTube channel. And I feel like to Roblox, that would have been a big W for them, because all the videos about me complaining about files on their platform would have disappeared.
Roblox made a huge mistake in suing Ruben because it brought to light Roblox's darker side. So people started to dig a bit deeper, including us. And what we found is just disgusting.
Parents, beware. Monsters are among us. He was arrested because he took a 13-year-old child across state lines. Police said the 13-year-old girl met Graham on Roblox.
Damn.
How can you tell that a person you're talking to online can be trusted? Especially one you just met. Roblox allows anyone to interact with anyone, and just as much as this site has brought kids together, it's also made them targets. When your platform is made and advertised for kids, people with awful intentions will flock there. And some of these horrible people will even climb the ranks and become some of the most influential people on Roblox. Mr. Obvious was a YouTuber who created animated skits using Roblox.
Mr. Obvious was a bit of a celebrity on Roblox because back in 2013, he won a Video Creator Award from the company.
Needless to say, he was widely respected until 2017. Ruben Sim was contacted by someone who claimed they had evidence that Mr. Obvious was grooming a 15-year-old girl while he was 22 years old. What Ruben discovered was horrifying. There were videos of Mr. Obvious touching himself, and he sent the videos to this girl and other children.
So I want you to know that the bottom part here is really sensitive. The most sensitive.
I had videos of him that he sent to children, and you could hear his voice in these videos, and you could compare them to the animations that he's created and confirm that it's him.
And there were countless screenshots of him saying the most sickening things to this young girl, and she wasn't his only victim. As word spread about what he was doing, more and more young girls came forward to tell their stories. The evidence against him piled up, and he didn't react well to it. Mr. Obvious attacked anyone who spoke out against him. He publicly shamed the girls who told their truths and denied the allegations with every excuse he could create. He even went as far as faking his gender to seem innocent, but it was too late. There was one piece of evidence so convincing that he just couldn't fight. Mr. Obvious deleted all his accounts to prevent any more evidence from getting out, but Ruben discovered one thing that he forgot to delete: his SoundCloud. In Ruben's video, he made a comparison of the singing on SoundCloud and the whispering in the videos. They were identical. But what's scary is that Roblox did nothing.
I uploaded a video about it that really quickly got almost 500,000 views, and at the end of it, I told people, write an email to Roblox, ask him why his account is still up. And I'm assuming thousands of people did that, and still nothing happened, even though we had all of this evidence that he was grooming kids and that he was a pedophile.
It was only after 4 years that Roblox terminated his account. He scarred many kids, and Roblox still didn't learn their lesson, because this happened again with an even bigger creator. I'm referencing the YouTube channel People Make Games. Sonic Eclipse Online, or SEO, was an incredibly popular Roblox game based on the Sonic the Hedgehog series. Created by a Roblox developer with the username Dr. Rofatnik, his game was one of the most beloved games on the platform. Little did they know what Doc was doing. In 2020, evidence was released that depicted Doc having explicit conversations with a 12-year-old girl. And at that time, Doc was 24 years old. The things he said were disgusting, and the evidence was all there, but it wasn't enough for some people. This 12-year-old girl made friends with the people in the SEO community, but they still all sided with Doc. A response video was released by Doc and the SEO development team, defending Doc and his actions.
The DMs that were exchanged between Jaden and the victims were not okay, but Jaden is by no means a file.
And this is what Doc has to say for himself.
I know I shouldn't have said those things regardless of the context. While I will not defend myself for the things I said explicitly, I will protect myself from the blatant attempt at character assassination.
The effect these words had on the victim was heartbreaking.
I did actually self-harm after the response video came out. I mean, I thought my reputation was destroyed now.
What's surprising though is that Roblox did take action against Doc by banning his account. Finally, Roblox's first step to helping, but it didn't solve the problem. Before Roblox could ban his account, Doc turned over the ownership of his game Sonic Eclipse Online to another Roblox account. It's possible he planned ahead for something like this. This meant that he could still actively work on the game and continue to receive revenue from it. So did Roblox ban that account as well? Nope. There was even an update blog that Doc narrated that showed him as the owner and director of the project. And still, Roblox didn't lift a finger. but someone else did. On December 29th, 2021, SEO was taken off the Roblox website. The reason? Because Sega, the creators of Sonic the Hedgehog, didn't want their creator to be associated with the accusations around Doc, and they demanded that the game be taken down. Only then did Roblox listen. The fact that Roblox will ignore people who fight for change on the platform but cave in only when a billion-dollar company asks is disgusting. To this day, Doc's account is still active and he created a new game. These are only 2 examples of Preds on Roblox, but clearly not the last. Just last February, a 13-year-old girl had been missing from her Kansas home. She was found outside a Dollar General 12 hours away. She was assaulted several times by a man more than double her age. His name is Howard G. Howard had groomed her on Roblox throughout the month.
Graham encouraged the teen to run away from home. He drove all the way to Topeka to pick her up, bring her back to Georgia, according to the police report.
But his plan failed when Howard's roommate found her and helped her escape. In an article about this case, Roblox had this to say: "We work tirelessly to prevent grooming on our platform. We have a team of thousands of moderators and enforce a strict set of community standards on Roblox, including zero tolerance of sexual content of any kind." I mean, this is a pretty general statement for a crime as awful as kidnapping. So I've only talked about 3 situations, and that's just publicly. But there are thousands of other Preds roaming this site that haven't been brought to light yet. So the Visual Venture team did an experiment. Roblox has some questionable safety filters, and I am here to prove it. This is Super Monkey Ball 2010. She's 12 years old, loves Super Monkey Ball, and just joined Roblox.
My kids
this is
play
her twin brother,
Roblox a lot.
3000,
Yeah,
loves Marvel,
watch
and also
out.
joined Roblox.
Honestly,
And this
every
is their older
game
sister,
has
Banjo. They're also
their
all me.
dark
I was able
secrets,
to
you
make
know?
these accounts fast without a need
But
to
I
confirm
know it was this
an
bad
email
for
address.
Roblox,
Just a simple
like-
CAPTCHA test and I was in. I was later asked to submit an address for better security, but it was never a requirement. Okay, so let's start the
Roblox is
experiment.
darker than you
Banjo
think.
wants to customize her Roblox avatar, so she goes to the avatar page. If you don't have any items in a certain category like tops or pants, Roblox recommends some to you. So Banjo clicked on tops, and this is what Roblox recommended: a black fursuit and a bunny bra. She hadn't
What?
typed in anything that would suggest her interest in any of these items, but nonetheless they were there. So she got curious. I wonder what my brother and sister got. They had the exact same listings. These children who literally have their age displayed on their profile are being recommended underwear and skinny fursuits. This clearly
Yeah.
shows that items on
That is
Roblox
true.
have no filter whatsoever. There's no tags in place to prevent minors from being exposed to some possible
You still have to
explicit
monitor
ads.
though,
Sure,
like,
there's censorship
because
in place, but
yes,
who's to
you
say
may
that that
prevent
can't be
them
worked around?
from being
Content
targeted,
is
but
rampant on Roblox.
you know,
like these fetish games that are on the platform right now. Children
predators
can enter these
are the
without
ones
question,
that'll
and who
try
knows who they
to,
might
you know.
meet there. I'm gonna be honest, I don't go on Roblox that often, but I've talked with countless people about the site, and I can say along with them, Roblox is fun. We have to be careful. A platform with the majority of users being 9 to 12 years old, there's bound to be people taking advantage of that. And Ruben, spending a huge period of his life on Roblox, has some advice.
If you're ever contacted by a predator, the first thing you should do is tell your parents. They should be the first ones to know. Not
Yeah.
Roblox, not a YouTuber, but your family who you can trust and who you know is going to have your best interests at heart.
If you don't take anything from this video, just take this. Be aware. You can go 5 years without coming across any danger online, but it only takes one instance to ruin your entire life. Roblox is a place where you can de-stress and spend time with your friends during these difficult times, and by all means, please do. But now that you've seen this video, I want to ask a favor from you. If you see any of your friends dealing with something dangerous online, don't ignore it. Don't act like it's just gonna go away. I want you to step up and actually help them out. I don't make these videos just to entertain you, but to equip you with the knowledge to make a difference. And together, we can make the world a better place. Visual Venture. Our goal is 100,000 subscribers by the end of 2022. And in order to do that, the algorithm needs to know that you guys watch all of my...
Yeah, no, I mean, I pay well. Like, people that are with me, they're happy.
Dark
like,
world of VR chat.
Because it, pays.
Oh,
It pays
man.
really well. Yeah,
See,
this is
like,
my
it
full-time
sounds-
job. That's all I do is make VR chat.
It's becoming so hyper-realistic to a point where people are making mods and little additions that they can add to their avatars that gives them fully working private parts.
What?
So
Oh my
I got
gosh.
something in the mail. This is honestly
Oh my
unreal.
gosh.
I'm like super thankful for each and every one of you guys, because without you guys, this would not happen. So thank you. So in this video, my friend and YouTuber, I Am Lucid, talked about his true thoughts on VR chat. And the things he says are pretty shocking. VR chat is one of the biggest virtual reality games out there. With over 20,000 people playing the game every single day, it's practically
I was on
the
there
home
once.
of the VR
Like a
community.
couple of
People can
times.
escape into new,
That's because I have my
exciting, and
headset.
sometimes strange worlds and be whoever they want. I like to say it's like dreaming with your eyes open. But what happens when virtual reality becomes your actual reality? For those of you who are unhappy with your lives, VR becomes your happiness and your way of coping. And that's when addiction takes root. I'm hooked.
I have people on my friends list. Every time I log on, they're online. Every single time. Like whether it be 2 in the morning or 2 in the afternoon, they're always online. They literally live inside of VR chat.
Omega Recovery, a mental health service, released an article explaining some of the symptoms of VR gaming addiction, and it's bad. People would stop doing things as simple as cleaning or eating. When researching, we even found some people who put off sleeping to stay in the game. They would isolate themselves from their friends and family, only wanting to talk with people in VR. And lastly, people experience serious issues like depression, anxiety, and increased aggression.
The way that people can get addicted to VR chat and games alike is when they're lacking of something that is necessary in their real life, and then they use VR chat as an escape from those problems.
A YouTuber called Mr. Drew came forward with his own story. After he was introduced to VR by a friend, Drew got himself an Oculus Rift and started playing free demos. And once he finished those, he discovered a new game, VR chat.
I soon found myself spending hours upon hours in VR chat, making friends, singing karaoke, watching movies, exploring worlds, playing games.
Sadly, it wasn't long before these sessions would spiral out of control, and before Drew knew it, he was hooked.
I bought index controllers and Vive trackers, allowing my fingers and entire body to be tracked while in VR. This only fed into my addiction, making it harder and harder to leave this weird world I felt pulled into.
Soon, Drew started to experience some of the symptoms we talked about.
I started to sleep while in VR, only removing the headset to go to work. It was as if the virtual world was my primary reality. As if I was living in this metaverse and only leaving it to keep the body I was plagued with IRL alive.
But after 2 months of recovery, Drew was able to heal and is now able to enjoy VR chat in a healthier way. But there are so many people like Drew who get dangerously hooked on this game. On VR chat, the servers you join are called worlds, and some of these worlds can be gateways to even bigger vices, because there's a darker side to VR chat. One that includes staying out late and partying right inside your headset. The VR chat nightlife. The nightlife is the term used for activities available for people at night. This can mean things like bars, nightclubs, and casinos, and can also mean darker things like substance issues and other activities not safe for work. But what if I told you that these things happen on VR chat too? That buried underneath this game filled with silly avatars is a disgusting nightlife. Well, it does, and it's thriving. Every Friday and Saturday night, VR chat worlds like the Void Club were filled with hundreds of users. The Void Club is a nightclub with DJs, a dance floor, and other concerning features.
There's like back rooms, there's like secret rooms that you can lock the actual doors on. Sometimes people can, go into a door or into like a room and get freaky with each other inside of the Void Club.
And while everyone in the VR chat community has different opinions about the place, there's one thing that seems dangerously common. People drink in the Void Club. And I don't mean virtual drinks. People will drink massive amounts in real life while playing VR chat.
People just obviously just get drunk there a lot, they dance there a lot. But you would kind of expect that of like a regular club, but inside of VR chat. And instead of human beings, it's anime boys.
And this may not sound like a problem, but it might when you realize that VR chat's age rating is 13 and up. Not only do young people feel pressured to join, but it can leave them vulnerable to these party animals, and sometimes to preds. In an interview done by Brandon FM, the person he interviewed revealed a group of men who would look for vulnerable girls on VR chat.
They gather women, whether it's in the world they're in or through invites. They never really ask their age at all. They don't really care what age they are.
Once they had a group of girls, they would start a drinking game with them. One guy would stand in the middle of the group and play a song. Throughout the song, he would raise his hand, and whenever his hand was raised, the girls would have to drink. And this game would go on for a long time because they prepared a list of songs to keep the girls playing.
By the time that they were done with all the songs and stuff, they basically had their picking of drunk girls.
Sure, this may not be in real life and they can't do anything physical to them, but they could still easily influence them. And sadly, this isn't the only group like this. On VRChat, there are dangerous groups that seek to cause damage. The gangs of VRChat. Before we talk about these insidious gangs, I want to tell you about today's sponsor.
There's a gang in VR?
So I'm especially passionate about Incogni because my goal for this channel is to help you guys stay
imagine
safe
if we did
online.
Grand Theft Auto in
personal
VR chat. Like,
information
what if we
is
did
floating
5M
all
in
over the
VR chat?
internet. If you try typing your name or your parents' name online, you'd probably find information that you thought was private. Your email, phone number, or your home address. When I searched up my own name, my information was everywhere. Thousands of companies are collecting and selling your personal data without you even knowing it. And you have the right to request that your personal information is deleted. But the problem is, I tried doing this myself manually
tries to
and
do
it
like
took
a
forever.
VR
Incogni takes care of this automatically.
type of thing.
They reach
Like,
out to
I
data
think they get
brokers for you. After
super
1 week,
famous.
my
You know,
information was
it'll be a lot
removed
more
from
bigger than it
31
is.
different sites.
Imagine
To
doing
get started with
5M in
Incogni,
VR
click the
chat
link in the
and just
description or
being
go
your
to
character. Like, holy shit.
incogni.com/visualventure. The first 100 people to use the code visualventure will get 20% off. Okay, honestly, if you guys are serious about keeping your personal information safe online, Incogni will help. Personally, for me, I'm going to use them probably as long as I live. Click the link in the description and use the code visualventure to protect yourself right now. Like all online games, there's a toxic side to their communities, but most games don't come close to VR chat. Valorant has salty players, Warzone has kids yelling slurs, but VR chat has gangs. And as silly as that sounds, they can be pretty serious. I'm Lucid gave us an inside look into the minds of these gangs.
What a VR chat gang pretty much is a group of people that meet online. Usually they have issues with their own family in real life, as far as I can tell. So they feel like they have to get that family protection feeling that all us humans innately need and want. So they meet these gangs online in VR chat, and they feel like, okay, I'm part of this like bigger group. I feel like I have purpose in this life because of my, cult that I'm currently in.
What these gangs do is take advantage of VR chat's vulnerable systems to crash people's games remotely.
I put something into the gun so it would shoot out particles. It crashed the entire world except everybody but you would just delete.
These gangs believed that they would gain clout for crashing people, but they also did it to silence people who knew about their illegal operations. It turns out that these gangs actually stole people's custom-made avatars and would resell them for an insane amount of money.
Like ripping avatars and like reselling them and things like that. Oh, thousands of dollars easily. I would say at least 10,000.
And I Am Lucid talked about the consequences of messing with these gangs.
They all have like a mob mentality, group motive, where if they don't like somebody or a person doesn't fit into their like beliefs, for an example, they'll get put on something called the KOS list.
If they see a user on the KOS list or on site list, they go after them with everything they've got. These gang members would have apps on their PCs to scan thousands of VR chat worlds to see who's in them. Sometimes they would even try to get rid of them permanently through something called a GPU crasher. With a GPU being one of the main components of your PC, you'd be lucky to play Minecraft at 12 FPS without it. This is how it's done.
On an avatar, there would be some sort of particle effect or like a mesh crasher, and it would have so many particles in it, and it would just keep, instead of closing the game like it would do now, it would leave it open. So if you left your game open, it would spin your fan and spin your fan faster and faster and faster until...
The VR chat developers eventually stepped in and introduced safety settings in an attempt to stop the GPU crashers. But the problem still happens today. Currently, the gangs have seemingly gone underground, and no one has heard of them since their peak in 2020. But some still say they stalk the servers, searching for new victims. Roleplay. ERP. Roleplay is exactly what you think it is. For the sake of YouTube, I'm going to be referring to this as roleplay or RP. While it's nothing new, it's been in online games for decades, and it's one of the main parts of VR chat. In some VR chat worlds, there are private booths people can go to, fully equipped with beds, soundproof walls, and a lock system to keep people from seeing what goes on behind closed doors. People even use full body tracking specifically for this purpose.
It's becoming so hyper-realistic to a point where people are making mods and little additions that they can add to their avatars that gives them fully working private parts.
But what makes this especially bad is once again the young people playing. A study from 2019 shows that 51% of 11 to 13-year-olds have seen content of that nature online. But VR chat takes it to another level.
Watch
Not only are there VR chat worlds made for this,
VR.
but also avatars designed with RP in mind. These kinds of avatars are not allowed on public servers like the Void Club, but yet so many VR chat worlds have it. To show you just how much inappropriateness there is, we sent our scriptwriter CJ into VR chat, and these were his findings. There's some worlds we found that were so graphic we can't show them to you guys. One world was centered around a certain niche. When you entered, it stated that you had to be 18 or older. On the surface, the world seemed pretty normal. It had chairs, a couch, and a TV screen, but there were 4 private rooms. Each room had a restraining device in the middle of it, and on the table beside it were different tools. What disturbed us the most was that these restraints came in different sizes, and not all of them were adult size. So I'm lucid, and myself included, believe that this role-playing epidemic could be the future, and there's a huge problem that comes with that.
They get this hyper-realistic expectation of their partner looking a certain way, acting a certain way, and especially in VR chat, when you have a full working body identical to real life, nobody in real life can mimic that exact visual appearance that the VR chat anime girl that was made in Blender and Unity will ever come close to a real human being.
And while we can't stop the creators of these RP games, we can do our part and encourage our friends not to join in. The story of Tech Gangster. There are so many preds on VR chat, but there's one who was so infamous that his name alone would make people furious.
I know Tech Gangster is a very well-known fellow around these parts, at least.
I literally know 30 women who had encountered with this one guy.
The clip you just saw came from the YouTuber Quits. Quits' brother was harassed by Tech Gangster, so Quits went on a mission to find Tech himself. He went to different VR chat worlds to ask people about Tech, and clearly they don't like him too much. But who is this guy, and what did he do? Tech's real name is actually Brent, and he took advantage of countless women across VR chat. Quits interviewed 2 key people from Brett's life, his former friend and his ex-girlfriend. During the interview with his former friend, who we'll call Megan, Quits found some sickening details about how he played VR chat.
His surroundings, he always had little children around him. He would be such a bad influence on them.
Brent would also let his anger get in the way and would verbally lash out at Megan. The next interview with Brent's ex-girlfriend revealed the dark truth about living with him in real life. She said that he would do things like dump her food, throw stuff, pour liquid on her couch, and much more that we can't talk about over here. Thankfully, she's safe from him now, and I hope she's doing okay. As for Brent, no one truly knows what happened to him. Some say he still visits VR chat, but I just hope people know to stay away. But if you thought Tech Gangster was bad, he's just the tip of the iceberg, because this next person took advantage of people and made an organized business out of it. The adult business. On May 19th, 2022, a VR chat YouTuber named Verum exposed the secret crimes of the user Maze VSF. It turns out that Maze ran an adult video business centered around VR chat. This gave him quite the reputation with the community, and not a good one. He was placed on multiple KOS lists and has been banned from the game over 26 times. You might think that people hated him because of his business, but that's only part of the reason. People truly hated him because of his methods of finding models for his videos. Maze would log on to servers and search for vulnerable female users, then manipulate them with his lies and charm to make them want to join the business.
Yeah, no, I mean, I pay well. Like, people that are with me, they're happy. Like, there's one girl who quit her day job because it, pays really well. Yeah, this is my full-time job. That's all I do is make VR chat.
Once they're interested, he would ask pictures of their IDs, passports, driver's licenses, and anything to confirm they're adults. But that's not why he asked for their identification. He asked because once the girls sent their personal information over, they had fallen into Maze's trap. He can use it against them. He would also use other techniques to make girls feel a sense of security. He would say things to make them feel special.
Why do you think I ran up to you? Why do you think it was you who I went up to? You're beautiful for who you are.
He would also make these girls believe that he was in love with them and engaged in relationships with them. And in the real world, these are the same methods that criminals use to lure women into. During these relationships, Maze would secretly record their RP sessions and would make the girls send him pictures of themselves. And not just pictures in VR chat, but actual pictures of themselves in real life. So that when they realized Maze was exploiting them, Maze could blackmail them into silence.
Because I'm telling you this right now, if I smell you, if I can smell you near any of my friends or any of my patrons, if I can hear your name, I'm gonna make you regret ever crossing me.
It really makes you wonder, what kind of man would do this? Well, the same man who would engage in multiple relationships while being married himself. The same man who was also a father of 2 children. Maze had no shame and was even proud of his manipulation skills.
If I manipulate someone into doing what's better for them, so if you're not doing the job, I'll A, kick your ass out, or B, you'll get manipulated into doing what you should be doing in the first place.
But little did Maze know that Verum was on his trail and recorded everything. And Maze finally got what was coming to him. Just a few days after Verum uploaded the video, he released an update on the 23rd of May. Verum's video led to a virtual witch hunt to chase Maze off VRChat, shut down his company, and rescue the girls. Maze was left powerless and came crawling to Verum, begging for mercy.
Please, please delete, please let me die. You win, you won, you've accomplished your goal. I am not joking. You are not ever gonna hear from me again. The rest of your life, you will go on. You might think of me from time to time, and you can feel victorious because you were. Goodbye.
I hope Maze faces the justice he deserves and the girls find the peace they need. But this happy ending is a rare one, believe me. Most stories don't end like this because sometimes these people cross the bridge from virtual reality to reality. A mother's worst fear. What's a childhood fear you remember the most? Maybe it was a thought of what lurks under your bed, or was it a fear of something hiding in your closet? Well, one day, that fear came true for someone. In 2020, a mother heard strange noises coming from her daughter's bedroom. Her daughter has been acting strange for the last month. She was secretive, anxious, and was spending more time in her room than with her family. And these noises were the last straw. The mother stormed into her daughter's room and heard shuffling in her closet. She flung the closet open. She screamed. Standing in the closet was a man covering himself up in her daughter's clothing. The man was JR, and he was living in a girl's closet for over a month.
Are you fucking kidding me?
The girl was using a fake account on VRChat and told JR that she was an adult. After some time, JR drove all the way from Louisiana to Spring Hill to meet her, which is an 8-hour drive. JR then convinced this girl to let him stay in her house and hide in the closet whenever someone was home. This went on for over a month before he was found and arrested. The public worlds on VRChat can be a direct line to vulnerable young people who fall prey to these monsters. There's still one more to talk about, and this person created a cult filled with young people. The Imposter. In August of 2022, Brandon FM exposed a cult operating on VRChat. It was called the Dark Guild and was run by Alyssa Afton. On the surface, the guild was a large Discord server that held virtual meetings through VRChat. Alyssa welcomed people of all ages to hang out and chat in a friendly environment, but Alyssa's true intentions were far more evil.
The guild wanted to start operations where they would kidnap criminals like dealers, bank robbers, and such.
Alyssa was encouraging young people to engage in criminal activity and used her reputation to encourage her guild to do what she says.
I don't roll about my guild, so I know you might be scared to kill an actual person. It's up to you. I know for a fact I'm doing it again. It's too fun.
Alyssa claimed that she ended 5 people. Whether this is true or not, it didn't matter. It terrified the other members, which is exactly what Alyssa wanted. And this leads to what we believe is the real purpose of the Dark Guild: to gather these young people for Alyssa's own desires. Alyssa engaged in multiple relationships with young people in her guild.
Age doesn't matter. He's same age, and I'm dating him.
He's how old? He's...
See?
This audio was secretly recorded by Brandon when he went undercover as a teenager to find information about Alyssa. At that time, Alyssa was not only dating that boy, but also married to another person virtually on VRChat, someone who was attending summer school at the time. During that same recording, Alyssa tried to roleplay with Brandon, even though he said he was too young.
That depends. Are you up or anything?
You mean like ERP?
Yeah.
Alyssa did this with so many people in her guild, and some were affected mentally.
The mental scars this whole experience has put on my mind are so extreme that I was recently diagnosed with Stockholm Syndrome.
Thankfully, Brandon managed to shut down the entire server. The Dark Guild was disbanded and Alyssa's powers were gone, right? Well, this is where the story should end, but sadly, Alyssa is still out there. But Alyssa's name tells us a lot. Alyssa Afton. The name Afton is a reference to the series Five Nights at Freddy's, after the character ended the lives of 5 people. So when she claimed to have done the same, it's clearly a lie. She's nothing more than an imposter. People will still go on VR chat, and that's okay, right? Because my goal is not to get you guys off any platform, but to be aware of the platform. So how do you stay safe?
The best way to stay safe on VR chat would definitely have to be to have moral grounding as a human being. So first figure out who you are, what you stand for, and stand firmly on it, and then you can enter VR chat. Because only then you will have a positive experience in the game and it won't actually ruin you as a person. Because it does feel like you're playing tug of war with the devil sometimes on that game, where everyone's getting drunk and all these avatars are getting all the clubs and all of the above. But if you have a good standing before you press run on the exe file, you're going to be okay. Matter of fact, it might even be a positive game for you to play.
Doing research on VR chat felt different. It was unlike any other platform we covered because the other platforms were in the palm of your hands. But virtual reality makes you feel like you're living in another world. When people escape reality to go to VR chat, it truly becomes their reality. Like I said, it's like dreaming with your eyes open. Just a few years back, virtual reality was a dream of science fiction. But the internet was also once a dream, and so were computers and smartphones. The future is coming, and my request to you is to spread this message so that we can be prepared once the future is here. Visual Venture.
That's a lot of yikes. There's also a lot more, but I think I'm done scavenging. Let's put this all in. Okay. Actually, I think I'm gonna arrange some stuff. I wanna bring this with me. Definitely bring these. Whatever I can take with me, I guess. Since I'm going up there. Wonder if they forgot to reset the sheets. It's not Play-Doh. Did you need something?
Yo, how are you?
Good. How may I help you?
I bought a car before. You can probably check your sheets. It was only like 68K. I'm gonna check my transfer.
What is this?
It was. Oh, I can't check my transfer. But I bought a car before, like 68K, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't get the keys transferred to me. It should be on sheets.
Let's see.
It was.
What's your name?
It was Moe Thompson.
What the fuck? Yeah, we still got it here. He was probably way too distracted.
He was in a big rush. He was trying to fly out, so it's
There
all
you
good.
go.
All right,
That's
thank
all
you
he
so
was.
much.
Yeah.
Can you put that in storage for me too, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, what the fuck? Reno! It's a good thing I had it in. Tisk, 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 tisk. You forgot to give. Just give me a moment. What? Need help or?
Yes, ma'am. You know the Max 100 M4?
The M4. Let's see.
No? Yes?
Yeah, both of them are max 100. They go for 1.156.
Both go for 1.156 or what?
Yeah.
Okay, could you pull them out? One of them out, actually? I just want to see.
It's that one.
Do you have any other Max 100 cars?
We got a few, but let me check what they are. Oh my god. So we got the Briosa Race, Grizzly Hellhound, Club Sport RSB8. Yeah, that's basically it, plus the two
Is that all?
M4s. Yes.
Okay, could I see the other M4, please?
Okay. Is there a reason why you want to look at both? Let me put this away.
No, because this one, I don't like this one, you know? Because the blue stripes, I don't know, it's weird.
I mean, you could actually change that at a mechanic.
I know, but it's, yeah.
Weird. What? Where's the other one?
Give me 1 second now.
Okay. Is this Rena's car?
Ma'am, how much is the wide body M4? Max 20.
That one, the wide body, max 20, 1.234.
Okay, so I will get that, my friend.
Yeah, no problem. One. I need to see. Let me get your car out. You just stand next to me so I can give you your keys.
Sure.
All yours.
Could you put this in the storage, please, for me?
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you very much.
Alrighty, Darky. I might be going to bed soon. So thanks for tuning in. If I'm not around in a bit, because it's already 9, and I do have work tomorrow. So hey, thanks for tuning in and hanging out.
How's it going?
I'll help you. What's this guy's face?
I'm looking for a car. A new car.
Have you checked our showroom right there in the concave area?
Thank you.
Why is he looking through his eyes? I swear. Let me just go ahead and put a tweet out there that I'll be around for like maybe 30 minutes. I think I'll just do 30 minutes. Let's turn around.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how may I help you?
I'm looking to buy, or no, just interested in the price of like a HSV Maloo.
So we got a couple. One's max, the other one's stock just 20. The max one is 403,000.
And the stock one, sorry?
The stock is 310.
310. All right. Thank you. I just need to get a rough gauge of how many. But yeah, you know.
No problem.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Where are my pelts?
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
How much is a club sport?
Club sport. Got a max 100 one going for 676. Let me see if we have a normal.
Thank you.
And max 20 going for 345.
Any stock ones that are cheaper?
Yeah, we do have a stock one for 226 with armor.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Cheers.
Can you take me to the garage? Come on. I need to get my car. There you go. I don't know whose car that is over there. Whatever. Are you just gonna chill?
I was gonna sell my McLaren, my 720.
Are you gonna sell your McLaren?
Yeah,
And then what are you gonna do?
probably chill.
Okay, I'll give you keys to my car so you can process some, yeah? Alright, let's, why do you want to sell your McLaren, by the way?
Because I want the money, and I don't use the car.
Okay. Let me check. So, engine trans, turbo 20. It's gonna be 1.381.
Okay.
You know the drill. Are you pressed for money or? Alrighty. Let me go grab your stuff. Why are you broke?
Cause I just bought a wide body. We'll just build a wide body.
True, I guess. Did you get that?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'll put the car in.
Excuse me, are you busy at the moment, sorry?
Yeah, I'm putting this away and then I'll be available.
Alright, thank you.
What do you need?
I was wondering, are you buying any like car parts at the moment? Sorry.
Oh no, I'm not.
No?
Yeah, our
Well,
family highly collects them and hoards them as well, so we don't buy because we have a lot.
Okay. Can I have a hug?
Sorry, no.
Hey man, can I have a hug?
Nah. Did you find anything you liked in the showroom, or you keep
Yeah, I
looking through
found.
your
I got
eyes?
a.
Are you good?
Yeah, I got a little list.
You got a what?
I was browsing. I just wrote down a little list of a few cars that I.
Are you always gonna look through your eyes, or did you want to look another way? Cause it's like you're
Sorry,
sliding.
is that better?
Okay, yeah, it's like you're sliding in my eyes.
My fault.
Yeah, when you look through your eyes, we can really tell.
Yeah.
It's like you're sussing people. See, like what he's doing.
Is this bad for your vision?
No, it's just, not a lot of people do it, but...
Yeah. Odd people.
So,
Yeah, I
did you
guess
see
so.
anything you like, or...?
Yeah, I got a few cars. I was looking at the AMG GT. That looked pretty nice.
AMG Max 20 is 489.
Oh damn. I was also looking at the Porsche 911 GT.
That one we got in stock for 192,000.
Okay. What about the Ferrari? Do you have that in stock?
Talking about the Portofino, or...?
That's the one.
The Max 20 is 729.
Okay, damn, that's a bit out of the price budget. What about the Nissan Silvia S14?
S14, we got one that only has turbo engine for 288.
Okay. Just one more, the Audi RS6.
That one, Max 20, 557.
Damn. I quite liked the Porsche. The 911, how much was that one?
That one stock with just 20% armor, 192.
Yeah, can you go any lower than that, or is that?
That is our minimum. What's your budget? Like, did you just arrive into city, or?
Yeah, I'm fairly new. I got around 100. How much was it? Sorry, I got around 180.
Yeah, it's 192k for the Porsche 911.
Oh, Miss Surely.
That's
brother.
the absolute minimum.
Yo, brother, what's your bank?
No, man, it's all good. It's all good, brother. It's all good.
No, I want you to get this car. What's your bank? Bro, I got like 2.2 mil. It's nothing.
Hey man, if you're lending out money, I really want a HSV Maloo.
No, I'm not giving you. No, I'm like. Alright, yeah.
Bank is 795 844. Oh, damn!
He's my mate. It's all good.
I'm sorry.
184.
Hey man, I hope you're into this.
There you go, bro. No, I'm not into that.
Oh, damn, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll take the Porsche now. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Let me just see that now.
Do you have enough money now, bro? Or did I
Yeah, I
give you
do,
too
man.
many?
I really appreciate that.
That's all good, bro.
Hey man, I just need like 200 more K.
Yeah, it's all good, bro. What's your bank?
Um.
Nah, showing. I'm not getting.
Yeah.
There we
I'm
go.
just gonna go cry.
I'm sorry, bro.
My mate's getting a Porsche and I'm getting nothing.
How much money do you have?
Alright, if you just
I got
grab over and I'll
117.
grab the keys.
Thank you.
Right. I'll go ahead and give you the keys, and
thank you.
Want to
Just-
drive out with this, or?
I might just store it because I got my other car just out the front for now.
No problem. I'll go ahead and start for you then.
Thank you very much.
Give it on. Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
You have a good one.
You too. Thank you very much. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that 12 grand. That's really great, man.
I'll help you.
Huh?
Wait. Yo, bro, where's the not? Wait, where's the not?
I'm trying to be a part of
bro,
this.
why are you trying to...
Come on, give me your fat ass.
Bro, oi, no, oi, stop.
For my boy, yeah?
Oi, no, I wasn't even gonna stab him, bro. Your friend was just trying to...
I ain't see nothing.
Get
I ain't
into
no
my
snitch.
car.
I ain't see nothing.
Yeah, I tried to steal it.
Let's dip. Nah,
Exactly, you fat cunt.
Oh, you're fat cunt. I think we should
Oh, wait, you told me when you're knocked out, bro.
He ain't dead, he's just unconscious. Nice car. Ow.
Oh my. Yikes.
God damn it, man.
Damn, what the heck's going on? Oh man. Hey Matty Matt. You get that a lot, honestly, in car dealerships. Like, it's crazy.
Excuse me, miss.
Yep, I'm out there.
How much would you buy a Max 20 Yankton Bugatti?
Bugatti?
Yeah.
If it's just max 20, it's 3,015,000.
How much do you buy Max 100?
He's back, I think.
3,310.
There he is, there he is, there he is.
300k
Yo, miss, what would you buy a max 20 Murcielago for?
Let me check.
It's got like red headlights and shit.
Would be offering 1.2.
1.2 exactly?
Yeah.
Fuck. Not so good.
So.
Can I get a number? Because if anyone sells R32 or R33, could you please contact me?
That's actually very rare that we get any of those.
Oh fuck. You can get one tomorrow though. Can I still get your number, please though? Please, I need an R32. I'm actually addicted to them, bro.
I'm not here all that time, you know?
Not so good.
Anyways, did you need help, sir?
Yeah. Do you know anyone who works at that CMG up the road?
No idea.
Okay.
Honestly, if they don't have workers willing to work there, then it's... Oh well.
Yeah, alright. How much is the Huracan? Yeah.
Do we have one? Wait, let me see. Do we have one? Wow. Oh yeah, we actually have one. So max 20 is 1.328.
Actually, yeah, I'll grab that. Is that the Huracan?
Yeah, that's the Huracan, yes.
Yeah, but...
Here's the invoice, and I'll go grab your keys after.
Appreciate it. Shit, hold on. Get that?
Bin Osama Laden. Yep. Let me go grab your keys. Here we go. Do you want me to put this away, or would you like to drive it out today?
I'd like to drive out, please.
Yeah, no problem. Right over there. All yours. Enjoy.
Alright, thank you. Appreciate it.
You have a good one. Huh. Yeah. I know, it's just the only issue is when they pay for it, we actually cannot use the pop-up if they're gonna present an ID. We can't use it. Like right now, I've just not been asking for ID anymore. Like it's so much drama. Now I'm usually alone anyways, so I usually don't. But if I'm on PDM and there's like multiple coworkers, then yeah, I'll definitely go. You know, I'll do the ID thing. But Valhalla, I'm usually always alone, and nobody really like. Yeah, it's just I don't know. Like the reason. Okay, so the reason why ID is important is so that we prevent blacklisters getting served or those that haven't paid their invoices. Like that's the only reason. And you know, because what if, okay, what if you invoice the blacklister and they paid for it and you see the name that's blacklisted? If you put it on their sheets before you do the repair. So by the time they pay for it, we'd be like, oh, sorry, I actually can't serve you. You're actually blacklisted. And then the person's gonna go like, how about my money that I paid? And then they're gonna be like, you're gonna have to ask for a refund. You know how much trouble that is? Like, if we had seen the ID first and put it in the sheets first, then we would prevent those type of situations. That has always been a strict rule when me and Tom were like running Benny's. Always a strict rule to always ask for ID, because we had so many people on the blacklist that would come back day in, day out. I actually miss the old ID system where you just pop up above your head, you know? The only issue with that though is when people would use, he's lurking around. People would use the pop-up ID and know who it is, you know, in a unrealistic way, basically. Yeah. I know. It's cray-cray. Alright, let me just, oops, that's wrong. Where is my open sign? Open, copy, paste. Looking for a max 20%. McLaren 720S. 20S. We have one in stock now. Oh. When did he come over? Honestly, our stock is ever changing. Like, it's always changing because, you know, we're the only ones that are always open. We're open more than CMG is. I've already told a couple of my friends that work at CMG, dude, why don't you just hire me? Like, I'm like one of the most active, most, you know, like, I go through all the jobs. And then there are just times I do want to chill, which is scavenging. I don't do hunting anymore. Like, it's so much effort. I could just buy pelt. But I like to do scavenging because, you know, who knows? I might get a hard case, briefcase. I do plan on selling them instead of opening them now. Other than that, like, yeah. Ooh, I am tired. I did get a briefcase. The first find after blackout at Polito Bay. Actually, I was getting quite a good stuff at Polito. Polito was giving me good, like, diamond rings, coins, and all that. But of course, after that briefcase, that was it. I didn't really have any luck getting any other cases. But hey, who knows? Briefcase, hard case a day, like, something that you actually have to expect sometimes. You know, I kind of do want to test out the luck set. So maybe if anyone can, like, donate their luck set to me, you know, donate the luck set to me, and, you know, let's test it out and see if it actually works. Because I heard someone was getting like 3 cases, like, in the first hour, and I'm like, dude, really? So yeah, like, I don't believe totally in the luck set, but, you know, if anyone wants to donate a luck set to me to test out the theory, who knows? Oh man, so funny. Oh, this guy wants 100% Ford Focus. He should have gone to Valhalla at the time that we did have it, but it got sold already. I'm just waiting on customers. I guess that was all the rush. Usually when nobody's here for a large amount of time, then finally someone opens the shop, there's just a rush of customers, then it becomes dead. I wonder if anyone's at CMG. Like, barely anybody is at CMG. Like, I feel like it's always dead. Is it? Oh, I don't know who that is. Who's that girl? Wait, is that Summer? Is that Summer Martins? Nah, that can't be Summer Martins. I was about to say. We're going to sneak. We're gonna sneak incognito. Are they open? No, they're not. Yeah, it's pretty dead. Wanna sell 148 pellet. Holy, a lot of people are like...
Hello. Hi.
Yo, where's Clement, by the way?
Right fucking here. Why?
Yo, you want me to...
What about Clem?
Dude! You know what happened 10 minutes after you bought this car?
What?
A max 100 came in.
Oh, you're fucking kidding me.
I'm not. But after
Do you
that
still have
happened, no more. Of course, someone bought it. Like instantly grabbed it up the first 5 minutes.
It's such a sexy car, dude. Oh my lord. I'm so
But
jealous.
yeah,
Honestly,
10 minutes and a max 100 comes, and I was like, okay, wow. You know, I was like, dang, I don't have Clement's number, and like, too bad I can't contact him.
Well, let me go ahead and give you my number.
Okay.
That's a lesson right now.
Oh man, that was funny.
So what's this about a McLaren?
Oh, we do have a 720S. It's going for, let me check.
Man, I thought I got a deal with this, but apparently,
I mean,
how much were you selling that Dodge Charger for?
It was like 1.2.
I could have made that money anyways. So actually, no, I could have if I would have sold the caddies. Oh, too late now. If it comes back in the future, give me a call and I'll come by immediately.
Actually, it was an employee of ours that decided to grab it because he's been.
What was that?
Like,
I'm sorry.
I said it was an employee of ours that decided to snatch it because he has been looking for one for a long time.
Oh, wait a minute. It was Runo, wasn't it?
It was.
I literally just saw him driving it earlier today. Oh my gosh. That's funny as fuck.
It's funny, yeah. I was like, I'm hoping you guys come back because you guys keep coming back just because.
We do. We do.
And
Yes, we
the one
we
time
love
you
cars.
don't, like. But yeah, we do have a 720S. It's a
can we give it a-
1.561. Let me go in. Yeah.
Quick test drive. That's right.
Yeah, my brother-in-law decided to. The handling on a 720 is pretty good, but I mean, you know, cars I think more than I do, so.
Yeah.
No, what is it? I keep on saving up for a house, but then I keep on buying cars.
Mhm.
You know?
Yes, mate. He's got a disease. Poweritis.
Yeah, I love cars.
There we go.
Oh, it's purple too. Look at that. Oh, look at the doors, mate. It's spacey. Look at that. Bloody someone from Tron.
We'll be back soon, Stella.
Alrighty.
Yeah. Thank you.
Holy. Hello, this
Hello.
is Valhalla HR contacting you on a. No, I'm kidding. It's Estella.
Okay, hi Stella. Wait, don't hang up yet.
Say my number.
There
Yes.
you go. Okay. Yes, I will.
Alrighty.
Bye, Stella.
Bye. Oh my god. Wait a minute. Oh wait. I almost thought. I almost thought it was that Danny. Alrighty, it's gone card again.
Oh my god, have you seen this thing?
How much was this again?
How much was it?
It's 1.561.
Okay.
Yeah, they cost
time to get to working.
They cost quite a lot at PDM, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, have you ever met a girl called Summer Martins?
I don't think so.
Nah. She's left such an impression. It was so funny.
Was it the princess from yesterday?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. I met her actually, and yeah, no, just no. That's all I gotta say.
What? What happened?
She's a little bit too entitled for for me.
She's
you know what
so entitled. Like,
Yeah.
have I don't think I could like. Do you have email? I could just send you what happened. Like, it was so.
Oh yeah, I do.
It was so funny. I had to send it to almost everyone I knew. I was like, can you just? Are you in the community or the business emails?
Wait, what?
Are you in the community emails or the business emails?
Oh,
both.
What are the business emails?
Okay, so if you're in the
You don't know
business emails, can you do just a dot in the Valhalla mailbox and I'll just grab you from there?
Oh, I was thinking like the normal emails.
That's not the emails that we are talking about.
No.
You better not give me an email like that.
Okay. So what kind of email are you wanting?
When we say email, we mean Discord.
You mean what?
Discord.
Yeah, I was thinking Discord.
Okay, so just put a dot in the Valhalla mailbox and I can grab you from there instead of me typing it in.
Wait. What? How do you do that?
Are you in the business Discord?
Oh, wait.
Or are you in the... Just, if you don't have the business, you could put a dot in the general community, I guess. Or even in the bot one. Yeah, you could put a dot in the general and then I'll just grab you from there.
Okay. There you go. Yeah, sorry about that. I got a little bit confused. What's up, Liam?
There you go. I gave you
I've done the math, mate.
both.
Even if...
Hey, thank you.
Even if I sold the GTR in the MILF wagon, I don't think I could buy it. Because I can't part with the truck and I can't part with the bike. So...
I mean, it's not like a rare car, like...
It's rare to my heart, mate. It's rare to my heart. Never seen it before. It's beautiful.
Yeah, the 720S has very good handling.
Oh, it does 260 on the main roadways. It's beat my benchmark of the GTR by 20 kilometers down the main street. It's faster than anything we've ever driven.
Why do you think the PD have a McLaren PD?
Yeah. I suppose I can do the world's fattest loan, Clement.
Who are you learning from anyways?
I don't know. I've got the GTR. I've got a Chrysler. I don't really want to get rid of the Chrysler, but I think I might have to.
The Chrysler is gonna go pretty fast.
Yeah. And GTRs are always they're somewhat requested, so I'd imagine that would sell too.
That'll sell fast as well, yeah.
Yeah. Shit. How much do you reckon the Chrysler would go for? Because I know the GTR is about 480.
If it was max 20?
Max 20, yeah.
That's 234.
234. I'm so short. I don't even have half of it there.
Yeah.
I've just upgraded. You know that bike I bought yesterday?
Yeah.
Everything on it is max 20 now.
Like I said, it's like there's so many 720S's out there, so just work your way up, and then we might have one in stock again.
I've also sunk my bike in the river, by the way.
Honestly, I get that feeling as well when I see a Yankton car that I don't own yet, and I want to rush to grab 10, 15 mil out of my assets, and then I have to build that up again.
God damn it.
This is why when you go scavenging and get a hard lock case, make sure you sell it instead of opening it.
True.
It's like what?
Yeah, Liam, I did that with this case.
Liam, I just sent that. Watch that. That's hilarious.
Watch it. The first and the second, okay? In order. You don't want to just watch the second.
Okay, I'll watch them in order, mate, at some point.
It's
We're just talking about the car.
You should watch it first, and then we'll talk about it. Like, holy moly, it's so funny. I like me, Reno, and Tom over there were like, she has to, have a broadcasting, she has to have.
Oh yeah, she has to. She has to.
That's the thing. Nobody goes to that effort to act that way, and not
Yeah.
not do that. So we tried looking for her, like none. We came up empty. Like even my own.
Are you serious?
Even my own flies tried to look for her, and they came up empty. Like we don't even know her.
Oh no. Next time I see her, I'm gonna ask her.
We tried looking for like Summer Martins. We tried to look if she put any FDG or even FatDuckGaming in our titles. We didn't see anybody.
Damn. I'm pretty. Yeah.
That was the first time I seen her. I will say.
That was the first time I seen her
before.
too. It was the first time yesterday.
Yeah.
She must be super new, but like, she has to have. It could be a different title, like not even FDG. Maybe something about going around like cities and doing this or something like that.
She's definitely a character.
She's definitely, yeah.
I feel like I would have heard of them. I mean, I watch a lot of.
And she has that voice. Definitely a voice that's meant to do that too. Hello.
Hello. How much are the Evos you got in there?
$2.
I'll be back in 1 minute.
Sold. All three of them.
There are 989,000.
189.
Oh no! What just happened? You're literally sliding. What?
Am I able to take one for a test drive?
Okay.
So honestly, just give it to Clement. You sort this guy out.
Give it to Clement. There's one. I don't know what happened to you.
I was full health.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. You literally slipped on our carpet. That's what you did, and got like carpet rash. Like bad carpet rash. That's what I'm gonna tell the EMS. Did you do your emergency?
Yeah, I'll do that now.
Okay.
What happened?
He got major carpet rash, okay? Major carpet rash. Yeah, here, I'll pass it to you. Oh shit, what the fuck?
Yeah, I'll take care of him real quick. I'll take care of him.
Yeah, just tell that to the EMS. Yeah, he has major carpet
Yep.
rash. That's what he got.
Clement,
I got you.
I just hit the doctor. Just.
Shh.
Yeah, shush. Hello. That was hilarious. Like, how the fuck? He literally went down and then he started sliding across the carpet. Oh god, I gotta go to bed soon. Oh, the Evo's back.
These handle like absolute dog shit.
I don't care.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I'll help you.
I was just asking, how much is the Dinka Jester RR?
That one's max 206,000.
206?
Yeah.
I'll get that, please.
Yeah, no problem. Let me invoice you the amount.
Easy.
Just give me a moment. Grab your keys.
Good.
Here we go. Let me, do you want me to put it away or?
Yeah, put it away if you can, please.
Yep, there you go. All yours. Oh. Yeah. Treat him for major burns. It's like he literally slid from one end of the carpet to the other, causing major carpet rash. I'm serious. We don't know how it happened. That was hilarious, though.
Hello, Underground, can you hear me? Excellent. As I said, looks like you slid all the way across the road and managed to make it.
Oh, Darky! Yeah, like this. Just a moment. Alright, hello.
How you doing?
Good, how may I help you?
That Audi RS6, the white one. Can I just get a price check on it?
The white one, max 20, 557.
Yeah, okay, cool. Can I also get a price check on that Mark II Supra?
Supra. How about the Celica?
Yeah.
It is stock for 94,000.
Is that the lowest, or could you do like 90?
That is the lowest.
I'll buy that.
Yep, no problem. Let me just invoice you that. But yeah, so the one on the with the EMS, I don't know what happened, honestly. Like, we don't know. Wait, Colonel Sanders, what? This guy's called Colonel Sanders. Just a moment. Holy mo. I'm gonna grab your car out and give you the keys. Do you want us to store it away or?
No, I'll drive it.
Here we go. There you go, all yours. Enjoy.
Awesome, thank you. You too.
But yeah, so he tripped on this carpet over here, and then he went down, and we were like, "Wait, what just happened?" He was full health. He literally was, after he like tripped here, he started sliding underneath my car, and I was like, "What the fuck?" And I got his body. I'm like, and then Clement comes in, and he's like, "Wait, what happened?" I'm like, "Dude got major carpet rash. Let me tell you that." Like, it is weird. Yeah, who knows? Honestly, it was so funny. It was so funny. But yeah. It makes me want to test it. Maybe because this is like, it's like slanted, so I don't know if you trip on it, if it you know, causes major. Hello.
Hello. How much does the GDR cost?
The GDR. So max 20 going for 550.
Yeah, I'll buy it then.
Yeah, no problem. I'll invoice you that. James Spud. Make it grab your keys. Right. What did I give him? Here we go. Do you want me to ship this off to a garage, or would you like to drive it out today?
Can you ship it off to a garage, please?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Good on.
Thank you.
Yep, have a good one. Maybe, I don't know. Hello, may I help you?
Hey, I was wondering if I could get a price check.
Yeah, on which car?
On the Ford FPV Ute.
The ute that we got, max 20, is 304,000.
And the other one I was looking at is the Mercedes AMG GT.
Max 20 for 489.
Were they both max 20? I didn't check them both.
Both are max 20, yes.
And you said 489?
489, yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Have a good one.
Yep, no problem. I'd assume that they left already. Yeah, they must have left. Yeah, who knows? Like, I don't really want to test it myself. Like, no thanks. Maybe when I don't have stuff on me, then maybe I'll try. But apparently Clement has met Summer Martins, and he told me, quote unquote, she is too entitled. She's too entitled. But yeah. Other than that, nothing much has been happening. Just, you know, people trying to catch up on buying a car up here. Although, I really should be going to bed because it's already 10 o'clock. Let's put this. Oh, why did I get 5? Ooh, that's a lot. Can't even get that much out. How many can I hold? 5? Oh, there we go. Alrighty, let's go ahead and raid someone because I need to go to bed. I got work. I'm not gonna look forward to going to work in this icy morning. I think it'll be in like the singles, they said. Holy. Who is around? Let's see. Oh, Zach Oates. He has.
Hey, you trooper.
Oh.
Well, what's wrong?
He looks
I'm
young.
right here looking
Who's
at you,
this?
been sitting
Nothing
there
much
for
to
like how long?
say. He is, but I'm new, so give me some tips to improve my Twitch setup, you know. Oh, he's new. Alrighty, well, let's go ahead and check him out, yeah? Let's go ahead and give him a raid, you know? Make his day.
That's right.
Oh, I'm not sure, honestly. Not sure if they'll fix it or when.
I was
guess
going
we'll
to do
see.
ICT intensive care last night with the training
But
for it,
let's go ahead and give this boy a raid and help each
then
other
the HEMS
out.
training popped up.
Till
I'm like,
next
oh no,
time.
I won't do
Thank
ICP, I'll do
you.
HEMS because I knew I was getting senior paramedic today because one of the Arkham ones told me 2 days prior. But